Oh my. Shoot. I ain't know I was just about to say something too.
Now you
I
kicking
ain't
me
know I was just
out.
about.
You
Man, I
kicking
don't
me
know
No,
out.
that's
what
because
happened.
everybody wasn't. I was literally about to do a mob break. They probably in that poster probably came up while I was downstairs and shut the whole live down. I was just literally about to unmute on my thing and say, let's do get everybody to tap. And that thing said, end it live. Man. 'Cause I was about to say, I ain't see nobody being active. They just was talking.
Hold on,
I
let me
was just
be
about to say,
active
let's
for
get to
you.
20K. Man, I got to start all over again. Whatever. I was just about to say, everybody need to tap.
I
Cause
thought
that
you crashed.
inactivity gonna pop up. That's crazy. Hey, yo, bow.
I was like, uh oh, did I say something? Did I get banned? I was like,
Girl,
Yeah,
you
I had
did
to make
say
sure my
something.
stuff. I'm like, I don't think nobody
Heck
said.
no. I was
There's
gonna get on you, Shar. I was about to get on you, girl. I was finna
really?
get
Okay, go
yes,
ahead.
sis. I was finna get on you because the purpose and the reason as to why there are single mothers is because it's piss poor mamas out here that are raising these girls. I was gonna get on you right quick, but leading by
Time.
example.
Yeah, just to
Yeah, we
finish the
all.
point.
I think we all
Hold
do
on,
need to
y'all.
lead by
Hold on, y'all.
example. Like I wasn't.
Well, there's a
Hold
mentality that
on. Hold
came
on
from
real
that.
quick. Hold up. Hold up real quick. Hold up real quick. Hold up.
So I just wanted
Yo,
to finish my
let's
point.
share out this live.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Let's share out this live. Let's tap this screen. Tap, tap, tap. Let's share it. Let's get everybody back up here. We can get back into the conversation. Because I don't know what happened and it cut off on an interesting point. I think Shar was speaking if you want to finish up, and then I think I don't know how to say your name, bro.
Illuminati.
Ignati, okay. Go ahead and respond to that. I just know that y'all got cut off and y'all was in the middle of something, so we only got part of it before it shut down. So
Can I say
Hey, that's what happened when people don't tap, man. Y'all just in here talking all day, don't want to tap. I
hey,
was just
bro,
about to
I
make it to
sat over
20K.
here. I sat over here and I said tap the screen or I'm turning the comments off. And ain't
Yeah,
nobody
I was about to
tapping
let
the
them know.
screen
I'm
but
like, no, she turned the comments off because y'all gotta. And soon as I'm about to say that the live shut down, I'm sick. But it is what it is. I have to probably get a new quick refresh anyway. So, well, while y'all in here and I see more people coming up in, just keep on tapping. Let's get to let's get to 5K at least, right? I'm putting y'all to work because we should have been way farther that last live. You know, we just was talking more than anything. That stuff is free, man. Just get the tap because y'all see what happens when you don't. Because that inactivity thing, come on,
you gonna have to
that
stop clicking
inactivity
and
stuff be
stuff.
popping up or whatever.
Kev, you leave
Um,
us to eat, and I don't like that. You don't never
huh?
share. You don't never share with us when you go out and be eating and stuff.
Want to eat some ice? I was eating that earlier. That's what it was. But but yeah, y'all just seen she just shared down there. If y'all don't know how to share, hold y'all finger where my box is at for like 2 seconds. Hold it for like 2 seconds. You'll see a list of friends come up, and y'all can just share it to all y'all friends. Also join the team if y'all don't have a little heart near y'all name. It just costs 1 penny. That's near my name. On the top part where it say laugh, and there's a heart on the side. Y'all can press that, and then they help y'all join the team. When y'all join the team, it help put me in the popular lives. And hashtag FYP is in the comment. Try our best to let's try to see if we can stay on the topic and stuff because I noticed that we keep shifting off and going to personal
I got
stuff and
you.
all that other stuff. Huh?
What's the entitlement mentality destroying us today?
Hold
Yeah.
on real quick. Hold on real quick, brother. What'd you say, Asia?
No. No, I said I got you. We'll stay on topic. I just need everybody to tap the screen. I'll come in a month for a bit. Do y'all thing.
Cause girl, this ain't for me. I be done got the cussing.
Oh Lord, she's cussing now.
No, no, no. All right. So if you guys want to go ahead, just finish up that thing between Shar and Ignati real quick. So go ahead, Shar. Everybody mute up when she's done. Ignati respond, and then we'll go back around, make sure everybody answers the first part, so on and so forth. So we're going to take time. Once everybody answers the question, that means everybody in the panel answers the question. We'll go into open panel on that, if people want to rebuttal within that question. So please hold your thoughts because, again, we want to hear from everybody. So here we go.
Okay, so I actually am glad that the live got shut down because I have the opportunity to say what I need to say in a much nicer way than what it was actually about to come out. But I do think that men should focus on checking other men and women should definitely focus on checking other women. And I'm glad that La Phil's file was just about to do that as the live went out. So, yeah, we just got to hold ourselves accountable for sure. But we cannot be speaking certain rhetorics if we are also part of the problem. And we just got to come up with and be the better option every time instead of speaking down on others because, it's just not going to do anything.
Go ahead, Ignati. Did you have a rebuttal to that, sir?
Yeah, so my rebuttal is pretty much because earlier I already went over this. It's not to put anybody down because mind you, I told y'all I had the utmost respect for my sister in terms of her education, her professional development as a black woman in America, and just the fact that she's done so much to elevate herself, right? And mind you, I'm saying this to say, like you were saying, oh, black men have to check other men have to check other men. It's like, mind you, I had to step in and prevent a DV situation because of the fact that for years on end, my sister has consistently chosen the wrong men. Why? Okay, going back to my mom. It's not just my mom. 80% of black babies in the United States of America since 2000 are born in single mother households. And mind you, we can say check other men as much as you want, right? But me, as a 24-year-old who's been celibate for 4 years, I'm literally about to finish my bachelor in 5 months. I'm about to join the Navy afterwards. There's only so much checking other men I can do if consistently the women around me don't have the self-reflection and discernment to not choose the wrong men. Because mind you, I've grown up with positive values in terms of educate yourself. All right, as a man, you need to educate yourself. Boom, doing that, checked off. Keep working towards something bigger, a larger picture to set yourself up economically. Boom, that's in progress. Like, mind you, I'm not saying this to put black women down or put women down or any sort of way or perpetuate a rhetoric. It's just something y'all don't want to hear because, mind you, we had a woman up here, single with 2 kids, like just about an hour ago. And mind y'all, like, it's like y'all were basically trying to like justify the fact that it's like it's all good, it's whatever. Mind you, like, what is any man supposed to do about your choices? It's like we're talking about not having leaders. If 80% of black men are born to single mothers, right? No matter how many positive decisions they make, if they're constantly throughout the entirety of their childhood seeing their mothers, their sisters, or the women around them consistently make the wrong choices, what are we doing here? Right? Because it's like, you could do everything you possibly can to set yourself up as a positive example, check other men, this, that, and the third. But if the women aren't aligned with the values that they're perpetuating, it doesn't correlate with the reality that y'all are trying to make. It doesn't. Just point blank, period.
That's what I'm saying. I totally agree with you. I wholeheartedly do. That's why whenever I do mention my stories, I do want some kind of empathy. But most of the time, men will be like, "Well, you chose them to be, So I'm all here for you with that. But also the women that are trying to do the work and trying to like fix themselves, they will be like, the man in the comment, he's not here no more. He would just constantly say, "Oh, go seek therapy." Like they'll say just demeaning stuff, but nothing that actually adds to the conversation. So I could actually appreciate your input on that because you're trying to find the solution, but the solution is not looking at your parents sometimes. It's just about you being the better man and not complaining about being the better man. You just got to be it sometimes, and then hope that something, like whatever you put out in the world will come back to you tenfold. Hopefully you find that.
But what about sisters being the better woman, though? What about what
Hold
happened to that
on.
concept, being the better woman?
Hold on.
Yeah, because like I always
Hold up. Let Jen go for it real quick, and then 6-4, and then back down. Y'all got another minute on that, and then we're gonna shift it back to the topic. So go ahead, Jen. Jane,
Okay.
sorry.
No, you fine, boo. So I just want to mention earlier, we was not praising a young lady for being a single mother. What she stated, and this is called accountability. If you don't see it at the top, accountability room, she was taking accountability for being a single mother and making the choices that she made, and then saying how she was putting herself in a wife's position without actually obtaining that piece of paper and ring. So nobody was praising her, was actually allowing her to have accountability, and she took it.
For sure. Go ahead, 6-4.
I just said, what about the better? What about the being a better woman? Like it's like when we say that, women get so offended. If a man's saying that, it's because there's something wrong. It's like, well, it's nothing could be wrong with me. No, it's all no. It's there's a shitload of things that's wrong with you, and over 50 years you refuse to address them. I don't think it's men so much arguing with women as much as men putting a mirror in women's face saying, no, listen to what you're saying now, look at you. Now, we can go all day, men could take responsibility, calves. Men, when we take responsibility or accountability for leaving seeds everywhere they go. Yeah, you're right. And men have suffered for that. We don't have to check them about that too much because we all know too well as men the consequences of leaving your seed everywhere you go. You got child support, you get a disgruntled baby mama, you get your child amongst other children who got now she got other dudes and other. Oh yeah, you could play boo boo the fool if you want to, and not be a better steward over your body as a man, and you will suffer the consequences. At the same time, as a woman, you are the one who grants access. And for some reason, women don't want to accept responsibility for being the grantors of the access because they don't want to talk about what goes in the decision-making process of granting that access to someone who doesn't deserve it. That's the conversation right there. And I land with this. I asked a group of women, I said, a guy shows up and y'all about to get it on. He doesn't have a condom. What's next? It took me 2 hours to just get them to finally say he got to go. It shouldn't have took 2 hours. What goes in the decision-making process in not the man. The man made up his decision. He wants some. And he's down to get some if you give it to him. What is going on in your mind at that point in time? Are you so flustered with everything he said that it's just like you're in a trance and you just can't help it? What are you thinking at that time as a woman? And hold yourself accountable for the thoughts and the thoughts you acted on in that moment.
And just before, because I gotta head to work. I gotta head to work soon. But just to land, like it's just like statistically speaking, according to PubMed, like to like government PubMed, 57% of black men are married compared to 24% of black women. And again, it's not to put y'all down in any sort of way or bring some sort of negative rhetoric. These are
Men do
just
the
facts and
choosing.
statistics. And my brother, I told y'all, I'm the youngest of five. My brother is married, has 2 kids. My eldest brother just had a child with his girlfriend. And mind you, again, going back to my sister, it's like revolving relationship. She's a divorcee. I had to step in to prevent a DV situation. So again, we're not saying these things to put y'all down or anything. It's because we genuinely care. It's like our mothers are black. Our sisters are black. These are our mothers and sisters and our cousins and our friends that we're trying to basically bring some sort of change to, because it's like, y'all keep saying this, that, and the third. Even the woman earlier, she was not taking an accountability. She was talking about a man and his situation, his placement in that. That was a choice. 57% of black men are married compared to 24% of black women. So I don't know what to tell y'all. Like, if y'all don't want to believe statistics, y'all don't want to believe anecdotal evidence, y'all don't want to hear nothing. Like, I'm celibate for 4 years. I don't have kids. It's like, to tell me like, oh, you just got to be the better man. You just got to make better choices. I'm sorry, but I got to go to work, y'all.
Compare yourself to
You're
a
not a
like,
monolith.
the thing is, he's trying to like, he sees himself above the actions that he does, like, comparison to his sister. It's like me comparing myself to someone that is still learning. So, like, how about you compare yourself to a man that's the same age as you, that has a family, that has all this stuff going on, that has a house, that has like these things that you're trying to obtain still, and then we'll go from there. But you cannot compare yourself to something that you're clearly above to make yourself feel better about the decisions that you're making. You need to just make the decision that you're making, and be glad that it was them and not you, and you could learn from their mistakes. So yeah, that's my whole point of view. Like, keep on bringing up, single mothers and all that stuff. Like, I could do that too, but it's just kind of what I do want y'all to. We all need to hold ourselves accountable, but what I do need y'all to do is definitely just look in the mirror, pretty much, because you can't keep on pointing the fingers and think you're gonna go get anywhere with that conversation. Yeah.
Can I speak on something real fast before we move on to the actual question? Sixfold, can you please reach out to that gentleman? Because at the end of the day, I like when you speak. I like when Warlock speak, and Kev and Mira, because there's no disclaimer. I find people to give disclaimers to be passive aggressive. Because if you're going to say something, say it with your full chest. It just sounds more as if I'm speaking to a YT woman when I'm hearing the disclaimers that are coming out. If you're going to say something and it bothers me, it's supposed to trigger me because it affects me, because that's what I'm doing. Not necessarily, well, I'm saying this and I don't want to bother you guys. I don't want to step on your toes. No, if that's what it's meant, then that's what it's meant. So that's why I like listening to people that are full adults that say things with their whole chest and they mean it. And if it doesn't apply to me, I let it fly.
Facts. All right. Well, before we move on, I'm gonna need everybody in here. I need y'all to all tap the screen, share out the live. I'm gonna do a quick mod break before we go into the first question. And everything else. So I'm gonna need everybody tap the screen, share out this live, put some hashtag FYPs in the comments. That'd be fantastic. The host does have a live goal up there. It looks like it is 500 roses. If y'all want to, feel free to throw those up to the host. It never hurts. Also up by the host's name, see that little heart? Let's click that. It's 1 cent. Join his team so we can keep his live in the popular lives as well. If you're new here, feel free to go into Kev's bio and subscribe to him on YouTube. That's where you're going to find all of his all these past conversations that we be having in here, and so on and so forth. And depending on what happens with TikTok, eventually we will all be moving up over there as well. So feel free to make sure that we do that. The other disclaimer, I need everybody in this live to stay respectful at all times. We are all adults. We can agree to disagree. I understand that things are going to get passionate. That's perfectly okay. I do not have an issue with that. I do, however, just need everybody to stay respectful. Failure to be respectful will, in fact, lead you to not be in here. I will send you on any destination you want to go. You ain't got to go home. You ain't got to stay here. It's that simple. And if y'all looking for peanuts, hit up Kev, because this is his airline. But anyway, we're going to continue. So on and so forth. I just got in here. So did everybody go ahead and answer the prompts? Or has nobody, or everybody up here has answered the prompts, correct? Yes.
Yeah.
Mira didn't,
Some
but
of the questions, as far as like the bottom ones, like I answered the privilege and stuff, because
Okay.
something as law doesn't make it right. That's really based off of morals.
Yeah. So we'll get through the question. I just want to make sure everybody answered the entitlement mentality destroying us today. Everybody's answered that though, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Mirror didn't.
Mirror? Okay. Mirror,
Yeah.
you there? What up, Mirror?
He ain't
Sir?
even here.
Uh,
That
There
he
you
I ain't
are.
in the conversation right now, but I'm here.
Nah, you good, bro. Entitlement mentality, is it destroying us today?
Oh, you already know my answer, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, I already know your answer, but I gotta ask you anyway. And everything else. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start with Jane in the top. Let's go ahead and go with the first one. What is the difference between expectation and assumption?
expectation is like having a strong belief that something's gonna happen. Assumption is just as close as similar, but I mean anybody can assume. That doesn't mean that it's actually going to be expected. But I mean it's really not that much. They're very similar. Anybody can make an ass out of themselves, but you can expect that the rent's going to be due. You know what I'm saying? So
Makes sense. Makes sense. I like it. Let's go ahead and shoot over 6-4. What is the difference between expectation and
Yo, it's my
assumption?
turn.
Yep. What is the definition between expectation and assumption?
Oh hell yeah! It's my turn. Hold on,
Yes.
wait.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Everybody in other lives, apparently. Oh, come up, Tone. We going to shoot it all over.
Hey, Kev, can I say go to bed?
But all right, 6-4.
Okay, it's my turn.
Yeah, so
What's the difference
it's
between expectation and assumption? Well, you know what? It should always be assumption, not expectation. And the reason why is because you ain't entitled to expect shit. You know, I don't have an expectation to come on this live. I assume, I don't expect Kev to always let me up. I request. And I assume, if he see me or if he got the time or if he want my company, he'll let me up. But I'll be silly to watch I requested why he ain't letting me up. I'm not expecting him to let me up. I think it's in expectation there is a level of sick entitlement.
okay. Shar, same thing. What is the difference between expectation and assumption?
They really do go hand in hand. Um, the thing is that like when it comes to like people and interacting with them, I expect people to respect me as I respect them. But it's not, that's how people get, disappointed with expectations. But if you assume someone to be like a bad person or to have their judgment, like you place judgment on them and you assume, you could be right or wrong. And you either are, it's less painful when you just assume. It's more of a cautious thing to assume environment is dangerous or good. It's like to keep you safe, but expectations will get you hurt. If I said that right, I'm all over the place.
Go ahead, Crown. Can y'all hear me? Or am I echoey?
We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, Crown. What is the difference between expectation and assumption?
I think expectation and assumptions in some people is the same thing. I think that the main point is assumptions are usually not communicated, and when you have expectations that aren't communicated, you assume that people can read your mind. We all have different understandings of what respect is. And so it varies from one person to another. If someone, if I feel disrespected by something someone does, I can't assume that they understand that they disrespect me unless they like cuss me out or did something that's, universally understood as disrespectful. But certain things like cutting me off, like we're talking and every time I go to speak, you cut me off. Well, that may be just the way you communicate. If I don't open my mouth and let you know that, hey, I do expect to be able to finish my thoughts, that it may not be a sign of disrespect or an intentional disrespect from them. But if you don't communicate that, then you're assuming that they know they can read your mind. And so, in many instances, for all of us, an expectation can be an assumption. But I think an expectation that is not communicated is is a setup for disappointment. Like it's an intentional disappointment. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you don't communicate your expectations, it's as if you are preparing yourself for disappointment because no one can read your mind. So whatever your expectations are, whatever your boundaries, you have to communicate those when someone crosses over your boundaries. You know, if your boundary is don't lie to me, that's not something you have to communicate to someone. Don't lie to me. But if your boundary is something that is not universally understood as this is wrong, then you have to communicate those things. I expect you to call me, and let me know you made it home. That's something I expect. But if you don't communicate that, then you assume that you should know. That's how women act. That's how men act, and that's the stupidity behind assumptions.
I like it. I love it. Also, Crown, since you also just got up here as well, entitlement mentality, is it destroying us today? Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Yeah, I think the entitlement mentality is where people have this, Bella, sit. People have this expectation that life is supposed to be fair and things are supposed to be perfect. And and you see that even in conversations about relationships and stuff like that. People don't understand that the greatest lessons in life are learned through hardships, through disappointments, through broken hearts, you know what I'm saying? And for some reason, this entitled generation that we have now feels like they should be exempt from going through stuff, from choosing bad partners, or, you know what I'm saying, the disappointments in life that give us the wisdom to pass to the next generation. And so, yeah, entitlement is definitely destroying us because people think they should be able to escape regular life issues. Life is not easy, it's difficult.
Absolutely, absolutely. I like it. I like it. Tone, how you doing, bro?
Chilling. What's up?
Good, good. Entitlement mentality. Do you think it's destroying us today? Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Yes. Yes. Thinking that you are entitled to anything, especially in today's time, is insane. It's insane to me. Yeah, I think it's very destructive. It actually puts a pretty much like a false pretense on pretty much anything and everything, I guess. It also destroys, especially with the youth, it pretty much destroys the way they think. Outcome to work ratio, and understanding that the world is not fair. It pretty much puts like a really like false pretense of like reality. You can do everything right and still fail, or you can do a lot of shit wrong and still pass. And I think being entitled is extremely, extremely detrimental to one's outlook on reality.
Absolutely. What is the difference between expectation and assumption, Tone?
I would say I agree with what Sixfo said. I agree with him. I was listening to what he said. Yeah, I agree with that. He has a really good grasp on it. That's pretty much what I was going to say too.
For sure, for sure. I like it. I like it. All right, brilliant. How you doing?
Hey AJ, nice to see you. I hope you're well.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. We definitely hanging in there. What is the difference between expectation and assumption?
Basically the expectations have the ability to be communicated and damn well should be. If you don't communicate your expectations from somebody, you're assuming, and I think we've all heard what you do when you assume. You make an ass out of me and you. So if you have expectations, which we all do, you know, say those motherfuckers out loud with your whole chest and stand on them, because if not, you aren't being true to you, right?
That's facts. I love it. I love it. Mir, I don't know if he can answer or not. Mir, let me know in the comments when you can answer, and then we can either run you through the questions or run you through all of them.
I can answer there and there. What's the question?
All right. What's the difference between expectation and assumptions?
Expectations are something that it's like you expect something almost in a deserving way to some extent. And then assumptions, you assume you know something that you actually may or may not know. You're assuming, but again, if you don't have the facts to support it, and if you take the definition of assume, it makes an ass out of you or me. Or not that definition, but if you spell assume, ASC, yeah, makes an ass out of you and me.
I like it. I like it. All right. All right. So we're gonna go into open panel, but before we do that, suddenly everybody tap the screen, share the live. Let's get this up 15K. I like that we've gotten up to 10, so I want to thank everybody for tapping. But let's try to get this at least up to 15K. Share out this live. Definitely remember, guys, be respectful in the live at all times. Also, feel free to gift the panel, gift the host for sure. Make sure you go up there and you join his team, the little hearts up there, and then follow him on YouTube. We go ahead and kick it over into open panel. Anybody want to start off open panel? Don't everybody come off mute at once.
Well, man, I think we all have a pretty much good grasp on this. Like, you shouldn't assume anything, and if you are assuming, then you should make the assumption known. Otherwise, you're just you're wasting everybody's time. Mostly yours. You're stealing a lot from yourself by not telling people your expectations. If you got some.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the third question for sure.
Oh man, I'm excited for that one too. Excited to see what everybody got on that one as well. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next one. Who isn't privileged in America? Why do you think? Let's start with Jen up there. I'm gonna go back down.
Oh, okay. When compare and contrast concerning, I've been to a lot of crazy places that they don't have any privileges. We have a great deal of privileges over here in America. I'm not saying that there's not people that are marginalized over here. However, we have a great deal of privileges, many being a choice of religion. We are given a privilege of life when we unalive people, which is crazy. We have the privilege of, if we do want to go outside in the nude, we can. We're just going to have to be facing laws, things of that nature. There's a great deal of privileges. Even if you want to come over here, you get a big old fat check and the government helps you along and don't even help the people that's within the U.S. So
people that I feel like don't have many privileges are people that do not have a great deal of money, because it's either you're part of the poor class or you're a part of the highly endowed, financially endowed people. So, yeah, we America.
I like it. I like it. All right. 6-4. What you got on it? Who isn't privileged in America, my friend? If he there. Going once.
Y'all crawling, it's my turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Put me on the second one.
I was trying to get in a better area. Who isn't privileged in America?
Yeah.
Well, everybody, nobody. Privileges is given to you. So, I don't know, something that can be given and something that can be taken. I'm not sure how we should take that. But the way it appears is that anybody who got the gift of gab, they're privileged. You could contribute it to some people's skin color, as most people like to say. When I look at who isn't, I look at the ones who aren't are the ones who aren't inserting themselves to show why they deserve the privilege. I always go back to we got to do some work too to say why I think I should be privileged. Since the question who isn't privileged, and if they ain't privileged, why ain't they privileged? I have the privilege of eating out every day. No pun intended. Go to any restaurant. I have that privilege because why? I have an entitlement. Why do I have entitlement? Because I work for it. So with the spoils of my labor, I am privileged to go grocery shopping and still go out and eat. Yeah.
All right. What you got on it, Shar?
Yeah, I totally agree that what the first two people were saying, that everybody in America is somewhat privileged. But I also think that no one is privileged at the same time. I'm like a J. Cole, that one song where nobody's life is better than yours. I wholeheartedly believe that. You could look at someone else's life and it looks nice and it's not that great, or you could look at someone that is disadvantaged and I might say like just to give an example, I had an auntie out on the streets. She was addicted to drugs. We got her, try to get her clean and sober, and she was unhappy. She much rather not have responsibilities. She much rather live carefree amongst her friends that does the same thing as her. She tried to do the societal thing and she just did not want to. Some people just don't want to work. They are happy in their place that they choose to be in. So I think privilege don't exist on all ends of the spectrum. But if I had to get detailed, people think there's pretty privilege, there's YT privilege, there's all these type of privilege, but that's just self-limited.
Uh-oh.
That's all. My
Okay.
someone's
Yeah.
calling.
I figured she got a call. All right. Crown. I don't know. Yeah, she is. Who isn't privileged in America? Why you think?
Well, privilege is something like given to us undeservingly, I guess, right? So I don't think anyone's not privileged. I think we all have the privilege of, if we're not happy here, we can move to another state, another country. And so if we choose to be here, I mean, it's something we've accepted. I don't know. I know that this is probably geared toward race or gender or something silly like that, but I I think we all just are living, no matter where you go, you can go to another country. There's someone, I mean, beauty over average people has its privileges. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, who is not privileged? Hell, I think that's relative. That's like your own personal perspective. For me, I don't see restrictions. I don't see limitations. So, I mean, has my race stopped me from getting a job? Probably. But it didn't stop me from continuing to pursue, my level of success. So I don't think I just think, I don't know. I really don't understand the question, honestly. I would say that everybody, I don't understand the question.
That's fair. That's fair. Kev, do you want to expand on that for clarification, or do you want to move on with the privilege
What's that?
question? The
The what?
privilege question. So, who
Pri-
isn't privileged in America? Why do you think? Can you expand
Give
on
me a second. Hold on.
why that question again? Uh-oh.
Hey, Chico.
See, y'all, this what happened when he was cheating on his own live. So I'm waiting for Kev. Tap the screen. Share the live. He wasn't even ready.
All right.
My boy over here doing the most. All right.
What happened?
He was
What I do?
on mute. He over there caking.
That's why he
Nah, I ain't
over
no
there
cake. I
playing.
was cheating on my live though. I was,
Yeah, I already
I
know.
want
I
to
already know because you done shared me
so
the live you was cheating on. I saw it.
I said that by mistake. Yeah, I said that by. I don't know how I did that. I was
He
over there
done snitched
walking.
on himself, y'all. But
Nah,
Kev, can you
she
expand
actually went and made
on?
a live off my live. That's funny though. But
Can you expand on the who has privilege in America and why you asked that question?
so
Where'd
yeah,
that come from?
who
What
isn't
are we talking
privileged in
about?
America? Yeah, that's basically what I kind of like the question that is. I don't believe anybody in America is not privileged. I think even our people that's homeless are privileged, because they can do things that people around this world can't do, because it is free. We're not getting forced to do anything, and they can still find a meal. They can find clothes. They can find a lot of stuff that these people that's across the seas that's over here asking us for money and for bread and a penny can't do. You know what I'm saying? So I just think overall America it's privilege. It's more privileged than a lot of things. So and then it is say the land of the free. So it's like you as free as in you can be homeless or you can, but we're not forced to do anything. I know everybody be like, well, I'm forced to because I gotta pay bills and stuff, but I mean, shoot, it's not like we got chains on us type situation, as in no. Even look, even jail, right? You still, even though you might be chained in that situation, right? But you still get a meal there. They feed you there, and they still got weights and stuff, sports, and you active and stuff. So it's like it's I think some people would rather go to jail than be in the situation they is around this world. Low key, I ain't gonna even lie. But I just believe that yeah, we more in America, we more most definitely privileged and just don't see it because we just so entitled. And that's why this ties into the topic. We are most definitely privileged and just don't see it.
and even with
Privilege is subjective though. So
I don't know.
when
I
Star
appreciate
was
you.
speaking before me, and she was talking about like drug addicts, like that's a very bad situation. But like she said, once the person got clean, they prefer to not have responsibilities. That's a privilege of being an addict. Like, you know what I'm saying? No matter, and then also all the different agency or organizations that offer, help to people that are addicts and stuff like that, free rehab or, voucher programs. There's you got, government assistance, you have different scholarships, all of those things are privileges, and while the system isn't perfect, and it has its flaws, it's still privileges, that you have the opportunity to take advantage of.
I like it. I love it. I love it.
yep.
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, I love it. I just realized, y'all, I didn't answer none of these dang questions. I've been sitting up here moderating. I'm gonna go real quick. Entitlements are destroying us today. Yes, yes, it is. And the problem with entitlement is everybody thinks they're entitled to everything, when majority of the time, especially when it comes to other people and comparing their lives to other people, not realizing that people are like icebergs. You're only seeing like 2%. So just because you see that person winning doesn't necessarily mean that you understand what was going on the back end. So you don't know how hard that person worked. You don't know what that person did in order to get that opportunity, but you feel entitled to that same thing. That's the problem nowadays. So yes, I agree with that. What is the difference between expectation and assumption? To me, assumption is when you assume that something is supposed to be a certain way, right? I assume that when I come home, my house is not broken into, right? I have an expectation for that, and it's like a false security. That is not going to happen, but those things can definitely change. They're completely subjective. Who has privilege in America? Honestly, to me, we all have privilege, I guess. You know what I mean? Now, those people who decide to live their life based on that privilege are going to be people based on your entitlement level. I don't think I'm entitled to anything, right? So if Crown, for example, use her for an example, just because I liked her answer, if she, I don't know, say she achieves something that's fantastic, I don't, amazing. I don't feel like I should be entitled to that. I feel like, okay, you know what, maybe I need to work, if not hard or if not harder to get to that same place. So I don't necessarily run my life based in entitlement, thinking that I'm entitled to anything in this world. I just feel like, okay, I live in a world where you have to work for things. That's all I'm going to do. And I'm just going to get clever and figure out a way to get there, one way or another. But that's just me. But we're going to go ahead and move it over to Brilliant real quick. Brilliant. Who is privileged in America and why you think?
Man, again, everybody said it. I don't think there's anybody that isn't privileged. I think the entitlement factor falls down the line. Those is people think that they should be privileged everywhere. Like, I'm a Freemason, I have privileges inside of that. Somebody who works at Walmart has a 10% off privilege. Like, you have privileges inside of the circles you put yourself in, but you can't put yourself in every circle. That means you can't be privileged everywhere. So everybody's got privilege, and the fact that you're in the freest country on the nation that allows you to to destroy yourself and everybody else around you, if they feel the need to go down the drain with you, you have that privilege. You have the privilege to build a corporation, or you have the privilege to fucking live in a shelter. You can do whatever you want to, but you can't be everywhere at once. So the entitlement factor is people think they're entitled to everything, every privilege, but you got to pick them. And I think that's really what it is. You all have privileges. We all do, but what privileges do you want?
I like that. I like that. Miri, if you're there, feel free to answer. If not, it's okay. I know he's doing stuff.
What's the problem? What I doing?
No, you good. Who isn't privileged in America? Why do you think?
Everybody's got privilege,
Facts.
some way or form. They may not see it. I think that's the problem with privilege, though. A lot of times people aren't able to see the privileges that they have. So they're kind of blinded to it. I think that pretty much everybody has the same privilege that they do, but I think it depends on certain circumstances and situations. I'll land there. What's up, Crown? What's up, huh? Uh,
Mirror.
hey, how you doing?
Good.
What's up, Jane?
Do you think that
Hey.
um people recognizing other people's privilege and not I can definitely see there's a form of entitlement that causes us to see, now there's a reality in this country that this country was built on the principles of racism. The it's governed by rules that were influenced by racism. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of different things is intentionally trying to shut certain people out, and so we can't be ignorant to that fact. However, um, we have a choice to be here. We're not forced to be here. Now, of course, we don't have a country to go to, but in that where we're and I'll take race off the table because I think that's a deeper conversation
Yeah.
than I'd like to get into. But I've heard on this app the gender privilege, and pretty privilege, and it's like I feel like that's a sense of entitlement, like where if if I'm a man and I'm looking at women to see that they have privilege that we just don't have.
Mm.
In that, I don't see the privilege that I have as a man. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
men do have a privilege. You're not you'll never be considered a hoe. You could be irresponsible and a lot of, what I'm saying? It's certain things that men do have a privilege of. Even growing up, my younger brother, they weren't as strict with him on his whereabouts, where he's going, who he's with. But the girls in the family, I wish you would. I've got to meet them, all of that. Like they didn't have to meet his girlfriends.
Yeah.
Um, and so it's different, and that's a privilege. But rather than comparing yourself to someone else, just living your life. And life is not fair. It wasn't designed to be fair. You know what I'm saying? And so I feel like all of that ties in, and I'm sure that's why he did this topic the way he did. But it all ties into people who are entitled. I want what you got instead of dealing
Hey,
with
Tansy.
the hand that you were dealt.
Yeah. And sorry, I 100%, I do agree. I think when it comes to entitlement, when it comes to privilege, it's a very human thing to do. It does take a lot of discipline to kind of get out of that mindset, though. As human beings, a lot of the time, we want what we don't have, right? Therefore, we don't appreciate what we do have. So the privileges that we may have, we tend to take for granted because it's not winning in that arena right that second, right? So when it comes to other things, I'm going to look at somebody and say, oh, well, they have that and I don't have this, right? Whether it's men and, privileges between men and women, whether it's privileges, again, taking the race thing off the table, that's a whole other conversation. But, when it comes to, entitlement between men and women, entitlement amongst women, even amongst men, like that's just really what it is. We always, a lot of the time, want what we don't have. And the thing is that it's not a bad thing to not want those things. We just have to start working for it. And I think the problem nowadays is what goes with this entitlement is that everybody wants everything microwavable. Nobody really wants to work for anything for real. Nobody wants to put in the work, do what they need to do their due diligence to get to where they want to. Everybody just wants it handed to them. So therefore, if it's not handed to me and it looks like it was handed to cousins or it looks like it was handed to Kev, then I'm going to throw a hissy fit and say, you know what? They got it because of this privilege. And now the word privilege is now being weaponized towards somebody who you didn't even see what was going on the back end. You see what I'm saying? So I'm always going to push that, like, at the end of the day. But that's just my opinion on it. We are in open panel, y'all. And then I do want to get Cousins and Tansy caught up as well.
You know what I was gonna say? Maybe it's more so. You know how people are always used to being included, and they've always been used to being included from day one. And and it's hard for them to blur. They can't. It's like it's hard. They blur the lines. Like, okay, I know some parents, like every time they come in the house, whatever they buy themselves, they get them children. They children something. So every time they come in the house, the children expecting, if you got McDonald's, the children expecting you to have them some McDonald's. If you went and got you something from the store, they thought they expected you to bring them something back from the store. So you've been doing that all their life, building, installing that and that expectation in them. I believe they get used to that and don't know how to separate when they should not be expecting it. So they end up expecting it from everybody. Like my mama, every time my mama went to the store, she always came home with me something. Now I go to the store, you spend the night with me, I go to the store and only come home with me something, you having a hissy fit. Because you so used to somebody thinking about you when they go.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I see that.
That does not make sense.
With people wanting something because they were entitled to somebody bringing them back something constantly, that happens.
Use reference to
Happens with kids.
children. Like,
Well, I just referenced that. I just used that as a reference.
yeah, I know you. I just said that. You reference children. So let's say like this 4th of July, my friend was gonna just bring me food. No, I have a son in here, and you're not just bringing me nothing. You're gonna bring the whole household something, or don't bring anything at all.
And why I expect you to say that?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't be
Why
tansy
would
for me
they?
to say that.
Well, why
No,
would
that's
they
true. Why would I?
expect that?
Why would I have someone bring me something and I'm eating and
They don't have to bring you
But y'all,
anything. You
hold
should
on,
be
hold
like,
on. Y'all
hey,
are
if you
talking
ain't got
about two different things.
Good night.
You're talking about
Good
the
night,
difference.
Cass.
Oh, for sure, Crown. You're talking about two different things. He's talking about the entitlement of being in the practice of somebody going to the store and constantly bringing you something back. You're
yeah,
talking
that's what
about
I'm saying.
somebody bringing you something and you're like, no, I have a kid. Like those are two
No, I'm
different
talking
things.
about
Those
the
ain't even
same
the same thing.
thing. No, no,
They're
no, no,
not the
no.
same.
I'm saying if you bring me some, first of all, if my man is out and he's first of all, I don't eat fast food, but let's say he went to a restaurant or something like that, he better bring back something for everybody. I don't know.
It's not what I'm talking about. It's not
That's
what I'm
not what he's
talking
talking about at all.
And I don't know what he's talking about. All I know is he said that people feel entitled. And yes, I do feel entitled. When someone comes into my house and they have something to eat, they better bring something to eat for everybody. Now, if I'm off base, then excuse me for being off base, but that's something that you should do. You walk into someone's, like, I would never go to my friend's house and I'll have McDonald's or I'll have something and not bring her some that you don't. I mean, it's just common courtesy. I don't know if we're on the same topic, but
Mm-mm.
I
We are all taught that is something completely different.
And doesn't
It's
that
different when
apply
you
to
go to
other
somebody's
people?
house and you're bringing something, say, because you know they have kids, right? Like customarily, culturally, like where I'm from, if I go to somebody's house, I'm not going to show up to somebody's house empty-handed. That's
Right.
completely different than if I'm like, oh, every time I go, say cousins lives, down the street from me. Every time I go to McDonald's, you know what I mean? He's expecting something from McDonald's. Like, why the hell am I going to bring you something from McDonald's? You just live down the street. That's crazy. You see what I'm saying? That's what we talk
we're
about. It's the
saying we're
entitlement.
saying if you
But I'm sorry.
about. Better yet, let me bring it closer to home. Say we're grown ups. Say me and the sister, me and cousin B, and the sister that just got through talking was all at work together. And my first day on the job, I buy them Subway. You know, man, I went to Subway, man. When I was there, I bought y'all steak sandwiches. Here y'all go. And then the next day, I do it, man. I went to Kentucky Fried Chicken and I bought me a 3-piece, man. I bought y'all the nuggets specials. Here y'all go. And then I did that for the whole month. You don't think some way or another, cousin B and baby girl, when they see me the next month, they you ain't get us nothing?
That part, like, where
You
my
been,
money?
no, I
like
got
you been
you.
getting us something, but look,
No,
you
I got
been getting
you.
us something.
No,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got you. I
But
got
if
you.
I installed that, if I started them out that way, I can't be like, oh well, man, shit, cousin B, I don't know why you sweating me. Well, man, you started it. I mean, why did you do that? You know, you got me hooked. You know, I can't blame that. I got them hooked. You know, that's all I'm saying. So we end up getting used to the treatment, and we end up projecting that. If not checked, we project that on everybody else. As we get older, it gets worse.
Right. But that falls under the expectations and assumptions because why would you expect me to do
Mm-hmm.
something I've been doing? And why would you assume that I would go ahead and do that? You know?
But my question is, I mean, even if
I also wanted to say something else concerning what you had stated, Tandy. That's one of the privileges that we have is the expectation that just because you're coming over to my house, you're also supposed to be bringing something over there. You know what I'm saying? That's also a privilege.
yeah, but and that's what I was going at. It's also like a privilege and an assumption that if you come into my house and like if you're a friend and you're bringing me, listen, I don't want to go back to what I'm saying because I think that's what we're all saying is like even like the workplace. If you do that repeatedly, then people are gonna feel like you're supposed to do it and they're gonna assume that you're going to do it on a monthly basis. I know a woman who always like every holiday she bakes cookies and a whole bunch for everybody. So every year they're expecting her to bake holiday cookies and she do. And I don't know, I kind of expect her to do it.
I'm gonna give you an example, right? When I was a plant manager back in the day, I was working for this Korean automotive shop. And he, he's a billionaire, so he liked to buy black people. He liked to, when the employees come in, he liked to lay it on thick to get you in, and then he just cut you off right where you least expect it. So he started hiring Arabs to start working too with the blacks. So he came up with all these Target gift cards. He's like, after every shift, give it the gift card. Let them know, good job, good job. That's all he used to say. Just tell them good job. So, okay. So every shift, I gave out all the gift cards until there was no more gift cards to give out. Then one day, them motherfuckers did not want to work because it was no more gift cards. I had to remind them, y'all didn't get jobs because of the gift cards. That wasn't part of the contract. That wasn't part of y'all agreement working here. So if you motherfuckers don't get back on that goddamn line, all y'all fired. Y'all ain't working for gift cards. But y'all got so used to it because of what he did that you began to assume and expect that every day at the end of the shift, you was going to get those gift cards. And because you let yourself get too caught up in it, not remembering. See, here's why I had to make them remember. It was never part of the agreement. Why did you accept it that way?
Facts. Cousins, what's up, bro? Oh, by the way, I put this picture up for you so you don't have to eat my lunch no more. I counted it.
What's happening, y'all? What's going on? Six,
Yo.
AJ, Mirror in the building. I finally get to see you, brother. What's happening? Oh man, everybody else. What's up, Tansy? What's happening? I can't see everybody because I'm in the car. So
Are you driving, sir?
You said what?
Are you driving?
No,
I'm not driving. I'm moving. That's why I don't have it on. That's why I don't have it on. Okay. I'm not driving. I'm moving.
Got you.
But yeah, I was just listening, trying to catch up. I was trying to see where y'all was at.
Yeah, so we're actually gonna run you through. I want to get you caught up, and then I want to get Tansy caught up as well. To where we at. So I'll ask you the questions because I don't want you trying to read the screen while you moving.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Keep your eyes on you moving.
Exactly.
Stay safe. All right. Entitlement mentality. Do you think it's destroying us today?
I think it is not destroying us, but it's close. It's close. It's a problem. I'm gonna say that it's a big problem.
What is the difference between expectations and assumptions?
Oh, so okay. Expectations is what we want or what we assume to be or that will happen. And assumptions is what we basically the delusions that we think already happened. Mm-hmm. So I think the difference is like present tense and future.
I like that. Who isn't privileged in America? Why do you think, Cousins?
I think we're all privileged, actually. And I think that we all have different privileges within different circumstances. When I came up, I think I heard, I think that was Crown. I was talking about like pretty privilege and different type of privileges and racial and all that. And so there's different privileges that we have depending on who we are, right? Depending on your circumstances. If you got some money, you're gonna be afforded certain privileges. People gonna treat you a certain way because of that status, right? And that's just the thing that happens. If you're pretty or you're handsome, the reality is you probably gonna get some better treatment in some places. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's gonna happen. Maybe not all the time, but you're gonna have, you get treated better. You get treated different in certain circles. And I think like us in America, as bad as America is, right? As all of the problems that we have here, we have it a lot better than a lot of the world. And I don't know if anybody ever travels, there are some places that have certain things better than us, but overall, we have it really, really good here. And I think we still got problems. We still got things we need to fix, but like we all have privilege. If we live in America, you got a privilege. There's a lot of privileges, actually. I don't want to get into that because that's a whole different life, but just saying. So, yeah, I think we all got privilege. Just different.
For sure. All right, we're going to get TNC caught up here right quick.
Yep.
Yeah. Tansy, how are you, my dear?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Good. Entitlement mentality. Do you think it's destroying us today?
No, I think it's making us better people.
Okay, that one's different. Do you want to expand on it? Or do you want to move on to the next?
Yeah, because if everybody have their own expectations and people concede to it, then you're respecting someone's standards. And when you respect someone's standards and you respect their humanity.
Okay. What is the difference between expectation and assumptions?
Expectation is what I expect someone to do for me, my standards of my rules that I govern myself by. And that's my standards, and my expectations is that you're going to follow through with it. I expect you to follow through with it. Adhere to, for example, everybody knows Tansy. When I don't go in a comment area, I expect that I'm going to be on, I don't go in a comment, so I expect to be on everybody's panel. And if you don't give me that privilege, then you're going to get the wrath of Tansy.
Not the wrath of Tansy. What? I'm done. All right. Who isn't privileged in America, and what do you think, Tansy?
You want me to tell you the truth to that, or do you just want me to, so that everybody's safe and
Be honest.
I
mean, TikTok honest, obviously don't be, we got to censor some of our words, but, be honest.
Well, I would think that unattractive people would not have privilege.
Okay, expand.
I think attractive people always have privilege. I mean, we get everything that we want in society. It doesn't matter what it is, what aspect, whether it be at the workplace, whether it be at the police station, whether it be at buying a house, whether it be at getting a job, whether it be at being on TikTok. There's so much that we get away with, and we have privilege. Even with the presidency, if you're attractive, if you're tall, more than likely you're going to be the president. If you go to City Hall and you have a grievance, if you're pretty, more than likely. More than likely, you're gonna get what you want. That's for real. I swear to God, everywhere I go, I get what I want. I can walk in I'm not even gonna go there. But it's true. It's definitely true. It's true. It worked all my life.
All right, all right. Do we got any rebuttals to that, y'all?
Oh, I don't know. I
I
think
don't get what I
it's
want.
true,
I'm
but it's
just
like it has limitations. It has limitations. Like I think like pretty privilege can get you in the door a lot of places, right? But you still have to have something, to catapult that. Now there's sometimes, where we see people that have got on just because of their looks or just got on because of something or whatever. But in the majority, even if you are attractive, that'll get you in the door. That'll get you the attention. But if you have nothing to follow through, you'll fall off just as quick as you got on, right? So we
Now
do
you're
know that
assuming
it does,
cousin. Now you're assuming that pretty
right?
girls are not smart.
No, I'm
Pretty
not.
girl
I'm
has
telling
pretty.
you, hold on, Tansy. I'm just telling you what we've seen through history, what has already happened. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking
But
about
you're
now.
also assuming that
It's
pretty
not an
girls are not
assumption.
smart.
No, it had nothing to do with that. Because
You
I
just
talked about
said
men
that.
first. I talked
Uh,
about men
B.
first.
Listen to what she's saying, cousin B, because she basically saying the same thing with
Right.
pretty privilege. When you say I got pretty privilege, so pretty girls aren't smart. They just hired you. Oh, you look so gorgeous. Here, the job's yours.
Right. But you was talking about the president. I was giving you examples of men too. It's not about just women. See, when I
yeah,
talk,
but
it's
Bill
not. It's
Clinton,
never
he's handsome, and President 44,
exactly.
he's handsome and smart. That's what I'm
I,
saying. Like a lot
no,
of people back in the day,
that's my point, Tansy. That's what I'm trying to say.
oh,
They had to actually have substance too. I'm saying that pretty privilege or handsome privilege or whatever privilege, it comes at a point, is what I was saying. Like you still have to have to be successful. You still have to have some substance, right? Because otherwise you'll fall off too. What I'm saying is, but what the handsome privilege or the pretty privilege does is get you open more doors quicker, is what I was saying, and I agree with you with that.
yeah, but it
That's
also avoids tickets when you're speeding and you're doing something wild. As soon as the police,
sometimes some police officers ain't going for that shit. So,
well,
but
I
it does
haven't gotten a
overlap.
ticket in like 10 years. Every time someone pulled me over, they just said, just be more aware, be safe.
I mean, that's that. I feel you. I've gotten the same treatment, and so that's why I say I agree with you. But I think it also depends on where you are. Because if you was doing that in one of them sundown towns, I bet you that shit wouldn't happen. I
I bet
promise
you it
you.
will.
Okay, well, because that's
I
but
live
that's a
in a
different
community with
that is a different situation though. I don't want to go there, but you know what I'm saying. That's a whole different conversation because
I think
that's for a
I
different
think
reason.
that's the thing that you men don't like is that melanated pretty women, we have so much privileges over you men, even though you guys have patriarchal privilege. We have smart pretty girl privilege, and then when we can get one of your jobs, and then when we start making more than you, the first thing you want to say, oh, you got the job because of the way you look. No, it's also because of what's in my head. And guess what? They're more likely to hire me now than they are to hire, melanated men.
Well, people like me is gonna say congratulations. So again, that could be an assumption too, right, Tassie? See, so I'm just saying we talking in generalities, but I agree with what you're saying. I was just saying that I think it just has a limit. You know what I mean? It's not like it's just a given, even though I know it does exist because
Yes.
I've
I'm gonna tell
experienced it.
you. I'm
See,
gonna tell you
hell,
about
light skin has a privilege. Let's be honest.
Not anymore.
Okay, you
I'm gonna
Not
talk what you
show
want to
you.
talk.
anymore.
I'm gonna show you how pretty
Light
privilege. I'm
skin
gonna show
used to
you.
have privileges,
They
but
still do.
oh
They
no, no,
still
no,
do.
no,
Hold
no.
up, cousin
I
B.
promise you.
Guess what, cousin B? Let's put the pretty
Back in
privilege
the
to
day,
test.
I'm a living
Let's
testimony
put it to
though. Don't tell
test.
me don't.
Look, cousin B. Let's put
Yeah,
the pretty privilege to test.
yeah.
How about this? for those of you who believe what Tansy is saying and that is true, then here's what we need to do to put this truly to the test. And this will tell us that there is a pretty privilege for real. I want you to take your water bill down to the water company when it's due. And step up to the teller and tell her, I'm pretty. Where's my receipt?
Let me sit up for a second so I can tell you something. Listen,
You
my
ain't gonna cam
mother.
up though. Bet you ain't gonna cam up though.
Listen,
Have
I
stuff.
canned up so many times. It's
Well, just
ridiculous.
tell the teller, I know I owe. I know it say I owe $100,
Listen,
but I'm
listen,
pretty. I'm
listen. I've
pretty.
canned
And
up
let's see
so
what they do
many
with that
times.
bill.
Kevin, I'm surprised. I've never came up on your live. Are you trying to tell me I never came up?
Nope, you bold.
All right, there's a reason, and I'm not gonna say it
Hold on, wait,
because,
wait,
but
wait. I'm not done. And then after that, go to the electric company with your bill.
let
Go
me
to
tell
your
you
car
about the. Let
dealership.
me tell you about the
If you
water
owe a
bill.
car note and you think you that pretty, go to
Let
the
me
dealer, go to the dealership and say, look, I want that Corvette. I'm pretty.
let me
Where's the
explain something
keys?
to you. Let me explain something to you, and this is factual. I swear on my whole family. Okay, my mother had a bill for $4,000. Okay, no, they did not see me, but they heard me, and they heard my intellect. And all you have to do is not only be pretty, but because I feel entitled because I'm pretty, and because I'm educated and I speak very well and I know my shit. I use everything. My confidence is my beauty. And then my knowledge is going to get that bill to a zero. Do you know I got $4,000 and I'm not making that shit up? They removed that from my mother's account and we started all over.
Okay,
Again,
that's a
let's
good.
put pretty privilege to the test. For those of you who believe you have pretty privilege, do a video. Go pick out the vehicle you want at the dealership and let us see you get that vehicle based on you're being pretty.
Now you're talking about something that's impossible. But you know
No,
what?
no,
I
no, no,
know
no.
that
Nah, that's not
Uh,
impossible.
that's
You
not. If
right.
you pretty,
you
if you
can't.
pretty,
No one's
you got
listen.
pretty
The
privilege.
most that I have done.
I got a sister. She had 5 boyfriends, each one for a different bill, yo. So I
No,
seen
he
that in
didn't
real
say
life.
nothing about a boyfriend. He said go to the dealership.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
I
but
can
she had
tell
a
you one
brand
thing
new
I did do.
BMW X3. Yeah, the perfect size for a
Okay,
little girl. Yeah, for a girl
all right.
driving.
Listen, hater. Listen. When I went to the grocery store, I just was looking for my credit card. This guy thought, I don't know, maybe I was stalling too long. And
Nah,
he
post
pulled
it, yo.
out,
Nah,
wait a
post
minute.
it.
I wish I could mute
Let the
you.
public
Kevin,
decide.
make me mod. Kevin, make me mod. Kevin, I seen your lips.
Turn on the camera and and prove
See
us
that
wrong.
pretty Kev? Look, see
Listen,
Turn
that
on
pretty?
the
She can
listen,
camera
tell
and prove
Kev
us
make me
all
mad.
wrong, yo.
listen. Then he
All
paid for
right.
my groceries. I can't make that up. It was $600 worth of grocery. He pulled out a black card and paid for it. I didn't even know what to say. My mouth was open. I had the money. I was just looking for my credit card. It was like in my pocketbook. And he asked me if anything was wrong, and I told him no. And he said, "Let me handle that bill for you." And I was just like, "What are you talking about?" And he was like, "I'm gonna pay you your grocery bill," and he just swiped his card and paid the whole thing. That's a real that is. It only happened to me one time in my life, and that was last year.
I mean, that was him being. I mean, whatever. I'm just saying that just by your examples, though, you just told us that there's limitations. There's
Well,
still a limitation. That's all I was saying. I didn't disagree with you, but then when you told me that no, that's not right, that was why
well, there
we
are
gave you the other.
limitations.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the reason why Sixfold gave you the other. If that was because if it's no limitations, that means that you could just go and get everything for free. You would never pay nothing, right? So we know that there is a limitation. That's all I was saying. But
Yeah,
so we get you, but yeah.
there's a limitation. I mean, I can't go and say I want that house and I ain't got $1 million if the house costs $1 million.
I guess ain't nobody that pretty, huh?
You know, my girlfriend actually she is that pretty where her house but someone bought it for her, and she lives right down the street from me. She lives in Foxborough, and she her house cost $700,000. We're the same sign. She is gorgeous, and this guy it's not he's married and everything, and he has money obviously, but he bought her a $700,000 house for real and furnished it. So pretty can really get you. I just don't use my like I don't deal with dudes like that. Like I consider her a 304. That's why every now and then I talk to her, but I don't really like her business.
You
Her
hear
life.
that, cousin B? I consider her a 304. Okay,
Well,
we
that's
know how she
because
got the house.
well, no, I rather own my own
Look, that ain't
shit.
pretty privilege. That's Gawk 3000 privilege.
Well, I rather own my own stuff with my own money, not with my looks or with my poontang. That's okay. I'm not gonna sleep with you just to get a house. I can get my own house, thank you. But she is pretty, and he really did buy that $700,000 house for real, and a BMW for real, and gave her a card. But that's the line of work that she's in. I don't agree with that. That she's always lived that way.
Well, she don't have pretty privilege. She's just a hoe. That's pretty.
No, she's really pretty, and these guys really like her. So they buy her whatever she wanted, and she had twins, and she divorced her husband, and she just told one of her guys, "I want a house."
Hmm.
Yes, she really did, and he really did buy that for her too.
Yeah. We're gonna let we gotta catch up. I don't know how to pronounce your name, sir. Give me a second. Yard Billionaire, you there, sir? We gonna catch you up on the questions.
Yes, it's tenement. Like it's like poor people housing in Jamaica. It's like third world version of the projects. So imagine the projects made out of like cardboard. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. For sure, for sure. Do you believe that entitlement mentality is destroying us today?
Oh, absolutely. I see immigrants come here and pass the second generation time and time again. So it
Facts.
must be true. I see one generation come here and bust their ass, and then they overspoil their kids to try to overcompensate for the fact that they really didn't have shit when they first showed up. Then their kids just become complacent and stagnant like a puddle of water. And the show goes on, so the border must just always stay open, because guess what? Last time I checked, there's fewer poppies working at McDonald's and places of such. I don't see, you know what I mean, regular Americans lining up for that shit. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Well, that's because Americans have
Hold up.
American privilege. We don't, with certain jobs we look down upon, so we ain't working those jobs. We working other jobs.
Yeah, all right.
True.
Well, have fun with that. You know what I'm saying? Because
We
Poppy,
do have fun with that.
I met a Poppy, right?
Hold up.
Poppy been here up about 10 years, right? He said, yo, when I came across the border, first of all, he said he walked from to the desert from Mexico to Arizona, right? With 2 gallons of water, one in each hand, yo. So the story kind of
Oh,
crazy
you
in
gotta
four
be some
days,
extreme
right? But
Hold
story.
make a
up.
look,
Hold up.
nah.
Hold
So
up,
homeboy,
y'all.
he cut grass and stuff like that under the table, right? And then this how he came up. He went to night school for free at the local high school in the hood to learn ESL, right? English is a second language. Cause he said all he knew how to do was say hello and smile. He ain't know no English other than that. He just knew how to smile and say hello. That's it, right? So fast forward,
Okay,
he got four food
y'all,
trucks.
we're not gonna go back and forth with y'all too. So
But I'm
let's
just saying, the
no,
man
no,
got
I
four
know,
food
but
trucks.
we're gonna get through the questions and move on too, because we also got two other questions we gotta get to, and there's other people on the panel. I'm
I just
definitely sure
wanna
they want to get
I
to those
just
other
wanna say
ones.
one thing. I just wanna say one thing.
Go
That's
ahead.
not called privilege. That's called exploitation.
That's not
It's
exploitation. He
it's
worked for this,
not, but
bro.
it's
A lot of
the
people wouldn't admit it
determination to
that
get a
way.
lot of stuff done, but especially when you're first generation or your parents just get here, it's relatable. I'm first generation, but where were we? My friend, what is the difference between expectation and assumption?
See, expectation is when you see a child of color, we're just gonna use the word color, from the inner city, get like a perfect score on the SATs or something like that, and all these universities come knocking to give them an academic scholarship, that defies the expectation. Because if he was from the other side in the suburbs and mommy and daddy was a doctor and a lawyer, he'd be expected to go to one of them schools, right? Because mommy and daddy, first of all, got the money to pay for tuition. He ain't expected to go into debt to go into them schools, right? But vice versa, that same kid from the inner city, if he got in trouble and incarcerated at an early age for unaliving somebody that looked basically like him, just another day. He didn't define any expectations there. So yeah, expectations and assumptions, they basically the same shit.
Okay.
Can I
Hold
just
up.
please?
Wait, when we get into open panel, give me a second. Let me run them through the questions real quick. We almost there. Um, who isn't privileged in America, and why do you think?
Lazy people. That's all it take, bro. Ambition. Ambition is free. Ain't nobody got no lock on talent and ambition. That's why when they be like, oh, they and them, and I'm like, bro, who you talking about? Like, put faces on these pronouns, because last time I checked, yo, God already decided, yo, because majority of people always gonna be somewhere in the middle, right? Like you, for example, for example, some people gonna be born 6 foot change, almost 7 feet, right? That's rare. Some people gonna be born dwarfs. That's rare. Most people gonna be born somewhere in the middle. Some people gonna be born bona fide geniuses, right? Like Einstein. That's rare. Some people we gonna be born with learning disabilities and Down syndrome, right? Most people be gonna be somewhere in the middle. But who decides that? I don't care if you got Bill Gates money. You can't make your kid be next Einstein. So how you can make sure that it perpetuates and have a lock on wealth if you can't have a lock on ambition and talent? God already decided. That's why you notice, right? The companies that was on the richest companies 20 years ago, they gone, bro. Think about that, because the cycle it must go on. You got new talent coming in. Tech companies dominate, right? And they all run by who? People that's black and brown, bro. Think about Microsoft, Indian dude that's darker than me, right? Google, same thing, an Indian dude that's darker than me. The list goes on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Um, what's up, Mr. P? We gonna catch him up too. Mr. P, what's up? What's good, my friend?
What's good? What's good?
Hey, my friend. Entitlement. We're gonna catch you up real quick. Entitlement mentality, is it destroying us today? Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Yeah, I agree.
For sure. What is the difference between expectation and assumption?
I would say expectation falls more in the realm of how you see something working out uh, in the future. You know, you can have an expectation of how your job interview is going to go. You know, you kind of play it out in your head so you can create an expectation for um, certain results. Um, where I think an assumption is more grounded in like certainty in thought. Um, it's in the same kind of realm as an expectation where it's you know you're making a judgment ahead of time. Whereas I think expectation in itself is just it's a different type of thought process where uh, assumptions come into play. Assumptions tend to feel like there's a lot more finality to it, whereas an expectation, I think, just in the nature of having an expectation, you understand that you can be let down, whereas an assumption comes from a place of where you think it's more certain. Whether that's true or not is up for debate, but your assumption of it is I think grounded in more certainty than your expectation of something.
For sure, for sure. Um, in your opinion, who isn't privileged in America, and why do you think that?
I mean, I'm old school. I think that everybody has the ability to change their situation in America. I came from the gutter, and I say the gutter because I wasn't necessarily growing up in the streets, but I was at that level, and it was pretty gross. It was pretty nasty lifestyles, and I was faced with an opportunity of, am I going to be an active participant in my life and change it, or am I just going to be a part of my environment? So
Absolutely.
I came from nothing, and I established myself well, and now I've built a great family and I've built a good business. And I didn't do it because I lived in a place that necessarily held me back, but it forced me to prove myself. If
For
I want to
sure.
be successful in business, I have to find a way to make any of my shortcomings my fault, not society's fault, not this person's fault, not that person's fault. I kind of have to look at it as how are my shortcomings my fault? Because if I give away the fault, then I give away my ability to change something in the situation. So I think
Mm-hmm.
that people should kind of feel that way about it and realize that having that opportunity is a privilege in itself.
I got you. I got you. For sure. For sure. Um, yeah, Jane up there. She's so awake. Hey, there she is. There she is.
I'm here.
What are you forced to do in America, and what are you doing to get out of it?
This is just answering personally, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doodle. I'm forced to keep my boobs in my shirt because I want to go around and have my boobs out. I can do it in Austin, but still in certain areas of Austin, they don't allow you to do it depending on the area. What I'm doing about it, I have a screen, a little black screen in front of my patio, and I go out there when there's nobody else in my house. And because you can't see outside of it, I am completely no clothes. That's how I really want to be in the world, like Adam and Eve, but you can't do that. So that's what I've done to remedy that so that I could just be in the nude whenever I want to.
If any of y'all start trying to move over there by Jane, we know why.
I just want to
Pervs.
say that that's so funny that I heard that because this I saw this TikTok earlier. This old lady, she said, "Did you know if you garden in your backyard naked, your neighbors will give you a privacy fence free of cost?" And I just tied into funny what you're saying.
That's
That's
true. People are
amazing.
doing that.
That's amazing. I like it. I like it. Mr. P, what are you forced to do in America, and what are you doing to get out of it?
I'm not really forced to do anything. Um, I mean, I guess pay taxes, but ultimately, if I didn't want to pay taxes enough, I could not work and or keep my taxable income below a certain amount and go off grid and get away from that system. But as much as I believe in people having individual rights, I do think that there are things that society has to pay for as a whole to help people who maybe can't make it every day on their own. You know, I think there needs to be systems in place. So I'm not really forced to do anything. I mean, really, I can, if I don't like the situation I'm in my state or my city, like there's nothing preventing me from going to another location that is more open to the ways that I want to live. I don't really look for impediments. I look for opportunities to either grow myself or do I need to change my environment. So I just my lens doesn't really allow for a good answer on this questions, I guess, because I'm just not looking for problems. I'm looking for solutions.
Facts. There you go. Cousins,
Huh.
what are you
Forced to do?
forced to do in America, and what are you doing to get out of it?
Um, I don't know. Stay black. Um, that's probably the only thing I'm forced. I mean, pay taxes, yeah. But I'm not like I kind of with Print. Anything that I've done or that I didn't like in my life, I've changed. If I didn't want to do it, I've figured out the remedy to get out of doing it. You know, paying taxes, that's one of these things that if you live in America, you're not going to get out of, period. End of story. So you either understand what it's for and appreciate it. And I look at it now like I'm happy I can pay taxes, because I remember a time where tax man would come, I'm running. And bill coming the day, oh, it's a problem. You know what I mean? Now when I get bills, I'm happy because I know that the bill that comes is just the statement because it's already paid, and that's a blessing. So I look at it like Prince said. I think it's nothing that I'm trying to get out of, because I mean we could always go off grid or we can go. I mean, but even then, you're gonna pay some type of penance to survive. You know what I mean? Nothing's for free. So either you pay with time, you're gonna pay with energy, you're gonna pay with money. It's gonna be something. So we have to kind of do our part on this planet. So I look at it like that. You know. So I'm not. You know, sometimes it can be an inconvenience, but I'm not trying to get out of it because it's just what it is. You know. And anything else that you have in your life that you don't like, that you want to get, you got to figure out a way to get out of it. That's just simple as that. So I figured out ways to do that. So, you know, and sometimes it's easier said than done. I get that, but you know, that's just the, like Prince said, the lens I look at it from is these things are not, you know, these are blessings. If you choose to look at it that way, because a lot of people in the world can't at all. You know what I mean? Like, I was just talking the other day about, you know, there's dude was coming in, he's talking about how these people from, you know, were not, they had bad body odor and they were from a different, you know, from a different place. And they were talking shit. And I said, bro, did you realize a bar of soap for them, where they grew up, or how they're in their culture, costs more than they make in a day? So they have to make decisions. And you over here with this privilege that we're talking about tonight, talking shit. Shame on you. Because if I was to talk about your buck teeth and if I talk about all this other shit, when you have dental care and you still don't go, I'd be wrong though, right? And then he was like, no, that's different. No, it ain't different. But that was just an example of we have privileges of here that we have, and we take advantage of it or take it for granted. And you know, we have the opportunity to change our position in America. And that's something that a lot of people don't have. So I'll just leave it at that.
I got you. Yard billionaire. What's up, my friend? What are you forced to do in America, and what are you doing to get out of it?
Babylon force me. Babylon.
Word. No idea what you said, but word.
What was that? I totally couldn't hear it. Did anybody else pick it up?
I did not understand a thing you said, bro.
Like a recording.
I didn't hear anything. It was like a
Recording.
I just heard laughing.
I repeat, Babylon force me. Babylon.
Okay. I guess
Do we have people in the queue like waiting to speak? Because I mean, I'm just saying, if that's the quality of a response we're getting, and there's people waiting, I'd rather just cycle that on through.
I mean, that's your call. We got one person in the queue, so
Yeah, I don't know how to do that swapperoo thing, but
I
yeah,
got it.
you can ha 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 right on
Yeah,
out with it.
Too late.
Mr. P ain't playing, bro.
He didn't drop him. I did.
hey, that's what you
Oh,
call
I'm
him
just
out.
laughing. Both of y'all together. That's some funny stuff. That's
Hey.
how I'm fed up. I'm
No,
over
it's
here
just
trying to watch
disrespectful to
this
everybody
fight.
up
Now
here
y'all got me
giving
crying.
Yeah,
Oh, my
giving
mom's so playing
thought.
around. That's funny.
you got the whole Justice League of mods up here right now. You realize
Yeah,
that?
for sure, you do.
You got
They got
everybody.
do right. That is
So,
so funny. Y'all got me crying, dog.
bruh. So, I guess what am I forced to do in America, and what am I doing to get out of it? I don't know. I mean, this immortal technique said it perfect. Like, I feel like I'm sitting here watching the world burn, feeling impotent as fuck. But I guess what I'm doing to kind of cope with it is just, I don't know, accept it and make, I don't know, just try to have fun with it, I guess. I don't know. I'm also forced to deal with idiots on a daily basis. Can you mute your mic, bruh? Jesus. Yeah, I'm also just forced to deal with like stupid people, and I can't point that out. So I gotta make my fun where I can, but that's probably about it.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind, statistically speaking, half the people you meet are going to be below average intelligence. Like,
I don't even think it's necessarily that part that I'm worried about. Is like the hold my beer moments. That's what it is. Like right when I'm like, y'all can't get any dumber. It, everybody is like, hold my beer. So there's that. Um, I do not want to butcher your name, but welcome to the panel. Karaya? Is that how you say your name? I'm sorry if I butchered that.
Yeah, it's Korea.
Kriya. Sorry, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. I'm so sorry. But I want to get you caught up. So, entitlement mentality, do you think it's destroying us today?
Oh, absolutely. Uh, in America, we think we're entitled to everything. Like, I came from a country I'm from Sri Lanka. Like, we had a 35-year war, civil war, and we grew up in middle of that. So, a plate of food is so much better. And after me coming to America, those people like, oh, I don't want this. I want to go buy something from the store, like McDonald's. I want that. So nobody eats what they cook, and we would do anything for a plate of food back home. So that's just a small example, but even I sometimes think I'm entitled to everything. Like sometimes I go to store and I think, oh, customer's always right. I'm right, but they're so short staffed, and here I am standing here waiting for my coffee for 25 minutes, expecting that I'm expecting me to be the priority and stuff like that. So I think everybody think they are entitled to something very bigger than they are. Yeah.
Absolutely. Everybody, I'm gonna need y'all to tap this screen. Y'all need to get this up 25K. Like I don't ask for 15K like over an hour ago, and we barely just made it to 15K. So when it gets up to 20K, I'll turn the comments back on. But until then, y'all, the 20 people in here tap the screen, and there's a bunch of people in the boxes tap the screen. Once I get up to 20K, I'll turn the comments back on. But all right, same question. Same person. Who isn't privileged in America, and why do you think that?
Who isn't privileged? So I would say somebody who is not disabled mentally or physically is not privileged in America, because I'm here every day forced to go to work to just make my bills paid. I had an expectation when I came to America, oh my God, I'm coming to the country of freedom. I'm just going to be going to school, I'm going to get my degree, and I'm going to get my career aligned, and after that I'm going to be so rich that I don't need to worry about paying bill. Here I am right now with 2 PhDs. If I don't go to work one day, guess what? End of the month, it's hitting my mortgage right there. So I think people like us who are able-bodied, we're not privileged, and that's what I think. Like it's my yeah.
That's fair.
so I just want to ask, you don't you don't view it at all that you're privileged because you get the opportunity to go to your job that requires your 2 PhDs so that you get to pay this mortgage on what I'm assuming is probably a beautiful home. I mean, you sound educated, you sound well put together. I'm sure your house is gorgeous, and you get to perform at this elite level. coming from another country. I mean, is that some things you have to do, or are those things you get to do?
Um,
One would be a sacrifice, one would be a privilege. To me, it sounds like you've got a great return on your effort, and that, yeah, struggle is involved,
oh yeah,
but
like
you have the
struggle is
freedom to give
every
it
day,
up and
right?
have a much cheaper means too, you know.
Right, like
Um,
struggle is every day. So when I first came to America, I was still a minor, right? Like 17. And I already had my bachelor's when I came here. So it's a full ride. So when I came here, I thought full ride is like I have everything handed over. But
Hey,
of
hold on
course,
real
it's
quick,
not.
because them comments going, them taps going slow. Let's see the heart sound of move now. But everybody, if y'all in the box, y'all can tap too.
Yeah, I'm
Everybody
good.
outside the box, we can get to 20K so these comments can come back on. 'Cause I can tell if it's going fast. It's lost. See the hearts on the side. Y'all
That
move
was what
super
to
slow.
say. Yeah. I was watching it on top. I was like, why is it going so slow? Top the screen, yo. I'm sorry, continue.
So after that, every single day, of course, I was triple majoring at once and with a full-time job. Like, yeah, I put so much effort into getting to where I'm at. And of course, when I bought the house, it is a good house, gorgeous house, like you said. But I don't think I'm paying 1/3 of my paycheck to taxes, which I'm grateful for. I'm also in medical field, so when I save every patient every single day, right? I'm just thinking 3 times, 4 times to go get some medication to my illness I'm carrying right now. I'm talking about I don't have the privilege of free healthcare here in this country, and I'm paying like 1,600 a paycheck. Sorry, a month, literally to get a average health insurance. So when that comes to, I mean, I'm sure every one of us here in this platform just expecting the same thing, like experiencing the same thing too. So yes, I did have to work so hard to get a house. I had to work so hard. That's why I don't have the privilege, because I am able-bodied. I can work and I can study and I can if this career field doesn't work for me, and I have the ability to go and get another one. But I'm also a U.S. military veteran too, so currently serving for 10 years right now. So I grabbed it when I got it, and I think I got lucky.
For sure, for sure.
Could I ask you a question though? Do you think that because I think too it kind of
Yo, we're gonna go into
depends on.
hold on, y'all, because we're gonna go into open panel. Like, I want everybody to answer the question
I'm sorry, I
first.
thought it was.
No,
All
no,
right, go
you
ahead.
guys are good. Once we go
No,
into
good.
open panel, then we can start like asking everybody. But I want to hear from everybody because
No,
it's
you
getting
good.
kind of late, and this is when people start dropping out of the panel for
You
they're
know
going to
I
bed and so on and
wasn't
so forth.
looking,
So I
so
want
I
to get
thought
through the questions, and then we'll
we
get
was
through.
on. No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no,
Go
y'all are
ahead.
good. Y'all are good. Y'all are good. Just save your questions, write them down real quick. Brilliant. Go ahead. What are you forced to do in America, and what are you doing to get out of it?
I just gotta say we're at 20. If you didn't notice, so
Yeah.
what I was forced to do, was sign a piece of paper saying I'd go to war. If necessary, I was forced to do that. I can't think of anything else that I'm not forced to do outside of a decision I made to put myself in a society or in a group or in a team that therefore gave me responsibilities and obligations within doing so. So most of the things I'm forced to do, or that you find yourself forced to do, is something that you've I think put yourself in that position. Aside from men having to sign that piece of paper, we're fucking forced to do that. There's no getting out of it.
Mirror, same thing. What are you forced to do in America, and what are you doing to get out of it? If you're there. Going one.
And my boy zipped his mouth and stayed like that.
Stay for it. All right. I got you.
I think we got to get
Godfrey.
Godfrey caught up.
Yep, about to get him caught up right now. Godfrey, how you doing?
Hi, how you doing?
Good, good.
Hmm.
Entitlement mentality. Do you think it's destroying us today?
Well, tell the God honest truth. I don't. I'm from a different country. I lived in the States and everything like that. But I was blessed to be from another country. So I just feel kind of sorry for you guys over there because I keep on hearing certain things you talk about, and I'm like the young lady Christy. She's talking about the food and a good plate of food, and had the privilege to go eat at a fast food. Who wants to eat at a fast food, a fake food? I didn't get that one. Real food is the best food. You guys have the worst food I've ever come across, and nobody cooks. I mean, from my country, the majority, 99% of the people can cook. You guys do, stick on processed food and nastiness, and you guys sound like you guys are privileged. My God, I feel sorry for you guys. I mean, if anyone could tell me one thing, all right, let me tell you where I'm from in the first place so you understand. I'm from Jamaica. And if you know about Jamaicans, we love to travel. I've lived overseas in different countries. If anyone has lived overseas, you could tell the difference between America and you guys say you're free. How the hell could you possibly free? Because the things I could do in Jamaica, I can't do it there. It's like you guys are like locked. The only good thing I can say about you guys, because it's easy to get money from you guys over there. It's simple. But to say you're free, you can't name one thing you even do better than my country, apart
I
from
don't
maybe
think
fight
it
war.
sounds like this is a conversation on who's better, who's from
No,
the
no.
better country. Like we can all collectively agree America is dog water. We can collectively agree to that. But however, that's why we're trying to figure out do you think that the entitlement mentality is what is destroying us today
Entitlement
in
and
America?
entitled to what? I mean, you guys think you're entitled, but you're not really, because the things you might say you're entitled to, I'm looking at it like, what are you talking about? That's you just. It sounds like you guys never lived in another country to see freedom.
I think that's an assumption to come on a panel and assume that because I'm from a whole other country myself.
No, not
So
assume it. I've been in your
there's
military.
people on here, but
I've been in your military. I've been in your
so
school, so I know what freedom looks like in different countries. Because why would you keep telling yourself, "I'm free, I'm free"? No other country does that. If you're free, you just.
okay, we need relevancy to the conversation.
Thank you,
Okay.
girl. I just muted him and
For
you
fuck's
dropped him.
sake, girl. Relevancy to the conversation. I asked you, do we feel like entitlement mentality is destroying us today? I am talking about here in America. I am not talking about Japan. I am not talking about another country. I am talking about here in America, point blank, period.
Why you didn't let me get him? Because he is talking that you had the entitlement to come up on this panel talking
That's
that
my
bullshit.
point.
I
Like,
wanted
I'm
to hear
not
you.
gonna, because at the end of the day, I don't need to defend it. Like, at the end of
But
the
it's
day, it's
good.
just rude to come up on a panel and then just go off on a whole other tangent and move the
Right.
conversation in
I
whatever
mean, I'm
direction you
just
want it to.
curious.
A
Is
whole different
Jamaican immigration having like an
conversation.
overload
He's
right
here
now?
and talking shit about America. I don't want that.
Like,
Please
I don't
stay
care
here.
about people talking crap about America. America's dog water. That I will always say that. But at the end of the day, when we're trying to have a conversation, keep it to the conversation. Thank you. We're gonna move on. We got it on open panel now. If y'all want to ask any questions to any of the other panelists who's answered these questions, if y'all remember your questions. If not, we are gonna move on to because something is law doesn't make it right. So
Right.
before
I
we get
guess
into that, let's go ahead.
yeah, I guess my only question was to the young lady. She said that if you're able-bodied, that you have no privilege. And my question is, especially being in the healthcare, especially being in the military, because I'm ex-military too. So thank you for your service, by the way. But we have privilege to be able to walk without using our healthcare. We have a privilege. If we're able-bodied, that's a privilege in itself. So a lot of times these people that are disabled, that's even like, so if they can't work, I don't consider that, like they've had to sacrifice that because they said they can't do,
Oh,
you see what I
cousin,
mean?
this is what it is. I'm not
But I'm
putting
just saying,
anybody down,
Hold
right?
no, no,
on.
no, no, no. I know. I was just
Yeah.
saying though, I was just using that point to say that I think sometimes it depends on what we consider to be privilege. You get me? Like if we say that we don't have privilege or we do, it just depends on what lens we're talking about, whatever privilege. You know what I mean? Like, so if we're talking about just being able to purchase things, right? Then who has the privilege? The person who has more money. You know what I mean? Just using this as an example, right? Just saying, so because people have a different idea or a different definition of what privilege is, I hear a lot of different answers, and that's why I would just bring that up. Not to attack what you said, though. It was just to say that it's just so many different perspectives that we could say what privilege is or what privilege isn't.
So
You know what
for
I
me,
mean?
privilege
Yeah.
is me and you. Here we go. We're in a total random, well, like platform. Here we go. We're talking about we're not privileged or we're privileged. I am privileged. I'm talking to you. If I'm back home right now, I'm not even allowed to look at your eyes or look at your face and talk. And guess what? I'm here killing it. And every single one my age back home is like put into a box and just shut down while I'm here. And of course, I'm paying taxes because I want to drive in this road. I want to get the protection of military, and I'm privileged by landing in America and protected by the people, the surrounding around here. I'm talking about me because I cannot talk about you. And guess what? Of course, I have to pay $1,600 to get health care. But when I get the health care, I have a copay of $250 to go get some insulin or whatever. Because every single day when I work in healthcare setting, some people we do CPR and get them back to life. I had people asking me, why did you save me? You should have let me go. Because now I have to live to pay this medical bill, $100,000 off, and it's going to come out of my credit score. It's going to ruin everything that I have. And I'm not even going to feel very well going back home and being alive. Like, a lot of people, you, me, everybody
Yeah,
is
but they
facing
have the
some
freedom
other
to
way.
sign a DNR. You know what I mean? They can do that.
Hold on.
You know?
So
No,
that's
no,
the
no.
thing. So that's
DNR
no,
DNR is
hold
a
on.
big word. No. DNR, you cannot just come and sign because if I see you unconscious next to my car here on the floor,
No. That's not what he's saying. When it comes to a DNR, obviously that's not something that you can obviously sign when anybody's unconscious. People can put DNRs. People can put DNRs put in place ahead of time. Like
yes,
people do
prior
that.
to, like it's
Prior
like you
to,
can put
but
it
it's at the end of the day, it's still a privilege that we have, right? We have privileges here, right? Right? It doesn't matter whether you are disabled or you are able-bodied. You just have, hold on. We have different privileges at the end of the day, right? As a disabled person, yes, I may be able to park closer to a door, right? But that doesn't mean in the case of a fire, if I'm on the 3rd floor, guess what? I still have to use the stairs. See what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. It's just a different privilege at the end of the day. It's a different access point, a different privilege. We have different privileges. They're not going to be the same for everybody. This is the thing. So to sit here and say, oh, well, in America, only these people have privileges and then we don't have privilege. Everybody in America has a privilege. Every single one of us has a privilege to some degree. There's no such thing as no privileges in America. Oh, nobody in America has privileges. No, people in America have privileges. Every single one of us.
Well said.
The question you asked, who is
We
in
need to have you
privilege? For
replaced by
me,
you.
I felt like I wasn't privileged to, That's why I answered to a question at that time. But I do think that you, me, everybody has so much privilege other than comparing to another country person. Of course, we do have privilege.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. What you got, cousin?
Why don't you go ahead on and replace Biden? You'll do a better job. It's well said.
Bruh, I am not getting into that fucking conversation. Jesus Christ.
And then if you're there, I can get that real good
Nah,
lunch.
bruh, we ain't doing all that, okay? Before these
They
numbers
feed
jump
y'all
and then we
top
get all the
notch.
idiots in here.
They feed them top notch. I can get all that good lunch then.
Nah, bruh, there's too many dummies. Please don't bring the dummies in here. Please don't do that. We ain't having that conversation. Meanwhile, back at the ranch on that one, cause Jesus. We gonna go ahead and start back off with Jane. Because someone what the fuck? What was it? Because something is law, does it make it right?
Hell
hell no, but we can't police ourselves right now, so no, it does not make it right.
Okay, Mr. P.
No, I think that there are several, countless examples where things have been law that have not been right.
Thanks. What about you, cousin? Because something is law, does it make it right?
Hell no. To
To
the
the
no,
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 no. Yeah, I think that a lot of these laws are actually just wronger than wrong. Like they're trying to justify wrongs. They get terrible. Most of these laws are ridiculous, but I don't know. I guess I'm
Yeah,
against.
like in Texas, how it's illegal to catch a fish with a lasso.
Come on, man. What?
Like who
Did you
that?
know in
That's
Kentucky
a
you can
legit
marry your
law, by the
horse?
way. Go look it up.
You can marry your horse in Kentucky.
That part, like
Real talk, but or Tennessee, one of the two. But
In
you can't.
Arizona, don't ever get caught with a donkey in a bathtub. You
Come
get
on,
yeah.
man. See what I'm saying? So yeah, we got some laws that's ridiculous, and
Would
I
that be
don't.
considered washing your ass?
That's a knee slapper.
You know. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead on and say, no, that don't mean it's right because it's a law.
Yeah. No. The answer to that is no. I don't believe just because something is a law does it make it right. Also, I also don't sometimes know who would be enforcing some of these laws. Because again, I don't know anybody who would try to fish in Texas with a lasso. But I'm pretty sure if you caught a fish, I don't think anybody's gonna write you a ticket or put you in jail for that. People may high five you and kind of go a little crazy because that's wild. But I'm gonna digress on that. Great. Because something is law, does it make it right?
Oh my God, I'm like crunching my head what to say. There's a lot, but I don't know. Like something is law. The donkey thing was funny though. Gotta give it that. I don't know. Law. I want to win about my HOA law. That's all I got.
Fair enough. Brilliant. Just because something is law, does it make it right?
They cannot. Someone else go, please.
Okay. Go ahead, Brilliant.
So are we talking about laws, or are we talking about bylaws, or statutes? Like to answer your question, I say yes. Yes, the law of the land dictates you can't harm a person, their property, or commit fraud within a contract. I think that's morally just and right. All these bylaws, shit like in Arkansas, you can't say Arkansas because you'll go to jail. Yeah, I think that's fucking stupid and silly, but that's not a law. That's not a law. The Chevron Act was just repealed. Okay, do you know what the Chevron Act is? It basically strips all these bylaws and obligations that bureaucrats have put into place. So therefore, if it wasn't voted on by Congress, it's technically null and void. So yeah, I think the law of the land, and not maritime law, what we know as bylaws and policies for, like at Walmart, for instance. If I work at Walmart, I can't go to work drunk. There's no law saying I can't go in Walmart drunk.
Mm-hmm.
So
True.
I don't know. Statutes and bylaws are a different thing than a law, and I think that's a deeper question. So
Yeah, absolutely.
So would you are like things like speed limits and things like that? Are those bylaws or are those just state laws? Like what's the?
I'm glad you brought that up, sir, because in Texas, the highest court has ruled that there is actually no speed limit. The speed limit is based upon the people and the majority of the people and the speed that they're traveling, and that will stand in federal court.
I got pulled over for driving 81 in an 80. That is something that we could consider as a law in place for speed limit.
back to the third part of what I said. The law of the land dictates you cannot harm a person or property or commit fraud within a contract. When you apply for a license, you're being a fucking child and you're asking permission to do something under those bylaws. Anything that you can be licensed to do, you must be able to do outside of that licensing, or they are licensing illegal activity. The Amish don't have to have a license, and they can drive. Farmers around here in Iowa can drive around with brand new fucking trucks with no plates on them.
Well, I want to bring up a law just in case y'all feel like doing this in Alaska. You cannot push a live moose out of an airplane. I'm just letting y'all know that.
Who the hell is doing that shit?
I'm pretty sure in Iowa you can't. If you're married, you can't go fishing on a Sunday without your husband. Like, a lot of these things are fucking stupid, but they're not actual laws, and we need to know the difference.
That's true. This is true.
You can still be hung here for stealing cattle, apparently. Like, there's dumb shit everywhere, but those aren't laws. So
That's true. That's true. All right. We on the last question. Bro, this has been a while since I've been in Kev's panel, and we got
Hang
through
on a
all the damn
second.
questions.
Hang on a second. I was trying to get some information on something before we got too far away from it, but the whole entitlement thing.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Did you look that up, Kev?
Look what up.
Dang, I ain't know you talking about now. I was watching this fight.
Well, I think that we're confusing it. It's people having entitlement when I think really they're just showing what's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. And it's where you have a cognitive bias in which you believe you are smarter and more capable than you actually are, and that you actually possess low skills and generally don't have the competence to fulfill the tasks that you think you can. And I know it sounds like an insult, but I think a lot of people live with this premise because they refuse to allow themselves to be humbled. And they get stuck in their own ideas and think that that's all that is true. I think there's a lot of that today. So I think that if you look it up, it's Dunning-Kruger effect. I think that's actually what we're seeing, not so much entitlement.
I mean, I think that it would be a mixture of both of those things, to be honest. It's a mixture of that, and then the mixture of people who also don't want to do anything but want everything at the same time.
I think that Dunning-Kruger effect would be like evident in a lot of workplaces.
Bro, I don't even know where Cousin B at, bro. Like, where are you at?
You know what I'm saying?
At the club or what?
Nah, every day
He at the bowling alley.
Y'all know this? Y'all didn't know? I walk around with the club, disco lights and everything. Just walk around with me.
I'm saying, man. Every time I be in the live with Cousin, he always got some like music going on in the background, setting the mood and whatnot.
Top of his car.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? That's my privilege.
That's your analog phone too?
Yeah, that's my privilege of all of that. Oh man. But I was thinking, I think it's like when people get their jobs, right? So, because I think like the simple way to explain it, I guess it's like not knowing enough to actually be to know that you're wrong, but knowing just enough to think that you're right. So like, I just got this job, and meanwhile, Print been doing this job for 30 years. I just got on the crew. I need the same privilege. I need the same money. I got the same because I'm equal. I'm respected. We would say that that's, kind of like, me having some, I'm just assuming that I need to do this, but maybe that's that Dunning-Kruger effect part where I think because I got I'm in the same work building that I'm equal to this man who's been doing it for 35 years, right? And I want the same amount of money because I'm a man too. No, don't work that way. But because I think I got the same title, I think I'm the same. So you have that. But then in the entitlement part is the same thing as if when we go into the equality discussion. And it's like, well, if I'm a man and you're a man, then we the same. Doesn't matter how much I put in work, doesn't matter how much you put in or how much I didn't. I need the same outcome as you because I'm a man just like you. We put on our pants the same way, one leg at a time. Yep, but I did mine way more times, and so at this point, I'm a little bit ahead of you. And sometimes people don't want to accept that because those participation trophies and shit like that when we growing up. Just because you showed up, you getting kudos. I knew that when you start having
I agree
when
with
you
you.
start having like oh, I got an award because I didn't miss a day at school. What goddamn? What you mean? You got an award because you made it? Like you just went? That's part of your, you know what I'm saying? Like that's expect that's the bare minimum. What are we getting awards for? So I think once that got to a point and got outrageous, that has fueled this entitlement where we just believe that we deserve everything because we human and we woke up, so I deserve it all. And that's.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I think it's a mixture of both. You've got both of those
Right,
things. You got
right.
people who think that
Yeah,
they're smarter than the next person or smarter than they actually are. They think they're more entitled to more shit. And then at the same time, you also have people who, because of participation trophies and different types of things, have overinflated people's expectations, and therefore they assume that they are entitled to certain things. So to me, it's a mixture of both. Both things are ruining everything because it's beyond out of balance right now. There's nothing in balance if you actually look at the way we live our lives, to even the conversations you hear here on TikTok. Nothing is within balance anymore. Everything functions in extremes. Either you have to be a super confrontational person, or you need to be somebody who's completely passive and you just don't confront anybody. That's not balance. The balance side of that would be when to confront somebody and when not to, but you don't have to function in the extremes. There's places in the middle. Most people don't function in that anymore. Everybody's focused on an extreme.
Yeah.
So
I had
Yep.
a situation at work, like cousin was talking about. I'm also a software architect, right? So working for like 10 years now, I'm in the position. So I had this new associates coming to the firm that I'm working in. And they're like, the salaries over there is like literally, you can, they can come and ask, hey Kriya, what do you make, kind of thing. And we can tell them there is no more barriers like, oh, you shouldn't discuss your salary with somebody else. So when I told a new associate, this is what I make, 10-year experience, all those stuff, that person took that, wrote it in a sticky note, and went straight to HR and said, guess what? She's making this much. I need to make the same thing too. So there was a whole gathering, a meeting that keeping me next to that new associate. And they were literally questioning me. I thought that they were like, okay, now I'm in trouble kind of thing. So they asked me like 5 questions, the same question they asked that guy first. This happened like last year, December. So when he answered and when I answered the same questions that they asked, end of the discussion, HR said, this is why, to that guy, let's put it as X. This is why she making more than you, because she have that 10 years of experience in her baggage, and she knows and she experienced in this kind of field. That's what you make 50 grand less than she is right now. And you can go there by proving yourself in the company, and you can grow yourself up there. So there are equality. At the same time, there are unrealistic expectation from a lot of people who's coming to the field in first hand too. So I agree with you, cousin. I don't know your name. I'm just calling you cousin.
yeah,
About
that's
it.
easy. But
Yeah, that's work. That's cousin B. That's it. I'm the cousin from way over. Don't worry about it.
I would call you cousin at work too. I'm not even kidding. You sounds cool.
yeah. All right. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into the last one. We can start with Jen back up there again. Jen, it's on you. You in the hot seat today. Well, if Kev would stop moving his dang shoulder, I could read the question. Today's problem is lack of freedom or control. Today, I think he's trying to say, today's problem lack of freedom or lack of control? and why?
Lack of self-control, I would say, and self-awareness. Um, Freedom is kind of tricky because it all depends on the moment, where you are, who you are. But yeah, I would say lack of self-control.
Okay. What about you, Mr. P? Is today's problem lack of freedom or lack of control today, and why?
I'm gonna answer the question like this: that I think the problem is how freedom is used. Um, a lot of people, uh, in my opinion, this is anecdotal, so you can take it as what you want. But from what I see, people conflate freedom with the right to quote unquote do whatever they want. And to me, that equals confinement because I'm whim to my instincts and my desires. Whereas I view freedom as the uh, opportunity to do the thing that I should do, not necessarily the thing that I want to do. And I think that if people have that analysis of freedom, I think that will help them to feel like they're actually a lot more free in life. At least it does for me. So I would just say it's how people look at freedom as an excuse to not have control, versus realizing that freedom is actually the ability to do the thing that you should.
For sure. What about you, cousins? Is today's problem lack of freedom or lack of control, and why?
I am going to go with control. Lack of control. I think it's lack of control. And I'm going to go with on personal levels. We don't have discipline. And I think that discipline is control. So a lot of people lack the discipline they need to better their lives. And if more people's lives were better, then as a consequence, society would be better. But what we have is a lot of miserable motherfuckers making everybody else miserable. And that's why it seems so bad. Because the level of freedom that we have now is more than it's ever been. But it's still most people that's living today have never experienced anything else. So it's not like all of a sudden it just changed and all of a sudden we got all this freedom and now we losing our mind. No, we always had this. You know what I mean? If you were born way back, you a boomer, or you experience, maybe you may have experienced a different level. But most people right now have just experienced what we have. Now you got internet. That's about the difference. So I think that being said, freedom can't be the problem, right? Or the idea of freedom, because what's real freedom? We can really talk about that. That's a whole nother life. But I do believe that the lack of discipline, okay, and I guess you can't really control people. So I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna keep it at discipline. The controlling of ourselves, I think, is the problem.
So you said something involving the internet, cousins, and I actually now it's got me curious. Do you think that people are more entitled today than they were maybe years ago, or is it just because it's more exploited because we have the internet and everybody's recording and there's a place for people to have a microphone, essentially?
Right. I've always said this. I think that the stuff that we're seeing now is not new. I do the history, I go through it. This is the same thing revolving or evolving, or we're evolving around. It comes back
or whatever
every few years, right? And now we can just see it because everybody got a platform. Before, even if you went back to when it was just starting out, when YouTube was first coming out, and people had to walk around with camcorders and shit, right?
Go beyond that. Go back before that.
But even then, it started to be that same thing, and they said the same thing then. Oh my God!
When it was Google
life
Video
is getting
or
crazy.
YouTube Video,
right? And we're saying the same thing now. Oh my God, these people are so crazy. It's getting worse and worse. Every generation says it's worse than the last generation. If you go back, it's an ever repeating conversation. So I think it's really not worse. It's just now we have more access and it's more visible. And so now we think it's worse because there's more. And then
But
we got
isn't
these
that
algorithms that constantly give it to you in your face. So now you thinking, shit, everybody is doing this. No, it ain't.
But
But
isn't that
but
wouldn't that also be true when we sit there and we say, "Oh my God, this next generation is so soft"? Because if you took somebody, say, from like the 1920s or like even the 1800s and brought them to today, like wouldn't they say that we're all soft, or that
Yep.
like our parents or parents or grandparents were soft? You
Right.
know
But
what
we
I mean?
are.
Compared to then, like,
Yeah. I mean,
okay,
listen, I just one, and I'll let somebody get in on this because I know this is a good one. But I normally don't
sorry,
do the
y'all.
sports references, but I was in a conversation just the other day, and people were talking about how the new players are just so far superior athletes and all this other shit. And I was like, you realize that maybe athletically there are more as far as numbers of people who are in a better state, right? But the superstars back then would still be superstars today. They was doing it, and then they were doing it on non-padded floors. They were doing it with shoes with no insoles, like the shoes that we had back
Hurt
when I
yourself
was a kid.
shoes.
You dudes was doing making 40. They was shooting making 40 in chucks. You know what I'm saying? With no ankle support, no nothing. The all the type of shit. So when we say that it's
On
softer today,
gravel and shit.
yeah. When we say it's
Loose dirt.
softer, that's what we mean, right?
Okay,
We
but here,
have a cushion,
let me
we
break it
have
down like this
technology
though.
which makes it softer. You get what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily soft. We just have it more comfortable. Let's put it that way. Maybe that's a better word. We're
Okay,
more
so look,
comfortable.
like think about it like this. Like if you took like someone of equal caliber, like say an accountant from 1800s pre-calculator time frame, and you show them a an accountant workload today with modern convenience, I don't think that they would say, "Oh, you guys have got it so much easier," because he would recognize that yes, there's convenience, but the workload and processing ability is so much greater, and that even though the work may have gotten easier, the load has changed. And I think you can look at like if you were to take an industrial worker from the 1800s or 1850s or so, early industrial revolution type, and you put them in a oil rig situation out on the open sea, they're not going to say that those modern men are soft because the caliber of work that still needs to be done on a physical element is still out there. It's just not as privy to us anymore. A lot of these labor forces, the effort is displaced out of our view. So it's like there's still plenty of hard people doing the hard work. It's just there is a plethora of people whose physicality to get jobs done and is less, is what I would say. But there's still
Fair enough.
really hard people doing real hard jobs.
I mean, I would agree though, but think about this. Okay, you take somebody like you said, your example, that computer analyst that's doing the workload with the computers and blah blah blah, and take them back though to pre-calc where they don't have these calculators and they got to actually go back and do it the old school way. They would pass the fuck out. If you went back right now and had to go, I'm just saying because we're not used to it. You get me? They're gonna take an adjustment. Like people would we
Yeah.
think about construction workers back then, where you had to actually go up there, you know what I mean, scale the side of the building. Wasn't no scaffolding, wasn't no cranes like we have it all easy. You just can't jump in a bobcat and go dig the trench. No, that was you, player, in your hands and a shovel. Like it was different. And I'm saying is we would have just as much problems going back then to work as they would up here. You get what I'm saying? But I think a lot of times we look at them as primitive, or we look at times before as, but I'm like, yo, they
Oh,
didn't have the luxuries that we
cousin.
have.
I don't view them
Yeah,
as
I know,
primitive.
not
You know
you.
that.
Yeah, not you, but I'm just saying, because the narrative is always, we're so much superior, we're so much better, we're so much this because we have this technology. But that is also a crutch in a lot of ways. It's also a comfort where we're cushy. You know what I mean? You got every sports team got a private plane with private chefs and all that stuff between games and all this. Them dudes didn't have that. Like it was rough. You know what I mean? Like people,
Yeah,
so
but I'm willing to bet that
yeah.
an oil rig worker today could be put on an
Oh, go
oil
ahead,
rig in
Kev.
Texas in the early time frame, and he could figure out how to hang in that environment.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Hold on,
I'm
y'all.
sure.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. What's up, Kev?
Boy, I'm trying
You
to
was trying
see.
to say something for a minute. That's why I was like, hold up. Go ahead, Kev.
It'd be my one time I want to squeeze in, but I was about to say I don't know what that Cuz is saying. Dang. Well, Cuz he done made me start watching this fight for that. I don't. I can't agree with the everything has been the same type thing because I do believe in, or we actually see like evolution, right? Just like we could say we can't say like back then we see like okay, so let's use sports like you was using, right? We could tell that everybody in there has became better shooters than back in the day. It wouldn't be the same. Like that's how they evolved. So we got centers that shooting now. We got power forwards that shooting. Like a lot of them couldn't even shoot back then. So everybody's a 3-point shooter now. I don't know if that sounds right while I'm saying this on TikTok. I hope they know what I'm talking about though. But 3-point scorer, let's say that then.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say F1 in
So
the comments just in
right,
case.
just in case, right.
What?
They like, I don't care what you're talking about. But yeah, so it's like I don't like even with evolution. I think things can get worse, and I think things can get better on certain things. Just depending on what we talking about and stuff. Just like you said, you saying it about the soft thing. Even if you and then what's crazy about it is that I seen it within the little time that I've been living, right, or little long time depends. I guess it's subjective. I seen how the softness has evolved. I seen like, the acceptance of things. Like we can't say these things were the same. It just wasn't, because like I can see. I just had to talk on the live earlier. I was actually talking about this earlier though. Like they trying to take away shaming now, right? It was never a time that they was trying to take away shaming,
Who's taking away shaming?
huh? No, they just feel
Oh
like
no,
it's a
you're
bad
fine.
thing. And man, I was talking about that like crazy earlier though. I was in a live and they was talking about that. And I'm like, how you gonna do that? Like just because we started talking about women now they want to take away shaming. And all these years that was all part of shaming's always been part of life and we all still do it to this day. I think when it just come to certain things, I think it's kind of new when it come to shaming women now. And I already know that's some new stuff. Like you can't say back in the day that was something they was scared to do. I'm pretty sure they had different times. They like, no, they was shaming them, the three of us and all that stuff. But I'm saying as in like, not holding them accountable and not babying them and pandering them, all that stuff. Like that stuff been like that since I've been a kid. So I don't get how that was any different or the same. But like I just realized they trying to say, no, don't do that. That hurts people's feelings. I was like when I was in that live, that's what they was talking about. It's gonna hurt people's feelings. There's nothing good about shaming and all that stuff. I'm like, no, that's been since the beginning of time. And the fact that they're trying to take it away now because everybody is becoming more softer and more
I
acceptance,
don't
right?
think it.
And more
Yeah.
feelings over facts based. I noticed it's like, because like it's a lot of things now, and that's what I was talking about that law thing, right? They accepting a lot of stuff that used to didn't be accepted. They used to be shamed. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So it's like we can't we know for sure that was not the same back then. It is a lot of things that's being allowed that used to get you don't want to say demonized, but it used to be like flat out like, no, we don't do that or don't do that or feel bad about. Used to feel bad about, but now they making people
Mhm.
like, huh? What
Oh
was
no,
it?
go ahead. Go ahead. I was
Oh,
looking at cousin's comment.
oh, no, that's
Continue,
okay.
bro. You good?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I
Preach,
was just thinking about. I
Kev.
was
Will
trying to,
you
I
keep
got to
preaching?
throw up. I'm
Goddamn
30.
it!
I'm old, but I'm
He talking
But
about
what
old, and
all I'm getting to is
not even a
that
year older than me, y'all.
all I'm getting to is that I just can't agree with that. I mean, I believe certain things are the same as before, though, but I do believe like some things are evolution, right? Some things have most definitely been different, and a lot of things have been allowed that used to be that didn't used to be allowed back then. Because we can't say that it was a this was that this today is used to be a point at another day. I wouldn't agree with that. I believe in certain things. I do believe a lot of stuff ain't new under the sun. But that's just talking about actions and probably twerking booty and all that other stuff. Like I can get it. Like the I'm trying to think of a word without TikTok friendly. Unclothing for free for money type stuff. That stuff been around since the beginning. Since the beginning of time. I can understand it, but I'm just saying, as in, you know, like if technology grow, like I'm pretty sure, like everything, like OF have not been around. That's new, right? That's something new. Internet is new. You know, all this stuff. Like even though the conspiracy theories, they gonna say no, this been around. This has been since they was doing robots and stuff back in Egyptian days. You know, all this
I
stuff which
don't
they
know
don't
about
have no
that,
proof of, but
but
they just be saying stuff.
I mean,
But I don't know,
okay.
like that's the only part I kind of disagree on. Like I understand that everything ain't new though, but I do believe some things have gotten better and a lot of things have gotten worse in life today.
But I think that's the problem nowadays. The problem nowadays is we keep focusing on the details of today, and the thing is like, even when it comes to like OnlyPans, I have to say only pans, PANs. Okay, if y'all know, you know, that's not new, right? Like there have been like so many other sites that were happening way before then. You know what I mean? Corn has been around for a long time. And before it was corn video, you know, it was in publication. So like that whole industry, yes, is old as shit, right? I just think that now the reason why like people want to get rid of shaming, people are quote unquote getting soft, is because there's a public platform
Right.
where people are spewing a lot more shit than
Right.
they normally would. That's
Which
what I'm
make it
saying. I
worse.
don't think that it's ever gone. No, but that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that's why I'm saying I don't think that it's new. I just think that it's just more rampant, and therefore, yes, I do agree with you. It is making things a lot worse now. But I don't think a lot of this shit that like we're seeing, a lot of the shit that's going on, you know what I mean, all for the most part is very new. Right? Now people wanting to ban shaming and everything else, that's like a symptom of all this shit. I just think that it's just more rampant because we have things like the internet. Right? You have people who have a microphone now who normally before would have never had a microphone. Right? They're not reaching, their reach wasn't as big. It was probably, you know, maybe people, you know, within their friend group or within their high school or their job, you know, a few friends here and there. Now people can reach thousands upon thousands of people, millions of people, billions of people in a single video, right? Or on a TikTok live saying some shit. That's all I'm saying. I just don't think it's relatively new.
Right. And just to clarify, like I do, things are different. Kev, don't get me wrong. Like I not to say that they are identical. If that's how it came off, let me clarify. But what I mean is the premise, right? Our behavior and what we have been doing as a society has been relatively the same for thousands of years. We go back, the same discussions, the same shit. It might be different details, but it's the same discussion, right? And I always use this example, like if I go back 100 years, the same men that's talking about, like when we were talking about, you know, lashes and why women need to dress modestly, well, they was doing that same exact conversation, but the difference was flapper dresses and red lipstick. But it was the same conversation 100 years ago. You see what I'm saying? So what I mean is, as technology grows, as we get more knowledge, as we get more information, it is going to open up the world, right? The world got smaller because of internet. So now, instead of you actually having to go down to the OF page, that's really what it was. You had to go to the building. You get me? And then you can go purchase and you can go do, you know, you had to, now you can just sit in the confines of your own home and just press the you know, the buttons on the keys because we have that technology now.
And grab lotion.
Hey, but then that's the thing, right? But back then they had bathhouses, they had everything that you see now. They had it, but you just had to physically go to it. And the only people that with means could get around like that. So it seemed like it was rare. But every, you know, damn near every city had that. You know what I mean? But it was just different. And so I say, like, when I say about being the same, I'm just talking about our attitudes toward things. Like, you know, like this is not a new thing about people and men addicted to corn. That's always been the case. You know what I mean? Like we've all, even back pre, you know, old ancient Egyptian times, they still had corn. You get what I'm saying? And we still had addictions to it. So I'm just saying that those type of things haven't changed. You know, our humanity, the way we think and the way we operate hasn't changed. What's changed is the optics, the availability, the ease, the quickness of it, right? Because of all of our technology now. So it does come off like it's an explosion all of a sudden of all of these degenerative things. But yo, they always been on the underbelly. They always been there. Now they just getting exposed to where we see it. And I think that gives us this illusion that all of these things are like brand new. And I know nobody here said it's anything is brand new, but I'm just saying it for people that's watching. You know what I mean? To clarify the statement. That's all.
Oh, I got you. I got you. I did want Brilliant to answer the last question before we catch just Mimi all the way back up. Brilliant. Today's problem, is it lack of freedom or lack of control?
No, it's absolutely lack of self governance. You know, that's really what it is. We have a society that I think is the most privileged and bubbled it's ever been in the history of the world, and yet we have people that just can't seem to manage themselves in this place, and it's just lack of self-governance. It's never going to get any softer. You know, it can only get harder, I believe. Extremely hard. There's things that can happen here that people would it'd be unfathomable, you know, to not be able to wake up and go to Starbucks, right? Instead there's, you know, boom booms going down, right? It'd be unfathomable to most people, the bubble that we're in. So it's absolutely self-governance.
Absolutely. Hey, just Mimi, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Good.
I ain't got nothing to do tomorrow, and I feel a kind of way about myself right now.
Uh-oh, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's very good because I'm getting some much
Okay.
needed rest, but like, what you mean I don't gotta wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow?
Girl, I know that's right. That's a blessing.
No, I feel like a fish out of water because of it, basically.
Ah, got you. Like
Cause
you don't
like
know
I
what to
have
do with
like a
yourself.
yeah, like I have like a really strict like system going where
Mm-hmm.
7 days a week I wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, go to the gym 5 to 8 hours a week. I work like 65 to 70 hours a week. I have like a lot of stuff to do. So like from 6 a.m. to literally like 10:30 p.m., I'm always doing something, and it's 100% productivity all day and night.
Mm.
And I have a day of nothing tomorrow, and I'm like, what you mean?
I don't know, girl. I be hitting some self-care or something. You know what I mean? That's what I do, but that's just me.
Well,
I'm just,
I'm just wired different.
yeah.
If I
Oh no,
take a
trust me,
break
I
from
get it.
productive, if I take a break from productivity, I
It
feel
feels weird.
useless,
Yep.
and then like I feel like I'm gonna fall into a lazy spell, and I don't want to do that. So,
Yeah.
oh,
Oh,
cause
trust
not
me.
to mention
So.
I do Bible study like every single day, and I go to church like
Oh,
once or
okay.
twice a week. So
There you go. There you go.
I have
See.
a jam-packed schedule basically, and tomorrow is like it's completely cleared out, and I'm like, but you
Mm-hmm.
know, the master he told me to take a day off, so I was like, all right, God, all right, Jesus.
I like it. I like it. So what do you think on the topic? Do you think entitled mentality is destroying us today?
The what mentality?
Entitlement.
Yeah, I
Okay.
do, because you can't just do whatever you want, act however you want, and then think that you finna get everything your way. You have to understand, and I had told my me and my best friend were actually talking about this like a few days ago, maybe a week.
Mm-hmm.
I said, because basically, essentially, long story short is her husband and her mother, they're not the biggest fans of one another, and her mother wanted to come stay at the house for like a night or something, and he was like no, which was fine. Her mom has like her own place and everything. She does okay, right? But then he asked her for something that would inconvenience her for a couple of weeks. And she was like, friend, what do you feel about this? I said, I feel like your husband being an asshole. She was like, why? I said, because you can't sit there and tell somebody F them and then ask them for a favor. You got to have F them money F them energy the whole way through. You better make sure that if you tell somebody to kiss your ass and lick it backwards, that you never need them again. And I
Facts.
feel like today's society, they have the mentality of carrying on however they see fit and then thinking that people are still supposed to be nice to them and do them favors. Who the hell do you think you are? Like, that's outrageous. That's the biggest form of delusion I'm seeing in 2024.
Facts. Facts. What is the difference between expectation and assumptions?
There's a major difference between expectations and assumptions. You have no basis when you assume things. You just come to your own conclusion. Expectations are clear, thought out. What's the word I'm looking for? Essentially, it's a clear, thought out path and either rules, regulations, or restrictions that, or guidelines rather, is a better word, that you need to stay within and operate within. That's an expectation. Assumptions, that's a free for all. First of all, an expectation is more tailored towards actions, whereas assumptions are more tailored towards a thought process. And like I said, an assumption is a guess. It's not even an educated guess. It's just a guess.
Mm, okay, okay. Who isn't privileged in America, and why do you think that?
Wait, what?
Who isn't privileged in America, and why you think that?
I think we're all privileged in America.
Facts.
Like, what you mean? We all have a form of privilege in America. America is not a third world country. And I don't care what kind of bias you have. Go cry me a river. There's bias everywhere in the world. However, the bias that operates in America, you have significantly less consequences, or restrictions due to that bias. So, America is the only place I know of that has all the resources, all the information, and the freedom to do something with yourself, and people act like they enslaved. That don't make no sense to me.
Facts. What are you forced to do in America, and what are you doing to get out of it?
I'm not forced to do nothing but stay black and die. And I can't get out of that. I can't get out of that one.
Well,
That's
that's
all I
right.
got on that one.
Because something is law, does it make it right?
No. Um, because there's a difference between legality and morality. And something that might be morally just or something that might be considered humane may or may not be illegal. Like, for instance, it's perfectly legal to take your dog to a vet and get them euthanized. But if you did that to a person who's been struggling with health conditions that they can't afford, they tired, they not getting any better, you go to jail.
Yeah.
Morally, it makes sense. Legally, it's illegal. So,
Yeah. Yeah. Although with that, you just have to take them to certain states that.
well, I was trying to find the words, but
Yeah.
I think I
Yeah, but
did
I got
pretty
what you're
okay.
saying.
I was tiptoeing on the marble floors,
Yeah,
But
yeah. I got what you're saying
also,
though.
also when it comes to stuff like that, when I say there's a difference between morality and legality, is because the truth doesn't matter when it comes to law. What only matters is what can be proven. Why do you think people get wrongfully convicted all the time? Why do you think people also get adjudicated or acquitted of things that they actually did? Because the burden of proof either was overwhelming or was not there. And it's a lot of times a money game as well. Because you could not do something, but if there's enough proof and enough resources in the prosecution, and you can't afford not even a Roach Motel lawyer, you kind of screwed.
Oh, dang. Yeah, it's true.
So,
That's true.
yeah.
Today's problem, is it a lack of freedom or a lack of control today?
Whoever was just talking before I went, he hit the nail on the coffin. I said, damn, he good. It's a lack of self-government. You have to understand that people in this society lack so much government of self that not only do we have to have laws and governments in place, I mean, that just goes without saying. That's since the beginning of time. But y'all lack so much self control that y'all have to be incentivized to put y'all shopping carts back in the bag at Aldi's with a quarter. And don't no other place do that but Aldi's. And guess where all the other shopping carts for all the stores be? All over the dang on place.
That's true. Yeah.
Like, y'all can't even perform the simplest of tasks without somebody either incentivizing you or threatening you. That don't make no sense. You grown as hell. So I
That's
don't
true.
think it's a lack of freedom. I don't think it's a lack of control because you have so much control over self and you piss away the opportunities and that you have in front of you. And then a lot of people have, well, pretty much everybody in America has an overwhelming amount of freedom. And you know what a lot of us do? They end up putting themselves behind some jail cell bars.
Hmm. Facts. Major facts. Yeah. Y'all, we like fully open panel for sure now.
Yeah, man. So the privilege thing come up earlier, right? And it got me thinking about like all my time and freedom since high school. And I got to thinking about a guy that I went to school with, and he ended up unaliving somebody that raped one of our mutual friends. And he's been locked down in Florence, Colorado for 19 plus years now.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus.
sure.
You know what I'm saying? I just like it. I guess the whole privilege thing, like it got me thinking about what a privilege you have. Privilege in jail. You may not like them, but you know, you put yourself there by your inability to govern yourself accordingly to the rules of the law of the land. So I don't know. It's man, it hurts me. It hurts me to see this country so divided and stuff. Yeah, I mean it's not the most perfect place on the planet. You know, I no duh. But yeah, I think it is the best we can get. You know, it's a we have the ability to change it. You know, so I mean, like we're all capable, culpable, right? But still, we sit here and just say what we don't do. So I don't know. It hurts my feelings in a great deal. Because I don't think it's ever going to get easier for people, and until we learn to govern ourselves, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, but I think in order for people to govern themselves, they also need to know themselves, or at least try to start thinking and knowing themselves. I think a lot of people really just, I mean, they're literally zombies. Like, it's cute, everybody talks about the zombie apocalypse, but like, we're already here. We've been here.
That's no shit. That's no
You know
shit.
what I mean? Everybody walking around like literally, if you've never seen like Killer Clowns from Outer Space, like people literally walking around strawed every day, every single day. And that's the thing. So it's like people don't really think for themselves, so therefore they don't know how to govern themselves. Right? It's the same thing like when you see the topic of people being like, okay, well y'all need to choose better. And then there's people literally arguing, what do you mean I need to choose better? Why are you arguing with that? Like if you've been in these crappy ass relationships this whole time, why are you upset with somebody saying you need to choose better? Like why is that a crying thing? You know what I mean? Oh, it's because again, you don't know what the hell you want in life. You're just doing what you assume you're supposed to be doing, right? People keep falling for the cultural illusion, the smoke and mirrors of all the bullshit, and people don't think for themselves, right? Like that's just honestly where for me it comes from. Like I don't think it's a lack of control. I don't think it's even a lack of freedom. I think it's just a lack of people just not thinking for themselves. People are literally they're beyond on autopilot. Like I don't even think people want to turn on their brains long enough to like do the simplest tasks. And I watch it, y'all, so many times. Like I remember like right after the pandemic or whatever, I picked up a part-time job at Walmart just being a cashier. And I watched people literally like smash their eggs every damn day. Because they throw the eggs up there and then they throw everything heavy right on top of it. Right?
Yeah,
I've seen
but
people who can't bag groceries now. Like bagging groceries at the grocery store, they can't even do that correctly. Like, it's weird. It's surreal to me. I'm like, damn, people really don't even want to turn on their brains anymore because we're too attached to a cell phone that does everything for us now. Why think, right? And I'm not sitting there saying that like I'm against technology or I'm against like the advancement. Don't get me wrong, I love tech and I love technology, But I feel like people forget that these things are tools, and now the tools are now running rampant. Right? People don't got to think anymore. Like, there's people who literally think Chat GPT is like their whole world. Like, that's all they do now. Right? They can't formulate a paragraph. They can't write a story. They can't write an email. People can't even like formulate a text message correctly without ChatGPT at this point, or some sort of like AI or predictive text, which is crazy to me. But I'll go ahead and land my bet.
Hey AJ, before you finish up, can you throw in a a mod break really quick?
Yeah, absolutely. If y'all can
Sorry,
tap tap
I'm
tap.
all choked up right now at the moment, otherwise I would.
Oh, you good, bro? You good? Yeah. If y'all can tap 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 the screen, share the live. If you guys are in the building, we got 16 of y'all in here. Please don't make me turn the comments back off. All right, just tap the screen, okay? That's free. Tap the screen. Tap tap tap. If you're in the boxes, tap tap tap. Right? I need everybody sharing out this live. I need y'all, if you ain't already started, joining Kev's team. Just hit the little heart next to his name. He got some roses up there for his and they're like the little 10-cent roses or whatever. He want 500 of them, so if y'all want to throw those over to him, make sure that you guys also go to his YouTube and subscribe to him as well. That's where you're going to see all of our past conversations, past lives, the good, the bad, the laughs, the learns, the everything in betweens is all going to be on there as well. The only thing I do ask y'all is, yes, I expect things sometimes from time to time to get a little passionate in here. That's perfectly okay. I do need things to stay respectful, though. Right? The moment the disrespect comes out, like, don't, you ain't got to go home, but you ain't got to stay here, but you do got to get the F up out this life. This is not what we doing in here. So it is what it is. But again, y'all tap, tap, tap the screen and I will cut the comments off. Let's try to get this live up to 40K. Only person I see down there tapping right now is Brilliant. Come on.
No.
Y'all better help me.
Yeah, y'all better help him. Don't make him tap it all the way over there.
I'm
All right, so
multitasking. I'm working and I'm tapping, so there's no excuse. Come on.
that part.
I will
Unless y'all are,
say,
moving, then, that's a different thing. But go ahead, Mimi. I'm sorry.
I will say that while I respect your perspective and I agree with you, I also got to play devil's advocate
Go for it.
because if you had a world full of people that thought for themselves, think of the world and society being like a machine. The
Hmm.
nuts and bolts are just as important as the major components.
Oh, facts.
Too many people that think for themselves, and it's gonna sound messed up, but too many people that think for themselves leaves us with an even more disconnected society. That's why there needs to be a level of balance.
True. I agree. I do think that there does need to be a level of balance, but I don't think everybody, just because I'm saying I need people to think for themselves, doesn't mean that I expect everybody to try to be a leader. Right? Like, not
Well,
everybody can be a leader. We need people to follow. We need people to do basic jobs. Right? Not everybody's meant to be the elite. Not everybody is meant to do the the top jobs, right? We're going to need, people at the bottom that are doing different types of jobs. We're going to need the people who are going to pick up the trash and move society. So it's like it is a whole machine that works together.
Oh,
However,
okay, you
all I'm
make sense.
saying
I
is,
I ain't know. I
yeah.
thought you might have been one of
what
them radicals that they want
Oh
everybody to be
no.
business owners. It's like, okay, well, who gonna be the goddamn on employees if everybody got their
Mm-mm.
own
well
business?
No, like
what
I believe,
about
like,
this idea
go ahead.
of thinking of oneself as an individual? How about it's not necessarily how can I survive without helping anybody? It's how can I as an individual perform the best in society, perform the best as my roles as, father, mother, spouse,
Well, yeah.
parent, sibling, maybe that's a good way to think of oneself in the sense of being an individual is how can I be the best in those roles? Because if I'm doing the best I can in all of those positions and everybody around me has that same self-reflection, that individual thought of how can I be the best in all of these positions, I
Right.
think that builds a better society.
Yeah. Sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to laugh. Brilliant's picture just made me laugh so hard.
Right. The word you're looking for, my brother,
Yeah,
is
that shit is
productivity.
funny.
I
Right.
just clown sometimes. I'm sorry.
But I was
You
gonna
good?
say,
Can
like,
I
I think the problem is
sidebar
we
something unrelated away from the seriousness?
sure.
I just want to notify the general public right now that I'm about 30 seconds away from being the biggest delusional mess in the world right now. And I'm going
Uh-oh.
to tell you why. The reason why is because my man, my new man, because I called off an engagement, he told me to go date other people because he told we had I was trying to have a real conversation with him, and I was like, yo, if you let me walk out this door, don't call and decide that you want to care. And he was like, no one's gonna do the things that I do for you and be the way for you. And I was like, you wrong, wrong, and wrong again. I was like, any man before you did, and any man after you will too. And he was like, well, then go date them. I said, say less, and I left. But anyways, so I got a new man. Anyways, but my new man, and to give some context, he travels like a 3-hour commute at least 3 times a week because he's a train conductor
Mhm.
to get back home and to get to where he like goes out of and stuff. So he works like sometimes up to 48-hour shifts. So I understand he's tired. That's why it makes sense. But what I'm about to say, but the illogical, irrational woman in me, and I have recognized this because I'm self-aware, is like, you said you was coming to my house. Why the F is you not here? And now I gotta be over here on TikTok with people because you not here and this was your blocked off scheduled time to be here. The rational person in me knows that he fell asleep because when we were making the arrangements for him to come, my best friend called me and I gotta catch her like a solar eclipse. She only come around once in a while because she busy. But I stayed too long on the phone and I think he fell asleep on me. And the Delulu in me is like, nigga, you hate me and you don't want to come over here. So I'm about to tweak out. So I just wanted to make that known. So thank y'all for y'all service right now.
No problem. No problem.
You funny as hell, but he's sleeping. Chill out, bro.
No, right? Why would it go straight to hate though?
That's how.
Damn.
Hey, that's sometimes how our minds work, bro. Like that's the thing.
Not
It's
like
like,
you hate me, but like you remember Mr. Brown on that
yep.
Medea movie? He's like, you Cobra, he trying to manipulate me. Sir, you really don't like me for real. I'm convinced you can't stand me. I'm prepared for you to tell me that you're breaking up with me tomorrow. But I
Yeah.
know that's not true, but the emotional side of me that wants to see him, that's like, hey, we made plans, we had a schedule. Because remember, I told y'all I'm a schedule person. I'm like, you deviating from the schedule, which means something has happened. This is a dirty effing trick. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. So yeah, that's my delusion kicking in. But I'm self-aware, so I'm reeling it back. You know.
Well, that's all right. As long as the delusion don't take control, you good. We all have that.
Nope. I called him. I called him one time, gave him 20 minutes, called him 2 times in a row, and said goodnight. Because I know if I would have just kept thinking about it and not said goodnight, yeah, he probably would have woke up to a whole 4-page letter and not the kind that Aaliyah wrote. Just saying.
See, he would have dust himself off again. He would have been all right.
I'm done with you.
No, I'm just. I thought we was being light up in here. I
Not
thought
the
it was. I
dust
thought
you.
we was
Not
being
the
light.
dust yourself off again. No.
I can't even be mad because it ain't like I ain't seen the man. The man literally was just here all last night and he just left at like noon today. But that don't matter. The fact of the matter is you said you was coming back and you's
You
not
see that?
here.
He need a whole Superman suit and everything, and you giving this man a hard time in your mind.
I am. I ain't gonna lie to you. I am giving him a hard time in my mind. But I'm playing it cool. See, this is my inner thoughts coming out on TikTok to y'all. But my outer thoughts are just like, okay, no, I understand. And on the inside, I'm like, yep, you hate me.
But here's the reality, though. That's this is a glimpse into actually human people, because we all do this at some point. You know what I mean? We start thinking about things, and as long as we don't make a decision based on the delusion, then I think, you know what I mean, it's healthy.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's also the same thing too. Like when it comes to that, It's also just to have self-awareness and just giving yourself grace sometimes, and being able to be like, yeah, I know I'm acting like, I know this is irrational as hell, right? It's like when I don't know, like, y'all ever have like a conversation with yourself and then you end up hurting yourself, like you end up hurting your own feelings so bad you don't want to talk to yourself?
Yep.
Am I the only person that's ever been in that situation?
Damn, you
I've literally
disrespecting
told people there's
yourself?
nothing you can say to me I haven't said to myself in the mirror. So
Oh,
You
I'm not
see?
gonna lie to you, friend girl. This actually brings back to one of the topics. Remember
Uh-oh.
what I had said about expectations versus assumptions? My irrational brain that kicked in that was like, yep, he hate me. I know he came over. I know he drove 3 hours to get here so that he could see me for what was going to be half a day and then spent the night, brought me my groceries, bought me my water, bought me my flowers, got me some alcohol, gave me some money, brought me Starbucks in the morning because I ran out of coffee and picked up my breakfast and made my bed this morning and then left some money for me and then went home to go handle his business and he was supposed to come back. I know that to be a fact. But the assumption is because you ain't come back tonight when you said you was, yep, you hate me. You might be talking to somebody else. I don't even know. I don't know your life. Like,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
you could be doing anything right now in the world, but I know what you're not doing. Me.
All right, so Mimi, I'm gonna tell you right now that in my mind, I'm hanging up on you right now. Just so
Nah.
you know. No, I'm just, no, I'm just messing.
No, like, listen, I think what it is because, like, you ever meet somebody that, like, they feel like somebody you've known all your life. That's how it was when we met and when we started dating. So it's like, sir, I'm pretty sure I'm in love with you, but I haven't told you that I'm in love with you because it's too soon and I'm gonna sound crazy. But also, you are me and I am you. Like that's kind of scary to me because ain't no way you just perfect for me. So now I'm finna start being like, nope, put a lid on it. You're gonna start acting crazy, and then something gonna happen. Like essentially, the expectations are high in the sky right now, and I'm like, no. I have to tell myself to be prepared for anything. Kind of like, kind of like if you in a race and you running as hard as you can, and you got a big old gap between you and everybody else. You could see the finish line, and you know you finna win. A lot of people would get comfortable because the gap is big enough to just jog over the finish line. And I'm just like, nah, cause soon as you start jogging, here gonna be somebody gonna come right past you like a thief in the night. Nope, can't fall for it. Can't do it. Nope, can't do it. The fight or flight reflex is kicking in for me right now. That's all this is.
Yeah, I
But
know.
at least I'm cognizant of it though.
Exactly. I'll say
That's
this: if I got to give a little bit of non-light advice, not advice, but just a old saying that works, but is pay less attention to the destination and enjoy the journey. And so we always want to orchestrate what's going to happen and figure out what's going to happen so that we can avoid this from happening and that. And we miss enjoying the journey. Because what you just explained is a man that's probably rare in these times. And so if you don't enjoy that journey, even if it doesn't, even if the shoe drops later, at least enjoy it when the shoe is still in your hand. That's all I'm saying. Don't
I
even worry.
almost feel
Don't
like
stress yourself
Thank
out.
you for that.
I just want to say I almost feel like punishing Kev for being gone so long and not bringing us no snacks, and sit there and ask, what zodiac sign? No, I'm just kidding. I was gonna ask
Okay,
your
last
zodiac sign.
okay, last thing, because you just gave me a real good piece of advice. Now I have realized, now that I have got my delusional feelings out in a little mini vent session. Now my dilemma is this: do I sit here and get drunk? Because on one hand, I got a lot of free time. I ain't got to be up early in the morning. I haven't really gotten drunk in like forever. And I got a fresh bottle of Jack, courtesy of my man. And I ain't got shit to do today, tonight, or tomorrow.
You think you
can
need
I
to
So,
can
ask
I jump in
yourself
really quick?
but
honesty?
but I'm scared because like, what if I get drunk and then I start drunk texting? Nah, that's not gonna be good for nobody
Here,
involved.
I want to jump in on this really quick. So
Okay.
first, I want to just give some advice in general, to those deluded thoughts you were bringing up. So, A, good job for recognizing them. If I could do a clap sound, I would, Kev. But anyways, good job for that, because that's one of the like key factors
No,
in
he
being
left
able
and
to
got
deal with
snacks
it.
again.
So good job on recognizing it. But then I would say, once you recognize it, verbally say to yourself, all right, now what are the facts? Because verbalizing it will take a thought from just being a thought to an actual physical thing, because it becomes a sound wave. So it's a good motion to get your mind in the motion of saying, okay, what are the facts of the situation? Lay out the facts, absorb what they are, and then just move on with your life.
Did he really
The
just
facts aren't
leave
going to necessarily be good
again?
or bad. Just absorb what they are and don't stress about it. Just analyze what the facts are, and that's what they are. And as far as getting drunk, I would just say the intent in which you want to get drunk is what's important. If you want to get drunk, watch some shit on Netflix that's going to make you laugh your ass off, and you want to pass out drunk and happy and sleep in tomorrow, hell yeah, go for it. If you want to get drunk because you're upset and because you're trying to harbor some feelings, I would say that's probably not advisable, and that's not going to be beneficial for you in any outcome.
Oh, I don't self-medicate at all. I just wanted to throw that out. I don't self-medicate at all. I was literally just like, well, the alcohol is available and I have zero consequences in the morning. Like, so should I or should I not? But I know my sober mind is going right now. And it's like, I don't want to end up texting this man.
If
I ain't
I
gonna go
could
off
give
the
you the
deep end.
advice, woman to woman, I would
Yeah.
not. Because we already know exactly how that game's gonna go. Once our mind starts going and we sober, if it's already going to that irrational place, that bitch only gonna get worse. And next thing you know, we gonna be drunk, texting, and acting hella crazy. Okay, like let's just not do that. You know what I mean? Now, if you want to
Well,
drink,
see,
you know,
but see, that's why it's a
maybe a
toss
glass
up.
of wine, you know, cook yourself a nice meal and just treat yourself, then definitely do that. But I would
But
not, nah, bro.
But see,
Mm-mm.
that's why it's a toss up, because the only time I drink is to have a good time, and I'm a very like happy person when I'm intoxicated, and also I'm not like I've never
Gonna
blackout
make
drank.
you
I
honest.
I don't no I no like I'm always honest, so I'm the same exact person drunk as I am sober with slurred speech. But I do know that on rare occasion when I'm drunk, I will definitely hit my man up, knowing good and dang on well he sleep, and be like, so I was just thinking, and this is how I'm feeling right now. And I know that that's not true. Like basically everything I
Yeah,
just
he gonna
told
wake
y'all,
up to like
he gonna
47
wake
texts.
not 47, just one long one. And
Girl, you know he gonna wake up to
it's gonna be
47 the more you
everything.
keep drinking.
No, it's gonna be no, because I'm not like that, like I said. But it's gonna be exactly what I just told y'all, and I don't want him to be like, well, damn, what did I do wrong that made you feel that way? Now he want to fix it, because men like to fix stuff. You not supposed to fix it. You just supposed to be like, oh, babe, I'm sorry. It's cool. Yes, I still
That's
like
fine
you.
too.
No, I don't hate you. That's all I needed. But no, he gonna try to come up with solutions. I don't need solutions. I just want to
Yeah,
talk
that's
to
my
him.
Here's the
whole
thing
point.
too,
That's what
right?
I'm saying. I wouldn't do
Yeah.
it. If I was you, I
So
wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't.
I
Yeah,
would
I'm
not.
going to second
I would.
AJ. I'm gonna ask you this though. I'm gonna ask you this and let you come to your own conclusion. What would be the worst case scenario if you got drunk and text that man in your drunken state, you knowing you? What would be the worst case scenario?
I feel like I need to put on drunk
He gon'
texting you real quick.
the worst case scenario is I'm gonna tell him exactly what I just told y'all,
Right
and tell him like 100% exactly how I'm feeling, even though I know it not to be true, and I know that he's probably tired, and I'm probably gonna say something really sweet to like backpedal the fact that I'm thinking irrationally and make it very known that I'm being irrational and I know this. And I feel like the worst case scenario would be is that he's gonna wake up and he's gonna see it and he's gonna be like, oh no, I hurt your feelings because I fell asleep. And that's kind of selfish. And I don't want to be selfish. Like, don't that
and now, so now that
no, you
question,
work so hard, sir. I
so,
don't want you to feel bad. Like,
right.
because you fell asleep.
So now that question comes back to: is sipping that alcohol by yourself for nothing worth it?
Yo, they call it
I would
spirits
say
for a
yes. I would
reason.
say yes because I'm like 90% likely to be just fine.
Okay, well then if it's worth it, then that's the
You
point.
gonna make,
What
yeah,
I'm
you
saying
gonna do
is
what
if
you
it's
gonna do
worth
anyway.
Especially if I'm on TikTok or I'm watching Netflix, which I just got another a Netflix series that I just discovered that got 4 seasons on it. But the problem is it's a horror series and it's paranormal. And one thing I don't play with is spirits, but I'm really interested in it. But I feel like because I'm home alone with no kids, no man, no nobody, I'm gonna get scared.
Hey,
I'm just
check
saying.
out a show called Schitt's Creek. It's really funny, and you can get drunk to that show and laugh your ass off.
But I want to watch it because it's so interesting. But I'm finna be scared.
Yo, I got
I
I got
know I'm finna be scared.
I got to make the argument now that if you drink alcohol, you are absolutely playing with spirits.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
You
play with
know
words
what?
and sounds.
I
Don't
can't even.
don't play with
Now
words
I
and
can't. Now
sounds.
I can't enjoy the show or the alcohol. Thank you.
See?
Hey, I'm just looking out for people's souls sometimes. You know.
So
Yep,
now I'm
yep.
over here stuck with just y'all. That's all I
See?
got left.
See, you stuck with us now. See, don't
God
you
damn
regret
it,
coming in here?
you can do a lot worse than us. God damn it.
Hey, you know what? Look, bro, y'all, I'm tired of Kev disappearing up and out his live, and he been cheating the whole time. So I vote we all just start talking about horoscopes. Just
Ooh,
cause.
Oh, I
So I
done
ooh.
just
did the
want to
hell out
tell
of some of
y'all
them.
that my
Now he
rising
came back.
sign is in asparagus, and
Um,
my moon.
I AJ, I'm an empath, and I can sense that my interrupting is probably frustrating you. So I just want to throw that out there.
You know what? My narcissistic self can't take that. You know what I mean? I don't know what I should.
My optimistic self wants us all to just be friends.
Oh Lord. You know
And the
what? I just want
pessimist
to tell
in me
y'all,
is
not
like,
all narcissists are jerks.
I don't believe you. Well, no, I do believe you, actually. I
Look
do
who
believe
flew
you. I
in
take
here
it
on
back.
his backup so quick.
I do believe you. I 100% believe you that not all narcissists are assholes because narcissists are really good at reading people and adapting to the environment that's in order to get the result that suits them. And if being nice is the way to do it, then they will do that.
I will say for most people who have to mask trying to read rooms and everything else, unless you're somebody who's very observant, most people are not going to pick that up. However, there are subtle ways that you can definitely tell if somebody is masking their interactions or not.
Well, I'm gonna say this: that my love language is big ass hats. It's so brilliant, it's making me uncomfortable, and I don't like it. No, I'm just.
I should have bought this hat. I didn't. I just took the funny picture.
Yo, so let's
I
talk
gotta
about
say
love
though,
languages,
like
y'all.
I see what you're saying about like putting up a fake niceness.
Hmm.
Um, but I found with myself because like the way that I carry myself and how direct I am with people, and I'm like I have no issue with eye contact or anything like that. That it's not so much that I put up a false sense of niceness. It's just there's like a degree of like knowledge of how well you know me determines on how directly I'm going to speak to you and how abrasive I'm going to allow myself to be. Because my natural instinct is to just blop, here's whatever we're talking about. I really don't care about feelings, but that's not always the most beneficial way to travel. Um, so is that narcissistic? Because I know that the way I present myself to people can give me a certain reaction. And so I tailor that until they've gotten to know me and learn to expect that type of behavior out of me.
Nah, that's just human. That's just having common sense and social etiquette. That's all that is. Narcissism is deeper than that.
Y'all, do you see what
Good,
he just
because
wrote
it's
to
like
me in the
because it's
comments?
like
Like
I'm
the
just really
whole.
direct, you know.
I just want to say, y'all, Kev, I'm very triggered right now. That you would say that to me in the comments and then not offer to bring us all food. Like we ain't all hungry sitting over here. Just
No,
saying.
Kev Tansy, you doing that bullshit. We were talking about this earlier.
See, we're gonna
If you
call
ain't
him
got enough to
Kanzi.
bring, you ain't got enough to bring, then don't bring nothing.
Kev,
We said
Kev,
this, man.
that part. Kev, when you act like this, I'm gonna call you Kanzi from
I
now
was
on.
just about to say you doing too much. I was about to say you, but now you gonna say everybody. Oh my. Okay, I give y'all one Tostito and
Hey,
just share it to
I
everybody.
grew. I knew
All
that
right.
was gonna take him off mute. We've been trying to get your ass off mute for the last 25 minutes.
I'm trying to
So
grab
the
this
only
food. I'm
thing that could do
hungry.
it,
I
if
do
you
want
wouldn't
to
have
I'm
been
welcome.
there,
hungry.
Hold up,
I was
y'all.
gonna
Let me
resort to
welcome
Charles after this if you didn't.
that
And
part.
I got some
No, if
Oh
fried
we're gonna
man, we
bring
chicken
don't
that
gotta
we
be
can
Charles
feed
in
you
emo
here,
right
then
around
now,
we
here.
gotta
man.
bring in
That's below
Tansy
the
and
belt. That's
Imperial.
disrespectful.
Hold up, though, for real. If we're gonna bring Charles in here, can we summon back in Tansy and Imperial? I just
No,
want to see all three of them
I'm
on a
gonna
panel just
leave.
one
Oh
time.
my,
The
that'd be
Royal Rumble.
boy.
I'm leave. I'm gone.
Oh,
You
For
bring
real,
them. You
right?
bring
AJ, what
any
is wrong with you?
hey,
Why?
any
bro.
of
It's
them. I'm
calm
out.
and peaceful
I
in
am the
here.
fuck out.
I just want to see it on a panel one
That's like
time.
that's like summoning the three horsemen of the apocalypse. You don't do that.
I'm just
I
saying,
want to
if
see
you
it
need
one
someone to
time.
stand on something to get it popping, I can stand on any argument.
That is true. That is true. I do want to welcome in Sass and Gemini to the panel. Welcome in. What's up, brother Gemini? What's up,
What's
sis?
good with you?
Hi. Yeah,
How everybody?
I can also play devil's advocate if necessary. So just saying.
Yeah,
um,
cousin knows. I for a minute I played the lawyer that always lost, just so that someone would take the position no one wanted. So
True.
Okay, so like, I got a question. Um,
What's up?
so
We got answers.
you know, just the sheer, unbiased observation of like the world and goings ons and how things is right now. Um, do y'all really think that the devil needs advocacy, or is he doing a pretty good job on his own as things are?
I mean, you're taking things pretty literally. It was a figure of speech, metaphorically, but I honestly,
That's why I like you,
the
Gemini.
I don't think that the devil is really so terrible as opposed to, you know, if we're going to talk like biblically, because I mean, the devil just says, hey, bro, you got options. You don't always have to listen to the buddy upstairs. He's kind of strict, I know, but like
Nope,
obedience
I
isn't
leave on this
necessary.
conversation. Y'all got it.
Huh?
Oh, she said we got it.
Yeah, I can't participate in this conversation. I'm on my prayer warrior stuff.
Well, no,
No,
I
but
mean,
I'm
like,
not saying like that it actually
it's.
is or is not. It's just like, people write down interpretations of things. And I'm just thinking like, especially like Old Testament God was pretty like scary and like devil doesn't seem so scary.
He not
Uh,
supposed to. How else is he gonna get you to go to the fiery pits willingly? You
What
have
fire
free will.
pit?
Oh my goodness.
well, yeah, I mean, I just, like, I know there are some of the Satanists out there, if you will, and some people that aren't exactly followers of the light. Um, but I just hear like I hear it more so in like those like Christian spaces, or where people are advocating for traditional biblical, whatever other adjective you would like to throw in there, and then they say, hold on, let me just play devil's advocate for a minute, and it's just kind of like,
Kind of
oh,
throw it off.
like from what I can see, I don't think he needs y'all advocacy, but sure, go right ahead.
Yeah, when I said devil's advocacy, I just mean like if there was no opposition, I could, pick holes in the
Yeah.
arguments and like, play like I was on the other side of whatever it is, if even if I did agree, if it was necessary for sake of the, conversation.
Right. I think for the sake of the argument, that's really what his whole meaning of his original name was, just the adversary. So basically, it wasn't about necessarily evil or not. It's just anything that one side said, he was the opposite.
Well,
So,
I mean, to be
so I mean,
honest,
I'm saying for that point, a devil's advocate kind of makes sense. You get me? Just to say, I'm gonna be the opposite if I need to be, just for the conversation. So I can see it. It's, matter of perception,
um
I suppose.
I'm gonna
the
yeah,
be
sorry about, I
quiet.
didn't mean to interrupt. Sometimes it's hard without like the facial like cues when someone pauses. I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Oh, you good.
Gemini. So um I think that you can agree with the statement that, or the idea that it's wise to know one's enemy.
right?
I can.
Okay, so if it's wise to know one's enemy, then I would say that if you're in an environment where everybody agrees with your idea, that quote unquote playing the devil's advocate, uh, arguing the devil's position essentially on a topic, helps you in understanding, uh, you know, what their goal is, what they're trying to accomplish, the methods in which that will be accomplished. So playing devil's advocate allows you to essentially stop your circle from being strictly an echo chamber, but now one that is actively using your own thinking to argue against your own ideas. Therefore, you can strengthen your ideas and you can better understand your opposition.
Yeah, I argue with myself all the time. Like, I mean, scientists are very good at this because a lot of times our confirmation bias, we will go and try to find everything that proves our point correct, rather than like, you know, when we have a stance, try to figure out things that prove us wrong to question our own thinking.
I thought that's what scientists did all
Unless you're a
along.
methodical
They
type.
were trying to prove themselves wrong was the scientific method.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what
Maybe I
scientists are
got
good
that
at.
wrong. Yeah. Maybe I got that backwards.
No,
But to
that's what I was
Gemini's
saying.
point though,
Scientists are great at it. That's why they
oh,
test their theories.
got you. I would say though, to Gemini's point though, he don't need help. You right. It's just whatever's going on. Yeah, I agree. It don't need no help. So
I
But like,
would
I mean,
actually like to
technically,
oppose that argument, if I may. He
okay.
absolutely does need help. The reason why is because if we're talking about in a biblical sense, what is he if he does not have a following, if he does not have advocates for him? Because he would have no power. There's strength in numbers, and the goal ultimately in the interest of adversity, when we're talking about God and the devil, if no one gave in to the devil, if no one played devil's advocates, and everybody was just of God 100% of the time, he would be extremely small. He would be not a threat whatsoever. So, in order for him to keep doing the work that it is, which is to get us away from God, he actually does need advocates for that.
but like, I mean, he is God's assistant. Like, he's the right hand man. He's the things that he does are because God says so.
Was was don't ever forget it was.
Okay, but now, okay, that's a good point. But does that mean though? And I'm saying this just for the conversation because it's not. I'm not talking about what I would actually believe or anybody else for that matter. Right? It's just an abstract conversation. Just want to put that out there. But if he has to have followers basically to gain power, which I would agree with, isn't it the same for the other side? So now it's a battle with who does the most work. Is that what would we say that that's a fair assessment?
Well, I mean, you can't be a leader
No.
without followers.
I would say that Lucifer doesn't need followers. He just needs God to not have followers. There's a
Exactly.
difference.
That's what I was right. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, because like that's the thing
Lucifer
is
needs you to
that
not believe in anything. You don't have to believe in him. You don't have to believe in anything. Believe in you. It's you have the right to live your life the way you want. That's his coined phrase.
Right. So that being said, it seems like nowadays we have more and more non-believers,
It's pride.
right? But we have more and more non-believers now, right?
We have more and more people who have pride in themselves. It's not that they're non-believers. Everybody has belief in something. The
Right.
belief is that they have accomplished everything in their life by themselves, or they have nothing because of themselves.
Right.
Either way, you still put all the weight on you. No, I think
I
that's the problem.
Yeah, you
Right.
also got to
like
keep in mind
Lucifer.
if you do
I
believe in
firmly
God and you believe in Lucifer, you got to remember that he was given free reign over this earth. There's
Yeah,
only one thing he cannot tamper with, and that's our free will. And so when we pray on this earth, that's a phone line that goes to two locations.
So you need to be cautious in what you're asking for and what your quote unquote blessings are in life. You need to really be cautious because the devil, like someone, pointed out, you're going to get more bees with honey uh, than, you will with
I,
shit.
I think,
So,
yeah, I think that's why God switched it up because I mean, with like he wasn't so catch more flies with honey or bees with honey kind of situation in the Old Testament. But like the thing is like God is considered to be like a father or a leader of something, right? So in order to lead something, that you have to have followers, right? Like in order to submit to something or like have reign over something, somebody has to give up that power to that person. Now with like Lucifer, he's not asking for power, he's not becoming a leader, he's just saying, here, have some knowledge and think for yourself.
Not necessarily. I would have to rebut that. First of all, God is not a leader. He is the end all be all, the beginning and the end, the creator of all things.
Alpha
Right?
Omega.
That's not a leader. That's a creator. That's a whole that those two not even parallel to one another. So that's the first thing. And the second thing, the devil requires power in order to do what he needs to do, which is to disrupt any plan or will that God has or any vision that he has, right?
Is a shepherd not
So
a leader?
a shepherd is not a creator.
It
But
says the Lord is my shepherd.
so
Yeah, but
Mimi,
he's all of those things.
that's what I was gonna say, Mimi.
But he's
So if
not just that. That's why
oh,
I just don't want to hang up on the
Okay.
word leader.
Okay,
okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
so he is a leader, but not that and all on its own. Okay, so I was trying to. Thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
because I was
No
gonna say he
no.
can't be everything if he's not a leader as well. So
But
but I got
I
what you're
just
saying. Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah. I got
yeah,
you.
he is because that's why I said he is the beginning and the end and the creator of all things. So he is all and he does all. He's not just a leader. A leader doesn't create things. They just structure what is already there.
So here's a crazy question, and I know,
I mean,
you
I don't
know,
know. Leaders can create success or destruction. Um,
but it's like
leaders
yeah,
have the
like
ability to create as well.
because if he creates and allows the devil to do what he does, right, and he has the capability to stop it because he can do anything. He has so, but he has him here for a reason, to do these things for a reason. So in my mind, it is like, okay, if you know everything, you know all, you know when it's going to end, you know why, you know what, you have this here for a reason. So then these people, whoever they are, who are following the devil or the devilish ways, you already knew they was going to do that beforehand. And that's the reason why he's there, so they can do it. So it's kind of like at the end of the day, like what, you know what I mean? Like, is he playing chess with himself? You get what I'm
Basically,
saying?
because the
Yeah.
the devil is his assistant. It's like he literally orders the devil to do certain things that he goes back to him. And like I mean, there's been even situations where like God had like ordered him to like unalive people, and then the devil's like, yo, I can't do it, and then God's like, all right, I got you. So like I mean, it is kind of like he's like playing this game with himself, and like I mean, and not to sound like not to sound disrespectful, but it feels like, God does have a lot of human qualities in emotions and stuff like that, and that he is kind of like playing like a bad game of Sims. No offense.
I mean, I don't know why you'd say any of that, and no offense. And I don't recall reading anything about God telling devil to do anything. Look, man, I think there's a misconception, right? Like you're talking about an angelic being that decided to leave the right hand of God and come down here and indulge upon the earthly fleshes, like you like that was a decision, and now you have the decision to keep living in that me my I attitude, or you can bow out of it and realize that the devil actually is the lie.
Yeah,
And what
I
a
want to
lot of
say
people
this
don't
Like I
though.
realize
mean,
as well. Oh, my
Let me
bad.
say this real quick. Uh, you said I was looking at that comment. It said God is the devil. You said God is the devil. What you mean by that?
Well, if he is everything, right? And so I'm not saying that the devil is God, but
Who
like
said that God
this,
is everything? Where you get that from?
I just Mimi said that the God is everything, right? I mean, he created everything. I mean, he allows everything to happen, right? And so if like the God
That's not
didn't
true.
want the devil to be here or to exist or to do the things that he does, he wouldn't allow it to be so. So
So
he
God is
is
a tree?
because yes, if God
That's
is
not.
if
I
it's his
don't get it.
creation, he is his
That
creation.
wasn't what I said,
That's not
Kev,
true.
by the
That's
way.
not true. Yeah, that's not true.
Okay.
But it's like he's not me. He created us. He's not none of
Yeah,
it.
I
Like I think
mean,
everything got its own life, right? But you know, just because he creates something, my mama is not me. She created me. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. Do you think that God's perfect?
yes, of course. Who else gonna judge that?
Well, like, I mean, if somebody's perfect, how can they create something imperfect? If somebody's a perfect speller, they
Who
spell
said that was imperfect?
perfectly.
Everything perfectly made for him. To us,
Well, I mean,
that's our human brains making that assumption of what's not perfect or not.
Well, I mean, there's
yeah,
things
but
that are
part of
against
this,
God, so how could it be perfect?
Say it again.
There are things that God says is wrong and not perfect. They're not to. They're like this. The things that He says are incorrect or wrong or shouldn't be done, right? And like, sin and stuff like that. So why would He create somebody that is imperfect? He said that humans are imperfect. They're created in His image, but they're not perfect because of the
He actually said
wrongdoings.
we perfectly made. That's what he said. That's what I'm
And
saying.
you
I don't know
also
where
have to
this other
realize
stuff.
that
okay, so
you
Sass,
also have to realize that
Yeah,
biblically
I'm
as
trying to get her to
well,
get something. But go
we
ahead.
weren't
Go ahead.
always in sin. We weren't always in sin. That's the part that you're missing. I feel like that's where the disconnect comes from.
But like, I mean, what's the difference between being in sin or just disobeying? I mean, the difference between doing something right or wrong and doing something that's harmful to somebody else, or just literally being like, I'm not going to obey this rule because I'm deciding that it doesn't make sense to me.
I think on the micro spectrum, you have to look at it here. Every time you come to a decision, you have a choice to make. You either go left or right. It's yes or no. There's a decision to be made, and sometimes the decision we all know is bad. And I think in the very nature of things, the repetitiveness of doing that is the repetitiveness of doing the same thing that the devil did when he decided to leave is to put everything he wants it all. Like you're just it's like I think it's like an endless seeking and an endless search of something. And then some people it's knowledge. Some people just read that book and they just keep interpreting it any fucking way they want to. And it's weird.
Well, the first
Weird.
sin
so I
was
just want
like
to comment really
knowledge.
quick to you, Sass, that um, you're talking about, gosh, you never mind. Go ahead, cousin. I'll wait until I get my train of thought again. I'm sorry. I was trying to hang on to it for like 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
I just want to clarify real quick. If you hear, I mean, because these conversations can get
Sideways.
thrown off, and I just want to make sure that we are on the same accord, so that way everybody is good, right? Because one thing that we don't want to do is disrespect anyone's religion or belief or anything like that, right? When I am talking about these for this conversation in particular, I'm just talking about the logical, I'm not using any scripture, any belief, because if you are talking about a Christian's belief, there is no argument. Okay, there are certain rights and certain wrongs, period. Because if you believe and you are a Christian in that particular thing, that's just what that belief is. So so for us to try to argue that is disrespectful. Okay, but if we're just talking about for the conversation, shits and giggles about how the whole thing is set up, okay, now we can kind of peel back layers and talk about the logic of, well, if he's everything and that and the third, you get what I'm saying? I would like to keep the conversation on that level, if that's okay with everybody, because I don't want to get into being scripture, because now, you know what I'm saying? Like when we're talking about a
Yeah.
belief, there is no really way to argue that. because
Yeah,
that
like
is not. You
if I
understand
get
what I'm saying?
disrespectful or it sounds disrespectful or anything like that, just let me know. I'm not trying to like say anybody is right or wrong or anything like that either. I'm
Right.
just sharing my thoughts and trying to like understand others' thoughts and whatnot.
I just wanted to
Right.
come up and clarify because I can only type so many characteristics, and I'm trying to work at the same time.
Oh
What
yeah,
I
I
was
got you,
saying
Dre.
is, I get what y'all saying, and I respect everything, whether you're agnostic, atheist, or whatever you subscribe to. All I'm saying is, man has a problem of using religion and Bible scriptures as a way to, oh, God makes you suffer before anything in life, versus like I was trying to tell cousin B, like it's okay if you just go through life. Life has enough shit that's gonna put you through regardless. Bills, inflation, legislation, voting, health wise, aging, all the, divorces, all these things it already has set for you, and you can't control that. You can prepare all you want, whether you're rich or poor. Shit gonna happen. But someone who's purposely putting you through a shit test just to see if you're worthy enough to be a part of whatever they want you to be a part of, something that you probably didn't even ask for, that's an excuse to be manipulative. So if I said everybody on this TikTok panel, because I'm a rich man and I make like $500,000 because I worked myself up and I'm feeling myself because I started a business. I feel like I could come over here and tell y'all how to act, and I don't like these character traits that y'all exhibit. So I'm gonna use my resources and my reach and my money to correct y'all behavior and show y'all I could be the God in your life. And I'm gonna justify this by biblical means, just like they do when they have these war crusades across the land for Islam and all this other stuff that they do in fighting over religion. So because Sass, you don't want to believe in God and you want to be agnostic, I'm gonna sit up here and abuse you in all these type of ways until I force you to get on your knees and pray. Something you said you'll never do. But I'm gonna abuse your life and make it so damn hard for you that you're gonna pray to God, but you don't know you're praying to me.
Yeah, see, like that's when I kind of turned away from church when I was younger because my pastor told me,
Say
he's like, all
something.
of the things you go through in life and all of the trials and tribulations and hard times and the times where you feel that you want to like, give in and where you're hurting, God does that on purpose to make you stronger. And that's when I left. I was like, excuse me, so God did this to me? I'm like, I'm out.
All right, so
So
I
can
Yeah,
I
believe
that's
I
say
what.
got my
something?
thought back
Can I
really
say
quick.
something
Hey,
before y'all go?
let me
I
get
could
this out really quick. All right, I've been waiting for a
wait.
minute. So,
Nah, wait. Hold
uh,
on. Nah,
yeah,
I can't.
yep,
I
come
can't.
on,
Be
yep,
cousin
yep.
asked the question originally, and y'all are continuing the conversation, and I wanted to answer the question that he said.
Yeah, and I've been
He's
listening to everybody go on this, and I want to get this
he
thought out. So we're
he's
just
I
gonna
understand
listen
that,
to
and
it,
you
and
can do
we're
that
we're
as
gonna keep
much
it
as you
decorum.
want, and you can do that as much as you want, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to end my turn here on the panel in general. That's why I said just really quick, because y'all can continue whatever conversation y'all want to. I respect that everybody was as gentle as they possibly could be with their differences of perspectives. However, this conversation, I've tried to participate in it. I do feel some kind of way, not at any particular individual. I think all of you guys are being as respectful and as gentle as you possibly could be. But I don't think that this type of conversation, especially being referred to that, well, not on a religious level, but just for shits and giggles. I can't participate in it for shits and giggles because I am on a serious faith walk, and I tried to say my piece about what I do know, and I'm still figuring it out as well, and I'm still forever learning in my faith journey as well. So y'all can have the conversation. I have nothing but love and respect for y'all, but I have to return at a later date when y'all are not just brainstorming my religion that I take very serious, essentially. So y'all have a good night. Love y'all though.
You have a good evening.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right, so first off, I'm a Christian. That's my faith that I prescribe to, just so that you know. So I'm talking to you from that perspective. You were asking questions that I'm sure there are scripture answers to. That's not what I'm really going to try to discuss with you on it. You were asking essentially why we have a reality that's flawed if we have a God that's perfect. Um, and this is just going to be my own mental exploration into that very question, because I have asked myself that. I think a lot of people have. Is that you have to you have to agree with some ideas, I think, for that to work, for God to be perfect, and to have created this reality that has its what we perceive to be flaws. So, A, he's eternal, which means that he lives outside of what we perceive to be time. So it's hard for us to really envision what time would look like, what the world would look like, being able to see all of it at the same time, and knowing all of that's going to happen would be the byproduct of being able to see everything at the same time. So being eternal is a part of his grasp. Okay, and then since he crafted this world, why would he do it in the way that he did? He did, in my opinion, because we need to be able to execute free will. And if we don't have the ability to execute free will, meaning making decisions based in a world with both negative and positive consequences, that we're not actually being given free will. You have to be able to give in to your pride in order to make the conscious decision to not be prideful. You have to be able to be a glutton and able to withstand that sin and not be a glutton. You know, you have to have the potential for these negative outcomes. Now, God has created, in my opinion, a reality where those potentials exist. He's not necessarily creating the negative potential. He created a reality where it has an environment to exist based off of our actions. And then you also have to try to mix, how does free will tie into his predetermination? So, you know, that's a difficult question. It's a hard one to really mesh together. But does predetermination mean he crafted every single movement, or does that mean that he's aware of every movement and that this plan that he is allowing to happen has the movements he wants? So I think that that's kind of the direction that I would try to send you in the thoughts of trying to understand how we can have this flawed reality with a perfect thought.
Yeah, I can understand like your concept, except for like the omnipresent part of it, the being and knowing everything all at once without with like and the non-linear time. Because the thing is after the flood, you know, he had thought he had gotten rid of like, you know, these non-humanoid type people that were considered to be bad in Ephelum, and he had but then he realized that not everyone was destroyed and sent Job to like, you know, mass you know, get rid of and the thing is I don't understand how that's possible if he's omnipresent.
I would say that I would explain it like this. Have you ever bought anything from IKEA and had to build it yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. When I get that, this is how I would see it. I'm outside of the cabinet that I'm going to be building, and I'm going to open it up and I'm going to see the instructions, and there's a clear plan that I can follow, that I can put together and utilize the tools and mechanisms according to this plan that's going to bring me at my destination, which I know is in the future, as a completed cabinet. And in that process, even though I know how everything's going to go, there are still moments where I'm going to get frustrated and throw the screwdriver and say, how the hell did they put this in here? Why am I missing this part? Just because I
But the
have
thing is when
knowledge of the whole process doesn't mean I get to avoid the constraints of having to be stuck in time and going through these to my desired outcome.
yeah, but when
And
you
I
order
think that
something from
God,
IKEA, you didn't create it.
but the argument that I'm making is that just because he is aware of everything and the plan that we're on is going to take him to his ultimate destination doesn't mean that voids him of having any struggle or any difficulties of his own that he has to deal with in watching this plan unfold.
But he was unaware that he had not wiped out all of the people there
I'm saying that
in the flood.
I'm saying he knows he's going to have to do that, and that he knows he's going to make the mistake of not getting them. That's part of the plan. He knows that
How
these are
can
going
you
to
make a
happen, and he
mistake if
has
you're
to,
everywhere?
because it's part of the plan. He willfully accepts that he's going to have to do all of these things. When you're dealing with
But
time, you're stuck in the fact that you have to go through the motions of things. And
so
having
you're admitting
knowledge
God
of
makes
them
mistakes.
within the realm of allowing his plan to unfold on a grander scale, yes. The mistakes are a part of the plan.
But
How can
then
you be perfect and make mistakes?
Yes, you can in life you can commit no errors and still lose. Has that ever happened to you? Have you never performed perfectly and lost at something?
Yeah, but that doesn't, but you didn't say that. You said he made mistakes.
Well, you're using the word mistake as the point, as your point of contention, so I'm arguing that point with you. My general assumption is that the mistake isn't actually classified as a mistake. It's a part of the plan. It has to work out that way. There has to be certain things happening in order to push us on a grand scale towards the result that is desired by God, the one He is allowing to
But
happen. Just like in the Avengers movies, when you see Doctor Strange looking through time, he says, "I scanned 14 million of them, and we win in this one, so I have to let this happen." And the whole next movie, you spend 5 hours with everybody saying, "Why did he do this? Look at all this suffering that's happened. Look at all this negative outcomes." When then at the very final end result, everything is restored back and the plan worked perfectly, even though there was struggle involved in the process and people couldn't understand exactly why it was happening. All of those things, all those negative effects had to happen in order to get the desired result at the end of the final
But
movie
this is
that
what
way.
I'm saying, Brent. This
Hold
is what
on,
I'm
before
saying.
you go, because I've been trying to say my part though a while ago. I wanted him to say that though, because I see that she so that's why I said I think everything he just said. That's why I was trying to get to a little bit is that because I'm hearing you say so many different things in these questions. So you got to realize that, and that's why I tell people all the time that our life ain't only meant for our life. I think that we only think with just our human brain and say that what's fair and what's not fair. Like, how can we tell our creator what's fair or not? You know what I'm saying? I think that's what that entitlement stuff. Let's go right back to the topic itself, right? We think that just because something don't go to according to our plan, that is wrong. You know what I'm saying? But it's our creator's plan. That's what it's all about. So whatever he wanted to allow, if he wanted to take a baby's life early, if he wanted to, that's all part of his stuff, and he know what he doing at the end of the day. We the ones like, man, you so sick, and how we gonna tell? He didn't have to create any of us to say what's sick or not. You know what I'm saying? So I believe just like he said, things are a part of the plan. We might not like it or not, but it's part of the plan, and his will be done at the end of the day, no matter how we want to look at it. It's not our will. It's not nobody else's. It's his. You know what I'm saying? So we just because we don't know his ultimate plan, because it also says that even in scripture, but it says that we're not going to know his plan. His angels don't know his plan. Nobody knows his plan. So just because we don't know it, we can't sit there and try to demonize our creator and be like, well, how can you allow that? You're not perfect and all this other stuff. No, I mean, he is perfectly going as part of the plan that he wants to do. Like I said, it's nothing new to him. It's nothing new. That's why they call it like if you look it say the book of life, right? So I had to realize that it's really like a book to him. All this stuff is kind of, it's kind of, it's it's not it's like it's part of the story to him. It's a story to him, but it's new to us. We might not understand what it is, but I'm pretty sure he gave us this experience for whatever reason. We might not know the ultimate reason, but it's for different things. It's like when he destroyed people, right? He destroys stuff. That don't mean he just sent them to hell. He destroyed things that's not gonna no longer prolong the plan. Just like he might let people go. Just like he might not. I mean, it's so many things though, but it's just all part of his plan. You know what I'm
So,
saying?
do you think that like this scapegoating of like say that the devil and Lilith and all that stuff for these bad things that he has in his plan are just so that less people turn away from him?
Say it again.
Do you think like the scapegoating of like say like Satan and Lilith and whatnot for like bad things occurring is just so that less people turn away from him?
You said that super fast though. But it seems like you got more questions than you trying to be receptive. I know you trying to push a certain agenda, but you can
Well, no, I don't
just
have an
ask that one
agenda.
more
These are
time
just
though. Ask it because you got a lot of questions.
No, I said, do you think that like the scapegoating of like say Satan and Lilith for like certain things that occur, since it is part of his plan, or maybe just so less people turn away from him?
No, if you ever realized that everything is like things be allowed us to show our how we are, right? Our human nature. Like that's just like he gave us what they call it free will, but it ain't free will. It's just the freedom of choice, right? That's what he gave all of us, right? So that's what everything he created has freedom of choice. All right, for whatever positions he put people in though. So it's like why and the things we be calling that ain't fair. Why we going through slavery? Why we going through all this stuff? But that mean he would have to take somebody else's freedom of choice to make you feel good. You know what I'm saying? So it's like if he gave everybody, he just showing us as a human, as all of us as humans, and all of us as whatever he, all the things he created. He tried to show what will we do with this freedom of choice, and that's all around. You know what I'm saying? So it's just showing like because I think a lot of us humans think that we are good. We really think we good because we learn what good is or whatever the heck we think it is, right? We think we really good, but like to him, none of us. We done for. We done for. You said, hold up, I agree with freedom of choice. I get that. I understand
I
and
gotta
knowledgeable. So
disagree
I
with
ask
the
questions. No,
whole.
I think you asked. I know you already got the thing is already dealt with a lot of, I talked to too many people though. And I know
Yeah.
when, because like none of them, you be like, oh, okay, I understand that. Or, oh, you haven't did that. You haven't did that yet. It ain't there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you listen, then you didn't get whatever you wanted answer out of it. Then you ask another question.
Oh no, I
Then,
just like I understand the
no, I
answers that you're
mean,
giving. I just have more questions. That's all. It's
yeah,
not like
I
trying
let
to
you.
direct you
Yeah, I
anyway.
feel you though. But you gotta. The thing is, if you're trying to understand something, you don't keep asking multiple questions. You only ask multiple questions when you don't agree with something, or if you're not
But
feeling or understanding or something like that, or you don't want to understand. That's why you ask
I
question
mean,
after
like I
question after
agree with
question.
the certain things you're saying, but I just have so many. That's all.
Yeah, and so many are not, but when you ask a question, you look for an answer so you can understand it, not ask another question right behind it, and at least give it a validation that you,
Oh,
okay, I
my
do get it. I
bad.
get what you mean out of that. No, what you do is you stop, okay, I didn't get the answer I want, and then you ask another question
Oh,
again.
my bad. Next time when I'll say that
No,
part, I'll
it's
say
not
like
a
I
my
get you or I
bad. It's
understand.
just
No, 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 because
I'm
like I
just kind
do.
of I'm
I
just
just
bringing
skipped over
awareness
certain.
to that I know what you're doing. That's all I'm saying because I
Oh
talked to
no,
too many
but
people on here.
yeah, no, like I'll make sure I give that acknowledgement to be honest, because I do understand like the
You
points
don't
you're
have to
coming
get it
across.
acknowledged.
I've
Acknowledgement. If
no,
you would
but
have
I
did it,
do
you would
understand
have
it. I
did
should
it.
have probably said it. I just like have more. I just like I'm always trying to like get other perspectives, especially when they're not my own. It's not like I'm trying to prove yours wrong. I just like okay, well, if this is what you think, then why? So I can like try to understand the reasons why you are thinking the way you are, like not that I might agree or have you agree with me or try to like oppose or fight. I'm just trying to like dig deeper
Yeah,
because
you talk real fast and stuff, but I get you though. I get you, but like I said, I already know what's going on. I know what's going on. I'm just trying to let you know that I
Hey,
know.
what was the premise of that last question? Could you just ask bluntly what you're trying to ask in the question?
I think her
oh,
whole
I
question is
don't
this:
even
if
remember.
God is who
To
He
be honest, I
says
was
He is,
listening
does
to.
He? I think this. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is your question. She's saying if God is who He said He is, and He controls everything, even the devil, and He sent Lucifer down to this and that. Do you think it's possible in order like she's going from a human nature perspective. If I'm a man who everybody believes in, would I create a devil just so I could get people to draw back to me? So it's kind of like this. If a father doesn't want his daughter going out into the world dating somebody or getting out of his power grasp, he's going to create variables that's going to make her come back home to him. He's going to ruin her life, ruin her job, just so she could come back home and be like, Dad, life is so hard. You're right. All not even knowing that he was the one that did that shit, just so he could be like, yeah, I know. Now are you going to listen to me? And I think that's what she's trying to say. Do you think God will ever do that to his people just so they
Yeah,
could stay in his power grasp
yeah,
on
Yeah, that's
purpose?
kind of
that's
what I
what.
was getting
Yeah, that's
at a
what
little bit.
evil is here for. That's what bad is here for. I always say this a lot too. Like, imagine if God gave you everything you wanted. When, as us being human, and we this house when we smarter than this, we should be able to agree on this part. If we got everything we wanted, why would we need to call on God? Whenever we had the chance to call on God, if we got everything we wanted, how all our human brains be like, man, I need everything to happen. I need heaven to be on earth. Imagine if God worked like a robot and gave us everything we wanted. When will we call upon Him? We would never have to call upon Him if we got everything we wanted. So it's obviously He throw things in there to show us how much we need Him and have us make a choice on our own of do I want to live in my flesh or do I want to choose to seek for him? You know what I'm saying? That's
Okay,
all it really is.
I
So
get what you're
it
saying,
makes
but I'm putting
sense.
it in this perspective. If a man was married to a woman and he didn't want his wife to leave her because he knew how hard the world is, and he knew she didn't have enough to survive on her own without having to give up something, like sell box or whatever. So he manipulated her life to put her through strife. It wasn't organic. He put variables like a rat in a maze just so she could come back home to him, just so he could say that, see, I told you the world was hard, but I did it on purpose while protecting you on purpose, even though you don't know how it would have went if it would have went organically. But he did
No,
all that just to make sure his wife never left his power grasp. That's manipulation and abuse. I don't agree with that. I feel like God
nah,
gives you
that's not
freedom of
true.
choice,
I
and
don't
you
I
either
don't
choose to go right or
understand.
left.
That's not true. That's
I
just
don't
like what we
understand
do
your
with our kids,
connection.
though. That's like how we do with our kids, though. Like, if our kids not gonna listen to us, we be like, all right, we just gotta let them go see the world for themselves. That's not that nothing to do with no manipulation. That's just like, that's your choice you want to make. Let me show you, cause that's
Here's
with
the
They
problem,
create
anything.
though,
the
y'all.
world.
I
Can I
wouldn't let
just say
my
this though?
I
Because
I, I have a
huh?
here's the thing, y'all. Because like, okay, but when we say that he already knows, he knows everything. He's everywhere, all at once. He is the Alpha, the Omega, all of these things that is can be true at the same time. But then in the same sentence, say, "But I have to let you go to make your own decisions so that you can figure out to come back to me." If I guess then this is the part that what I was saying earlier. If you are a believer, it's a no-brainer. Okay. But if you're not a believer, these are the things that don't make sense. And sometimes when you have people that who are believers, they're looking at these questions as if they are ridiculous. But if someone doesn't know and you're just telling the story that this is a fact, well, this is what he did, this is what he did, and it's like, yo, that doesn't make any sense. Because if you're everything and always and all times, you already know before it's gonna happen. That means that all of these things that we're going through, all of the strife is put on purpose. That means that he already knew that you was not going to like him or go against him, or he already knew that you was going to have to, you get what I'm saying? So it's not about our choice anymore. It's about destiny. And now, but then if you say that, then you would say, no, it's not about destiny. It's about you actually have to make the choice. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of contradictive things that happen when we talk about it from a secular viewpoint, right? But
Yeah,
if we're
like,
talking about this
sorry.
from a actual believer's viewpoint, all of that is irrelevant, right? And so what I'm saying is, I think some in this conversation, you have two conversations happening at the same time. That's why it's never going to be eye to eye. It's never going to make sense because from a believer's perspective, this is the rules. This is how it is, right? And there's a hierarchy. There's this. There's that. There's that. It's all laid out. And then if you try to break that down from a secular point, it makes no sense, right? And so
It
now
don't
we
make
try
sense
to
if you choose to not make it make sense. That's the thing. Some people
if
don't
you
want it
can't
to
make
make sense, though.
if that was the
That's
case,
why
then
with
you would,
my examples, I don't even be trying to use the scripture low key. I
but you
just try
have
to
to. But
use
you have
real
to use
life
the
Okay,
scripture.
examples.
I'm gonna put it like this.
Listen, you have to
Tell
use the
me if I'm
scripture to
wrong on
make it make
this.
sense. You get what I'm saying?
No, I
Tell
Otherwise,
me if I'm
don't.
wrong on
I
this.
don't.
If you catch a flat tire, if you drive in somewhere and a nail hits your tire naturally, no one put it there or whatever, and it just happens, you could say that's God doing what He does because He already knows it was gonna happen. You like, damn, how I'm gonna get to work? Come to find out, they say, hey, you could take the day off because you got vacation time, so you good for the next week. You was rushing to work, you caught a flat tire, now you got a week off of work, paid time, and you already got your paycheck that day. Versus someone saying, hey, I'm gonna go flatten his tire on purpose. I'm gonna scare the fuck out of him and see how far I can scare him before I give him that direct deposit with his check. And now he's like, oh, thank God. Not even knowing I manipulated that whole situation. Which one sounds like God and which one sounds like a power grab?
but hold on, but Drac, see,
Hey,
but the
wasn't he
thing
the
is,
same
that
guy from
could
earlier
be,
that was talking about that book? He said something about that book, right?
huh? What
Didn't
you
he have
say?
something against the Bible?
No, 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 no.
Something.
But
No, I'm asking. Wasn't that Draco that said that earlier?
I don't think so.
No, that wasn't me.
Yeah, I don't think
Somebody
that was
That
me.
literally
wasn't
was
me.
like, "I'm not some." It was a dude too, and ain't nobody left the panel. It was a dude
No,
that
that
said
wasn't
that
me.
I'm
I
not
just got up on the
something
panel.
with that book or something like that.
Nah, that wasn't me.
Wow. But I'm just saying, like, so because if you were to talk to some believers, they would say that God works in mysterious ways. And sometimes maybe that person that you said is the manipulator, right? Maybe that was how he got that particular nail in your tire, right? So that could be one perspective. And what I'm saying is, if someone is a believer of that, there's no way to argue that, right? Why would we want to argue what they believe or what anyone believes? You get what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, when I talk about it, and I'm just letting it be, like, when I'm talking about these things, I was talking, like I said, I'm not talking from a Christian lens, because if I talk from a Christian lens, then it makes sense, right? Everything that we're talking about makes sense. But if we're talking about it from a scientific lens or just a secular lens, it doesn't make sense. And now Kev is saying, well, no, it does make sense, but that's because you're at the Christian lens. So yeah, I agree with you from that. But if you the reason why we have these discords, right, and most people don't ever see eye to eye, is because we're coming from two different lenses. Does that make sense?
Okay, cousin B, how about this?
I
Maybe if I
don't
put it in
agree
this
with
way.
that.
If a woman put you through a shit test and you didn't know she put you through a shit test, you was single for like 5 years. Every woman you dated turned out to be, just bad, terrible. You kept running into 304s and all this, but come to find out a woman was playing God in your life, putting you through a shit test until she felt like you was vetted enough for her to approach you and be like, hey, how you doing? She made it so she ran into you on purpose, and you thinking this is divine intervention. Come to find out she was playing God for 5 years of your life just to see if you was worthy enough to date her. And after she did that, and y'all got married, then she told you she did that. How would you feel about that? Is that God or is that manipulation?
No, I would say that it's manipulation.
Yeah, but that's not what God does.
It's really an irrelevant straw man argument. Look,
I'm
That's
I
not
think
saying
what
it's
God
everybody
does.
keep throwing that in there to make it seem like,
look.
if you don't understand, that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm hearing is people that's just saying they don't understand, and they throwing stuff in because they don't really truly understand and trying to. I ain't feeling that though, because like I said, I took the time, and that's me doing research within myself, trying to make, like anybody else, try to make sense out of the other BS and stuff. But it's like like I said, you could tell when some people have wrote things off, so they're gonna try their best to make it whatever sound trashy, and you could tell the difference between the ones that actually, what I mean. That's on both ends. I can get it though. But it's just like, I think with certain things, just like I've been using, I was using me myself so far. That's how I know some of this stuff been overlooked. I was using regular examples that we all can
Yeah.
resonate or relate to, and that even got went over people's head and stuff, just to tell them, to show them why certain scriptures might be a certain way, something. Because like she was mentioning, right? If you all know, like I had got that question asked before. I got asked before
Mm-hmm.
about, well, if you all know, then how you got freedom of choice? And I'm like, no, I mean, just
Mm-hmm.
because you know the person's next movement, and that's what it ties to what I was talking about earlier. Just because we experienced something that he already knew, so we don't know the ultimate goal. Just like with anything else, you could even be a science head or whatever you want to be, that still get limited. I mean, where did that come from? So it's like, no matter how we want to look at it, it's still gonna be a belief thing, and it's gonna be, I guess everybody trying to make sense of what they believe in or whatever. But
Yeah.
the thing is, I explain it to you just like you do your child. If you do your child, you gonna give them choice. You know how this world gonna be. That's just like some of y'all that be allowing y'all children to have boyfriends and girlfriends at a freaking, and y'all know they end up with pregnancy, but y'all still want them to test themselves while they in school and stuff, just to make this. You already, I mean, it's basically setting them up. I mean,
Um.
just, or is that with that manipulation too? You know what I'm saying? So people will do the same exact thing, but then y'all put it on our maker, saying that he being manipulative or something like that. No, he just showing our human nature. Like, we realize what human nature is. We make our decisions. He wanted us, just
Yeah.
like when he put that tree in front of Adam and Eve. Okay, I guess we can say he purposely did it, but he said, he flat out gave him an order, and he showed human nature is going to sit there and disobey the situation or get manipulated by snakes and all that other stuff, right? So that's just
Yeah.
What
showing
I'm
that
saying
that's
is, it's a
how
Hold on,
different.
Jacob.
we
I want
are.
to
That'll be
ask
us,
something
our
though.
us problem. We can't blame our creator
What I'm saying is, it's a
for
difference
the
between God's
decisions
word
we
and a
make.
Do
social experiment.
do you guys like
That's all I'm
agree
You said
saying.
with
It's a
what?
the
difference.
golden rule? like which
And
is do
nobody
unto
heard what I
others.
said either. That's crazy though.
No, no,
But
I
all right,
agree. That's why like I'm going
no, you
somewhere
don't.
completely different. I'm
That's why you
asking if
asking
you believe
another
in the
question. But what you
golden
go ahead, ask your
rule
question.
and that like do unto others as you would yourself. And do you think that like if somebody were to like be an inherently good human and a good person and not try to cause harm to others, that they still would be like denied by God even though they didn't believe?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm done asking questions, man.
Like, cause I just
Look,
like I
Sass. Look,
mean I think this if
I
God's a
think
loving person and somebody's a good
Sass,
human, I just
Sass. Have you read that? Have you read that book front to back, every page?
yes I
Have
have.
you?
Yes.
And you read the Apocrypha, the stuff that got taken out that explains the 200 fallen angels that came down here and the whole reason for the flood. You've read all of that,
Yes.
and
I love it.
you still doubt that God exists.
No, I didn't. I just asked if God is a loving God, like everybody believes so, is if somebody were to be a good human
Okay,
and
okay.
really
Well,
just obey the
let's
golden
stop
rule,
there.
would he
Let's stop
deny
there.
them?
Let's stop there. Look, if you read the whole book, then you must have come across a verse that said, "Ye are gods," right? I mean, you must understand that you yourself have the power to worship yourself or worship whatever you want to, really. Like
Yeah.
I think that's really the misconception here. Look, Jesus himself when he was fasting, right? He was tempted by the devil, and the devil said, "Bow to me, and I will give you all of this." What does that tell you? If the devil can come to Jesus and say, "If you bow to my feet, I will give you this earth," what does that tell you, Sass?
Um,
What does that
that
statement tell you?
if you
Seriously.
worship him, that he will give you this earth.
What it should tell you, Sass, is that means the devil has complete and utter control over everything that happens inside of this globe. If the devil has the power to give everything to Jesus, and Jesus is the physical depiction of God, right? I think there's a misconception here. I never read anything about God sending Lucifer to the earth to control things. I never read that anywhere. It was a choice to leave, and I think I think I think when he chose to bow out and come to Earth, he gained power over it. It's a physical power, but it's a lie because you're physical. What you are here isn't who you really are, and I think everybody knows that deep down. Your earthly flesh ain't nothing but skin and fucking bones, and somewhere deep inside of you, unless you have a mental deficiency that won't allow you to comprehend simple things, knows this. You know you don't fucking belong here, right? And maybe I am wrong, and maybe some people do walk around here soulless. Because after all, if you look at the etymology breakdown of that word tree, it runs into the word backbone. And what I think really happened was Eve had sex and created the other brother, because Cain killed Abel. So if the devil's son killed God's son, and that means the entire bloodline here is tainted and we're all in sin, right?
Yeah. Like I
There's a
mean, the thing is I'm not saying that there is no God. I'm not saying that everything is wrong. I'm just some of the interpretations. Like
there is a
I just
God.
don't think that. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying though is that so like a lot of the interpretations and where like if is like God is such a loving kind person. If somebody's a great person to others and they follow the golden rule, the like WWJD, like I don't think that a loving God would say, "Well, I'm sorry, you're not accepted through here."
I
You
just want to
totally
jump in really
didn't.
quick, Brilliant, just really quick, and then I'll let you go. It's just going to be a fast idea. Ultimately, the way that I view the question you're trying to hint around is that God is giving us this life as an opportunity to make a statement. Do you want to live in His presence and everything that comes along with that, or do you want to live outside of His presence? Because that's what as a believer, that's what I'm deciding between. When I think of
That
hell,
really
I
is the
think of
question.
I
It
think
really
of
is that simple.
hell is going to be without His existence, an existence without the presence of God. So all of the glorious gifts and everything that I enjoy, I'll have existence without those things. And if I believe and have my faith in God, despite all the negative things around me, then afterwards I get to exist in His presence. And it's ultimately, why would you want a God to force you to live in His presence if you're given the choice to decide not to?
and you can make, and then you, because you don't want to. So you see what I mean? So it's like he's giving you the option to, in this life, live with his presence or live without. And if you choose without, he doesn't want to force you to be with him for eternity. He wants you to choose to be with him out of your own free will because you love him. He doesn't want to force you to. That's what it all
So like,
boils down to.
what is
That
everyone's
was the answer I was looking
interpretation of
for,
what
Prince.
happens
That
after,
that is the
like, you
answer
know?
right there. You
So
don't have to
so
force someone. If God gave you free choice, He gives you the word, He gives you the guide to life, He gives you the tools when you're down and out, the thing that refuels your soul. When you feel like you have nobody else, you have a prayer closet. Technically, you're not even supposed to wear crosses and have churches because that's blasphemy if you read it in certain things. But yet we still do that. You're supposed to have churches for congregation where you review the word, not to control the masses or preach the word. You're supposed to interpret it for yourself through God one on one. Period.
Yeah,
You don't
I
force someone to
agree.
believe nothing. He says, "Come when you're ready. Come as you are." He doesn't force you, which means there's never a chance that you can't come and change for God. There's no time limit. There's no all this
Yeah,
judging and all this shit. You come when you're old. It's like college. You could go when you're 19, 18, or you could go when you're 65. It depends on you. Period. You don't
exactly.
force nobody to do nothing because then it's not organic. It's just a controlled variable, which then becomes a social experiment from a man who feels like he has power. But then when he gets hit with that reality of health issues or age, because no one lives forever, now you praying to God saying, I'm admitting all this shit on my deathbed that I did and I'm so wrong, but by then it's too late. It happens to everybody. I've seen this shit happen more times than not. People do this shit trying to play God. Then when they get old and they want to admit all their wrongdoings because they got like 5 minutes to live, that's when the truth comes out. And you don't ruin so many people's lives all because you follow behind the religion trying to interpret it the way you want it to instead of letting God handle it organically. That's the
Yeah.
difference.
Like, I agree with everything that you said, and I just don't agree with, like, the indoctrination and being told how you should interpret things, right? Like, I mean, I feel that, like, especially too, being books that are written by man themselves, they're an interpretation as well too. So I feel like being able to review and figure out and question why certain things were written a certain way or done is really good. I don't believe in, like, the following blindly and being told how to like being told what they say rather than being thinking for yourself. Like, I really, like, actually used to enjoy, like, open, like, Bible studies and stuff like that. But, like, I just wanted to know what everyone's opinion of, like, or their
so
belief in, like, after leave earth, what happens, and if you weren't following God, is it literally like burning in fire, or like just what Mr. had said, like continuing your out of spirit existence without God?
so hold on, real quick. First of all, we have 15 people left. 15 people. I have not seen hearts or nothing on the screen. We need to tap the screen, y'all. We need to tap the screen. This is one of those type of conversations where people can get polarized. Okay, but understand that it's all good in good faith. No pun intended. We're just having a conversation now. If this is something that is offensive to you or something that you don't want to take a part of because you think that we're trying to have some kind of motive or some type of narrative that we're trying to push, there is a nice little X right there in the corner. You can just go ahead and get on up out of here. It's no problem. No love lost, because that's not what we're doing. But we do not want to offend anybody, and we're just having an open conversation, because sometimes questions like this needs to be asked, and everybody's scared to talk about it because everybody get too sensitive. But guess what? Here on Kev's Lives, don't give a fuck about sensitivity. No, I'm just playing. Point is, tap the screen if you like what you're hearing. Tap the screen if you don't. If you are a believer, you should be tapping that screen. If you're not, guess what? You can tap too, because you should be telling the believers that you can tap better. The point is, tap, okay? Because that's what we keep the live alive, and we don't want this to go ahead and pass away at 2:15 in the morning. I don't know what time it is where y'all at, but it's kind of late, so we want to make sure everything's together. I don't know what that background noise is, but it sounded mechanical. We gonna let that ride. Also, join Kev's team. Okay, you can click that little, I think it's some little thing right above his box. You can join the team. If you've already been on his team, you can join it again every day. And I think I just learned that recently, that it's not like you do it one time and then you forever. So you can go ahead on and do that again. That helps him up in the rankings, keep the live going on the FYP and all that good stuff. There's also a little goal that he is trying to reach. We all like trying to reach goals, so you can help him out. That'd be great. If you like somebody on the panel and they spitting some real good jewels for you that you put in your pocket, you can go ahead and get the panel. Because
Actually, he
everybody
needs to
on the panel
update his
wants
live
to.
goal because it says goal not achieved, so there's no current goal right
Oh,
now.
okay. Okay, so no live goal. So then that's on Kev. I tried. You gotta. You gotta help me help you, Kev. God dog it. But anyway, so you can still kick the lights. You can still go ahead on and join the team. And if he don't have a live goal, then whatever you was thinking about giving him for his live goal, go and put it onto the panel. Go and give somebody on the panel. They appreciate it too, because everybody here and we sharing out what we're doing. Now, I know that we've been talking about this, okay? Nay is new on the platform. Welcome. I think Mirror's night. Gemini, we ain't heard from you in a while. Okay, there you are. You back. All right. So do you want to keep going into this direction, or do we want to go change it up? Let me know once I finish with this mob break. If you want to get into a new category, or if you want to
Yeah, we
continue
could
this.
change it though, cause
Okay.
we
Because I
just
Yo,
just
walk
want
walking
to
us
for
through
say,
nothing from this
sharing.
point.
So I just want to say this real quick about it. Like, it's. I don't think that anyone knows, and I think Kev said it. He touched on it. No one knows what this. It's all a belief means you don't know. Okay, but one thing that we can say, I think everyone believes in a God, regardless of what we've been talking about. I think it's fair to say that we believe in a God. Maybe the disconnect is on the certain principles or how the God operates or how whatever these little things that we learn from religion or whatnot. Those are the things that have been discussed tonight. And, this is one of those things you could discuss forever. And it's probably been discussed forever because there's multiple religions. So everybody has a different idea on what God is what doing and how he did it and what it is and all of that stuff, all the stories. But one thing we can believe in, or one thing that we can agree on, is that if you don't believe in something, you're going to fall for anything. And if you are walking around here soulless, like my man said, then, you got some work to do. Okay? Whatever you believe, stick to it, get to it, because times right now is getting ugly. And so I would say that just to be safe, you need to reconcile with whatever your God is and whoever you believe in, get right with them in whatever capacity that is. That would be all I would say for the message.
Hey, cousin, did you walk people through sharing?
Did I not? No, I did not. We want to go ahead and take that over, and then after print makes that glorious announcement, because it's tag team, no Diddy, and then we go to Kev and he can get on going.
Drizzle.
You know what? I'm just gonna play devil's advocate and go full Diddy. Get it? Double pun there. Anyway.
Ew.
They never doing a full. You never go full Diddy.
Don't go full
Never.
All right, so I'm going to walk you through it as I do it. If you go to the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, there's an arrow. You tap that. Menu pops up, bunch of little faces and circles. Go ahead, hit 15 of those with me right now. I'm doing it. So once you get 15, you'll see the send thing at the bottom. It'll say 15. You can't add any more. Hit send again. And then boom, you shared it to 15 people. All right, Kev, go ahead and give us a redirect. I don't know if you want to run Nate through it. She's new on the
Hold
panel.
up. Actually, do you know the easy way of sharing? If you just hold down on his box, then a whole list comes up. You just go click all the way down the list, and it goes to way more than 15, and you don't have to keep going back. And you just hold the screen down. It's an easy
Thank
way
you
of sharing.
for picking it up there on the mod pillar. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was just helping.
That was a genuine thank you. It wasn't a sarcastic.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
cool.
Yeah, you can send to 30 people by doing that, and that's what I did earlier, and that's why there's 50 something.
Yeah, I'm on I can't share anymore because I'm on inbox jail for sharing too much.
Damn, TikTok hating like that? You share too much, you go to jail?
Yeah, they say you're sending messages too quickly, and then you need to take a break, and they won't let you send messages for like a couple hours.
You're a robot.
Oh, yeah,
Farting
okay.
too much, any of that.
Right. So like a spam type of thing?
Yeah, friending too much, anything.
Oh.
Yeah. Also, if you if you send like if you like send the messages too quickly and like you keep doing that, then they can like inbox ban you for like longer. So if you get that and then you get it again and again, like you can get like not be able to send messages for like 30 days.
Damn. All right. What you got, Kev? Talk to us. Are you cheating on your own live again?
What do you mean? What happened? What was the question?
Oh yeah, he was
The
gone.
question is, what's the question?
Yeah, what's the
Oops.
question? Where you want to go to? What you want to do?
My bad, my bad. I got caught in the middle of cheating. Um, I don't really want to get deep on that last one though, man. I feel like that's so. Did everybody literally go through that one though? I think we did. That freedom of the lack of today's problem. Right? So, what's the another one? It was two of them I really wanted to expand on. That force thing. Oh, that force. I think that's another one though. What are you for? So, how you feel about this? Because I was in the live about. Let's talk. We could talk about. Matter of fact, you know what? Let's just go and switch the topic up. Instead of me guessing some stuff, we're gonna just switch it. But I do need to find. I wish I could find me a topic about that shaming, man. Let's see what we got. Ooh, I don't know. That's too much right there. And there's settlement. Ooh, that one. Yeah, we had a hectic with that one. Excuse. Well, y'all tell me when a good one. When y'all see a good one. Soft chin error. Ooh.
If
People gonna
somebody
be
got,
hurt on soft gen era. I can tell you right now because we in that soft gen, so they're gonna get hurt.
Ooh. You said that one? Did it look like about right there?
I mean, that kind of comes off what we were just talking about. Is people can't govern themselves in this society that's been so fucking cushioned. It's crazy. Like you're the most
Oh,
favored,
let's
and
talk about it then. We on talk then. Let's get those going now.
you still can't manage to be a fucking adult in the softest country that's ever grazed the planet. It's crazy.
Yeah, going off of the complaining and the drama and all of that, I mean, everything just kind of starts with ourselves. I mean, a lot of people will be like, I don't want to hear your excuses. And my test for somebody, whether something is a reason or an excuse, you can give me a reason so I can have a better understanding of where you're at and why you may be still at that place in your life. But if I ask you what you're doing about it, it's no longer, and you're not doing anything about it, it's no longer a reason, it's an excuse.
So we just jumping in on it, or you want
Let's
to go in
get
any
the
kind of
party
order,
started then.
Kev?
We're gonna start with Nay. We're gonna start with Nay. Let's do a zigzag then. Yeah, let's do a zigzag. Nay, Mr. P, Cousin, Sass, Draco, Gemini, then Brian Star, then I know he's asleep. Um so are we in a soft gen era, Miss Nay? That don't play? What do you say? So, no, I'm stop. All right. Okay. Yeah. Are we in a soft gen era, Miss Nay?
Yes, we are. We
Let's
really
expand on
are.
that one.
Like, this is literally. Like, this is literally a two soft generation era. Like, yes. Um, the majority of us don't want solutions.
We doing all the questions at once, Kev, or are we all answering one at a time?
We do it. We can do it one at a time then. All right. Let's go to you, Mr. P next. So Nay, she said she okay. We got you on Miss Nay. I don't play. I'm on that. That's my. I can't say maybe. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. P.
Are we in the soft gen era? Hell yeah, we are. Um,
Everybody's got a camera facing at themselves, so they think people give a shit about their problems. And nobody gives a shit, man. You know, I got some friends up on the panel here. Y'all care. But once I'm gone, man, you don't care. And it's all good. I don't expect anything other. And it's not even a bad thing. It's just it's the reality of life, man. We all got our own shit to deal with. As far as listening to people with their issues, man, I kind of weed people out, man. If you want to take my time up and you want to complain to me about an issue you're having or whatever, the prerequisite to me giving you my time is knowing that you're putting in the effort to actively change it. If you're not willing to put in that effort on yourself, I mean, what you're asking me to just give up my time, my most valuable resource? Nah, man, I got bills to pay, I got mouths to feed. Uh, you know, I can give you help, but you got to be helping yourself if you're going to get my help at all. That's just the way I am about it. And everybody just thinks that, you know, the the world is going to cater to them the louder they cry, and it's not going to happen.
So you cousins,
All right.
cousins. Remember
Are
the
we,
order, y'all. Cousins,
are we in the,
Sass, Draco, Gemini, then Brilliant.
okay, you snaking down?
No
The
Diddy,
snake,
man. What the
no Diddy.
yeah, I'm going.
Uh, we, in the words of print, double Diddy. No, we never do that. Anyway, yeah, soft. Yeah, we in the soft everything era. And, I don't like to say soft, but I'm going to say complacent and comfortable. That's what era we are. You know what I mean? Because I think we as people can still be resilient and still be quote unquote, not soft. Like and there's still certain people, if you look at the world, there's still soldiers out here, right? And I say that in jest, just meaning, people that are about their business, standing on their business, standing on their square. But I think that, like we were discussed earlier, you got technology, we have the benefits of so many comforts and luxuries in life that it does automatically from that breed a little bit of complacency. It's going to breed a little bit of comfortability. And so that is going to be quote unquote soft. You know what I mean? Like we don't have to worry about a lot of the hardships, which is why we probably complain and all of this stuff, because we need to create some hardships. Motherfuckers have getting into making motives and making movements and all this other stuff just to have something to complain about. When in reality, most of the stuff that we have been making movements for and whatever is not really an issue. It's only an issue because you made it one. Because we don't have anything else to, like back in the day, motherfuckers had real issues. You know what I mean? Especially if, you a little darker shade, like those issues that they was dealing with was from real shit. We are making up stuff because we just feel like we're inconvenienced. And inconvenience is now, a big deal because we have gotten so comfortable. So now anything that tampers with that comfort becomes a problem. So I would say that indicates, yes, you're definitely in the soft era.
Exactly, or trauma bond.
Yep. So Sass, it's on you.
Yeah, I think we're a bunch of snowflakes, and everybody needs their milkies these days. They haven't learned to sit down at the table with a fork and a knife, and with that analogy, like swallow a meal. They want everything spoon fed to them, or they just want mommy to go get their bottles. I mean, it's ridiculous. I find that instead of being like, oh, I have a trigger. I have something that bothers me, or that is difficult for me. And maybe that's something I need to reflect and look on in myself so I can grow and become stronger. They expect the world to mold and change for them. Well, the fucking world doesn't do that. That's not real life.
Facts. Draco.
Hey, really quick, I don't mean to interrupt you, Draco, but I got to drop down, you guys. Work just got really intense for me, so I won't be able to participate very much. Y'all have a good night, and make sure we tap on that screen, everybody. Y'all
What's
have a
up,
good one.
man?
Be blessed. Y'all take care now.
All right, once you get off this panel, I don't care. Just so you know.
All right, then,
Yeah, I
Prince.
know,
All
I
right,
know,
Mr. P.
I
Be
know.
easy, bro.
Hey, since you don't care so much, why don't you draw me? Help that analytic.
Got you.
All right, much love, everybody.
All right. So to answer, I don't think it's a soft error because the saying it's a soft error when you say it's a soft error, I get it with the complaining, but it's kind of like the equivalent to saying my parents grew up poor as fuck. They became millionaires, and now I have an easier life. And people who don't have an easy life saying, "Man, we had to drink water out the fountain hose." While I'm sitting up here every day I go to school, I'm buying $8 of Fiji water and throwing away half the bottle like it ain't shit because I'm spoiled. Not because I'm soft. I'm just spoiled because my parents did the work already to create me a bubble to where I don't have to suffer, which they did for all of us. So to say that we're in a soft era, I say for some people because their feelings get hurt. Yeah, I agree with that. But unless you want to go back to the times of doing the hard labor to where your ancestors were like, y'all soft because we had to walk 10 miles to a bus station just to boycott the bus. Ain't nobody boycotting shit. So everybody in the soft era, if you think about it,
In the snow, uphill both ways.
both ways.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Gemini, talk to us, man.
Yeah. For I think we are in a soft generation era, and like he said, I don't think it's just like the kids or the younger adults or adolescents. Everybody, because right now, I remember when my grandma was alive. I remember her phone number, and she passed before I graduated high school, and I'm 45, but I remember her number. Um, my homeboy, every time I get a new phone, I got to wait on him to call me or send me a text because I couldn't tell you his number if my life depended on it. Because I done got soft mentally on certain things that, like, younger younger me that had no choice but to remember things. Like, I was on point with it. And it, even from the perspective of, um, like he was saying with the Fiji water and shit, like that is kind of soft because, like, my parents was drinking the water out the hose. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have fond memories of drinking water out the hose. And now, like, my child complains about drinking bottled water. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's personally, and again, it might just be me, but like, I find that rather cushioning or soft, personally. And I'm a land there.
Absolutely. Where we had that rock gut drinking from the hose. Yeah. After we just played tackle football in the gravel, we were soldiers anyway. All right. Brilliance.
Yeah, man, soft like butter, soft like soft serve ice cream. The whole damn world soft. I honestly think we're in the end of the 80-year turning. They have that saying, you got softness, and I can't remember exactly how it goes now, but it's fixing to change. Some hardship is coming, and I think it's long overdue. We're the only country that's never seen boots on the ground. I think that's unfair.
I gotta disagree because I say this. I would say this. This is why I say it. I don't want to say subjective or objective, but I say this: people who say it's a soft air and we're not this and we're not that. Usually, people who say that I find on this app I'm not saying this is anybody else, but I'm saying when I listen to people on this app, they say people are soft because you don't allow them to disrespect you. That's what I've noticed. If I can't disrespect you and say, hey, you're a fat piece of shit and you need to just get yourself up and tie yourself up and get 3 jobs like me and then you'll be successful. And you be like, hey, who the fuck are you to talk like that? You know, whether we on you say that on the internet, but you wouldn't talk to someone like that in person. But because you won't allow me to disrespect you on the internet any type of way, you deem me as soft. But if I'm a
Well,
pushover, you're gonna keep on disrespecting me. But the moment I defend myself, I'm soft. I don't know how to have a this is my freedom of speech. But the moment you don't get what you want in life, you go raiding houses and raiding White Houses. That's like a 3-year-old throwing a fucking tantrum. So I find that kind of interesting.
but
I
I
think that
agree,
it's
and I think that is people using soft and trying to weaponize it. So I agree with you with that. You know what I mean? But I think that maybe, like I said, maybe soft is with semantics. I think when we said, or even you said it, like more of comfortability. It's more of the ease of life would be considered soft in my opinion. You know what I mean? I think that would be like the proper way to say it, because we don't live as hard as we used to live. You get what I'm saying? So, but I think
It's kind of like if you made it to the NBA, but then your son, he don't have to do all the shit you did to be undrafted, to skip college. He just, oh, you so and so son, you can make it. Versus when you was trying
well,
to make it, like Tom Brady, you was undrafted. You had to prove yourself. Now Tom Brady have kids. They looking at them like, hey, we got to make you the next Brady. You could skip all this shit. You ain't got to do this. You ain't got to do that. So
well,
that will mean his son is soft. He ain't have to go through the Jordan type of workout, the
right.
Kobe workouts.
Agreed.
But
Agreed.
even
His son
now
is
that you
soft.
use that, yeah. But even that you use that example, NFL players complain that it's soft now, right? Because of the rules. You can't do hits like you used to. You can't do this. You can't do that. That the way that healthcare is, they sit them out for games. They monitor minutes. Like that's technology getting
to
better.
to be fair,
But
to be
you know what
fair,
I'm
cuz
saying?
you see
So,
them hits, they be
huh?
knocking motherfuckers' heads off.
Well, no.
They
What I'm saying is, I think that is
to be
correct. You get
fair.
me? I think it was more ruthless back then. Like they should have had these rules back then. You get me? But I'm just saying, though, if we compare, I would say that, yeah, if we're looking at the physicality, just like the NBA, it's more skill, but it's not as physical, right? It's not, you don't catch elbows and flagrant fouls the way you used to. So they would say it's softer because they don't have that physical. But now in other ways, it's harder. So I think that you're right. I just think that people are using and they're trying to demonize. Most of the time when they say that, they're using it as a jab to the new generation. You get what I'm saying? So I agree with you with that. Like, I think it's being used wrong. But if we actually look at society, the more technology we have, the more comfortable and lax we will be because we don't have to put in manual labor. If that makes sense.
I know we're soft because the fact that men get paid millions of dollars to throw a ball around, and the fact that people want to sit around and wear another man's jersey saying my team, and they can't even grow a garden, that's soft. It's soft as hell, and I don't care what anybody says. That's soft.
Well, there's a whole song by Garfunkel and Oates, and it'll ruin sports for all you sports lovers because it just says, like, goes off about we watch genetically superior people do the things we never will, like, and we live vicariously through the achievements of them, and it's like it's really facts, like.
Right. Kev, you want to finish this off or you want us to go to the next?
I'm gonna say, are we the subject or that's what we on, right? I would say, yeah, most definitely. I think it's getting to a point in time where we can't barely say anything. I think one of the ones that proved my point earlier is that Big Nate about to get. Oh, I caught you. Say no. I'm about to say I got the first one the first time. Her being on cam. So I was gonna say, yeah, it was like kind of what I was mentioning earlier before. Like they trying to take, now they try to make it seem like shame is a bad thing, even though they even shame people that talk about shaming is a bad thing. Be the same one shaming, So it's I think things like that. People very sensitive. Everybody's phobic now. That's new stuff. It's not old. Everything is phobic, man. TV phobic, and let me stop on TikTok, make up some stuff and get me. Um, so Yeah, I think it is, and it's hard. I think walking on eggshells is at an all-time high now. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, like everybody is literally sensitive, words, freaking physically, all of that. So yeah, I believe we are in that soft gen era. That ain't as tough as it used to be, and it used to be way tougher before us. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is the softest it has probably been. Because like a lot of these things we haven't had the luxury of the things we got now today than before. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff is it's making it easier. Like microwaves, we say microwave life, but people ain't had microwave then. You know what I'm saying? So what was they doing then? They was having freaking boiled pot life. I don't know, but I think yeah, it's it's
So
turning
in
to
the future,
margarine
if
and
cars, if people start having jetpacks like the Jetsons and cars could float and we create energy and all this other stuff, can I say the next generation is soft as hell? Because I remember I had to walk through the snow, I had to take the bus, I had to take Uber, but now they got public jetpacks for everybody to where nobody got to walk and everybody overweight because they soft. Is
Hell
that
yeah,
like the
you can.
equivalency?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Honestly, exact. Because like even because I'll even throw myself in there. Like I was saying with the remembering phone numbers. Like man, I mentally I done got so soft in certain ways because the phone remembers everything for me. The phone remembers everybody contact information. Like if I need an address, I can pull it up in my phone. All of that shit. So it's not like I'm talking about, oh man, these kids, they
So if that's the case,
hell
in
no.
order so you don't
Adults
be a
fuck.
part of the soft era, I invite everybody to leave your homes and go wash your ass outside.
Oh no,
Drop your cell
I
phones,
ain't,
get a horse and a carriage, sell your
bro.
car, go build your house
Hey
from
man,
scratch,
look,
go off grid.
Well,
look.
I
I
think that
already did I did the outdoor showers in Iraq. I'm good on that. Like if that's as hard as I gotta be, I'm gonna stay soft because I'm gonna step right in that shower with that water work that I pay for, that I go to work for every day. When I go to work, like I'm stepping up in that shower and I'm hitting that water as I feel like it. I am not going back outside to take no damn shower
right.
unless the power go out. But I know how to do it though. Whereas like my child, nothing, absolutely knows absolutely nothing about how to operate when the water don't come out the shower head. Don't know
Yeah.
how to operate when the water don't come out the sink. Don't know
Well, I think
how
that
to
like
operate if I don't go outside and pick the garden, or if I don't go outside and grow
yeah.
the garden, or if I don't go to the grocery store. Knows absolutely nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
so
like I think
that's
that
the
people not
for me that's kind of the difference. Like I have the knowledge, I have the experience, whereas like certain people don't, and they're okay with it because they don't pay for the luxury of being able to go and not have to know. If that makes sense. And I'm
like I
done.
think
I'm done.
I think that like having the knowledge, like being able to like being like educated and say like if something were to go awry, being able to do something is one thing. But I think what it is when people are not challenged in life and they don't have challenges, they don't build character because I mean, an easy day should just be a rest for another challenge. So people are growing. So I feel like the complacency comes into fact with the being soft because you're not growing because you are not being challenged. And then they're coming up with adversities and things to make their life feel more interesting because we can't have every day be an easy day. So now they're making problems mountains out of molehills because like in life as human beings we need to be challenged because if you're not growing or you're dying.
Yeah, I would say that I think maybe we have to realize too that we have demonized the word soft. That's not. This is just progression. Things get better. It's going to get easier, right? That's the brilliance of intelligence. We make inventions. We do things to make our lives easier. So
Yeah, but if you're
maybe the
making problems
problem.
out of ones that because you're seeking to that challenge, that's I think when people are soft.
Well, but here's the thing, though, right? My point is that along with when we elevate ourselves or when we have any progress, right? It's going to get easier. And a lot of times, like my man was saying, it may come from a jealousy of, well, we had to work harder. Y'all don't have to work. Y'all soft. So I understand exactly what he's saying because that has been demonized, right? It is like if you have progression, if you make things easier for yourself, that's bad because you didn't have to work for it. No, it's not bad. It's actually good. Now, how we utilize it, right? Now it goes to what you were saying. If we don't now, you know, put ourselves and push ourselves beyond to keep being physically active, then what's going to happen? We're going to get dysentery. We're going to start, getting out of shape. And so we still have to do things to keep ourselves motivated to keep pushing. But just because we're making things easier doesn't necessarily mean soft in a bad way. I can agree with him on that, right?
But you
That
can
makes sense.
also,
But we as in this society, we take soft as being pushovers, being you a pansy, you weak, you this, that, and the third. And it's like, yo, if you talk about that, what are we comparing to? The 50s? We comparing to well, the 50s wasn't shit compared to the medieval times. If that's the case, those were the hardest people on the planet ever. But what are we talking about? They had a hard life. That doesn't mean that because we have it easier as far as the world that we're just soft in a negative way. So I think sometimes maybe we need to change that perspective of what we mean by soft. Maybe that's the problem. You get what I'm saying? Because this is, I think, it's just us progressing. Because think about this: in 50 years, we're gonna have automated everything. Like we're probably not gonna have to do any manual labor. We're gonna have to actually make up shit to keep ourselves in shape. Because right now, you probably go, the only exercise a lot of us get is through our job. We work in a warehouse. We do things like that. We get our exercise that way, right? But in a minute, it's going to get to a point where we might not even have to do none of that. So then, what are we going to be super soft? You see what I'm
aren't
saying?
we
So,
creating more problems by solving the problems though? Like when you solve a problem, you just create more problems to solve. I mean, you think about like the saying somebody's soft because they don't have these challenges. Well, the thing is those challenges all had benefits, right? So like whenever you solve a problem, now you've created multiple other problems to now solve. So like, I mean, yes, there's
right,
challenges and stuff like that, but I feel like when people create problems to solve because of that inherent need as a human to solve a problem that aren't really there, and then they're solving that problem is reliant on other people and not them actually having to do something about it, and then that's when it's soft. I mean, softness is, the everything is a problem and it's everybody else's responsibility but my own.
right. And so that's true. And I think too, maybe we need to specify if we're talking about being mentally soft, if we're talking about being, like socially soft, like this is a softer time. I know Brilliant was talking about just the world in general, like how, it has it become softer because we don't have responsibilities. Like when my grandfathers was around, everybody had a garden. Like he said, everybody had some type of, self-sustaining something in their life. Right now, we depend on everything else. We depend on the grid. So is that what we mean by soft? Like
I
there's this could be
cousin,
layered in a
that's
lot of
exactly what
places.
I mean, sir.
Yeah,
Look, I
yeah,
just want to be
yeah.
honest, man. Look, if the grid went out, most people would be gone for the lack of understanding how to purify water. It's that simple. Most people can't clean their own water, and what's going to happen to them? That's soft as hell. Most people don't know how to purify water. That's
Bro,
real.
all you got to do is collect it or let it, drop in a bucket and you boil it. And then you put a paper bag over it so the condensation could go back in the pot so you don't lose too much water.
Right. But you'll be surprised how many people don't know that. Right.
I'm serious.
And but here's the thing too,
It's
right? We
on
have to also,
TV. It's literally on TV.
right. Yeah, you're right. I mean, you can Google
And
it,
if the
like
grid goes
literally.
down, homie, are you going to get on YouTube and figure out how to do it now with the grid gone? Yeah, I don't
Like
think
Right, but
so.
If
here's
you
the
could,
thing
everything
though,
if,
right?
is
if
your
you could
friend.
create a
The thing
noose,
is,
you
if you
could
don't
catch an
know what
animal.
you
If you
don't
could
know.
fish, you could, listen. It's not even about that. If you know how to do water, you can even drink your own piss to a certain extent for
Okay,
survival. And
But
if
the
you know how to
issue,
cook an animal, all you need is a fire and you need some sheetrock. You dig a hole or a tunnel,
yeah,
and even if the grid goes out, I'm pretty sure everybody got matches and lighter
yeah,
fluid.
but people are saying
Matches.
that they
You'd
that
be
they can just look it
surprised how
up,
many they
but
don't,
you
bro.
don't know what you don't know. So you don't know what, like a lot of people, like they have the access to these things to look up and learn things. But if you don't know what you don't know, how do you know what you need to learn?
Like, bro, I went on a camping trip and we were out there, and I'm telling you, I have never seen ducks out of water. And I'm using this as just a loose expression, but oh my God, these people. I was like, okay, y'all don't know the basics of, like, they had instructions on how to put the tent up. They couldn't do that. So I went over there, helped them with that. Then we was trying to do the fire. And I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and make a big fire because I have a feeling that they gonna have a problem. And guess what happened? They could not even get the space together to put the fire. Like, I was like, y'all about to burn yourself. What are you doing? You were your tent. Why are you putting the tent? It was so, like, where we would think there's common sense. These people don't know, bro. And I was surprised. I said, and I'm not gonna say that everybody's like that. There could have just been them. You know what I mean? But I just use that as an example because the summer just started and I just saw it. And so I'm just saying, I think there's a lot of people now who really don't know. And I'm gonna tell you this, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, if y'all got access to a laptop or something right now and punch this up. But there was a study about how the GPS in our cell phones, okay? There is something about navigation, like we call it land nav in the military, right? But understanding how to navigate does something, and it fires certain synapses in your brain, right? That keeps our equilibrium right, okay? It's something about understanding how to navigate. It works for our bodies, right? The navigation, Google Maps and things like that, to where we no longer have to use a map. We don't even have to we just follow this fucking dot or arrow. It has actually been making these whatever essential synapses stop firing, right? And this has been a study that it is like they were saying. I guess the title of the study was like, or the title of the article that they had the study was like, is GPS making us dumb? And it is literally causing us not to have to use our natural navigation skills. And those synapses are giving us it is a direct link to why a lot of people don't have, cognitive, like they don't have like, what am I looking for? Like their cognitive reasoning and how we, critically think, like it has a connection to that. And if you look at it nowadays, the arguments that people make, the points that people make, how they go about trying to solve certain things, and you're like, that doesn't make any sense. When I started reading that little article and then went back to that study, I was like, oh my God. So there are drawbacks to too much technology. You know what I mean? But I think it's like we will never know that until we catch that L. Like we got to go through and find out, and then we can adjust it. But until then, we just gonna keep making advances. It's gonna keep getting easier. We're gonna keep getting mentally lazy until we get to a point where it gets uncomfortable, and then we'll change it. And that just seems like that's how society has been for thousands of years. We
I
progress,
agree.
and then once we get to a point where we get too comfortable, it fails. And then that society falls, and then another one starts. It has never failed. It has been that way for millions of years. So I guess maybe we are on that precipice.
They call it the 80-year turning, man. There really is an
There you
80-year
go.
turning. There really is. Just look it up. We're at the end of that shit. I'm just telling you. Most people, you can ask most people like which way is north, south, east, and west, and they can't tell you. They can't tell you. That's bad. That's a horrible thing that everybody should know, but people don't. People don't. Jace, which way is north?
The way I see it is I can't demonize someone for what they don't know, especially if I know I'm not the smartest man in the room. And even if I am, I still humble myself because there's either wisdom in the mouth of a fool. And the Bible tells you that much. But if you a man who leans on your own understanding and you think you the end all be all, you know all this other stuff, You'll be humbled by someone who knows more than you, or it'll just be organically by life in itself. So I always try to keep myself humble because I don't know everything, but I'm open to learn. But if learning comes with disrespect, I'm not gonna receive it. I don't care who you are or what you're trying to tell me. I'd rather learn the hard way than listen to a disrespectful mouth.
Exactly. I love that.
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Um, you wanna end this up, Kev, or you wanna continue to the next?
I have to go to the next one. Not what one we did. Ain't we on the first prompt? Yeah, I think we ain't
Right.
do the majority one. I think we just did the
Right.
soft
So
area.
let's start off. Yeah, let's start off with do the same thing. Snake down. No Diddy.
Yeah, to get there. We can go from I guess yeah, they already unmuted already. So go ahead and start with her.
The majority of us don't want solutions. Yeah. Like, yeah, that's a big point. Like, majority of people do not want solutions. Like all they rather see is drama, complaining, playing a victim. Insulting is a big one. Like, they would literally insult you, but like, especially like on this TikTok app, like all you see is like people like exposing somebody or just a bunch of stuff with no solutions. Playing victim. Like, what did you do? Cause yeah, but like, we really don't want solutions for nothing. Like, and then if somebody do give a person a solution, then they don't use it. So like, I don't know, like people just love like seeing drama, negative stuff. And yeah, like, and they also want you to coddle them. Like, oh my god, like if you tell them the truth, like they would get mad. Like they would say like, oh, like you're like judgmental or something like that. Like nobody's judging you. Like I'm telling you the truth, and you're just so fucking mad. So yeah.
It's on you, cousins.
Yes, sir. We don't want solutions. We'd rather see drama, complain, play victim, insult, and coddle each other. Agree or disagree? Um, I'm going to, especially on this app, agree. Yeah. At first when I read it, I was like, "Is that say cuddle?" I was like, "Ugh, ain't nobody trying to cuddle nobody." But okay, I got it. It was too small. My old ass eyes. But yeah, man, I agree with Naya. I think everybody just wants some validation, and I think the best way to get validation, it seems, is to, woe is me, the oppression Olympics. Who has it worse? And then if I can get some crazy, you know, narrative going, there's going to be a lot of people who will come in and agree with me. And then they'll jump on the bandwagon of, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, this sucks. Yeah, yeah. And then next thing you know, you have your validation. You have your attention. Maybe the attention that you don't get in real life. So I think, like we've been saying, seems like a common theme is people are weaponizing all of these things, which is, they'll have certain terms that they use whenever it's convenient for them. And I think people do that same thing when it comes to, complaining and whatever. We already know that a lot of people are suffering. And so if we can touch that hot button, we know that's going to be a lot of people that have some kind of visceral response to that, and they going to come roll with us. You see it in politics. That's what they love to do. And we see it from the top down. People are generally going to do that. And now everybody got a platform. Everybody got a cell phone. Everybody got a live. Everybody is a teacher now. Everybody is an expert. Everybody's a guru. Everybody is whatever, and you know, when you likes and all of the traffic dies down, what do? Put up some divisive, you know, banner in the background, and then people come in to unload their trauma, to complain, to do all of that, and it drives the algorithm. And so I think you are definitely correct. This is what people like to do now because it gets them attention. And then once you start doing it, us being habitual people, we get addicted to it and we can't stop. And the next thing you know, you got people who don't even believe in the shit that they spewing on their live, but yet they will still continue to push these lives because it's getting views. And at least that's what I see on this app. And I'll leave it at that.
Exactly. Like they be wanting clout so bad.
What you got, Draco?
I'm gonna say I agree with everything you and Nate said, but I also think TikTok is like a D-list celebrity Hollywood. Anyone could start up a live, anyone could take their shot. It's the path of least resistance to stardom. You get enough followers, you get enough likes, you go to TikTok headquarters, you make a YouTube video out of it. That YouTube video could be shared, and you one live away and one viral ignorant statement away from being a millionaire on TikTok in likes. And that's what people see, the path of least resistance. You can be foolish, you can say something, you can do whatever, you get attention. You get a validation from anything in this world. But you one live. Everybody think I'm just one more live away from stardom. What happened if a million people came in this room right now and dropped, bans on you and made you $250,000 just like that? You wouldn't exactly just like the Hawk Tuah girl. Everybody's a moment away from being just like her. Everybody waiting for their number to get called off the bench. It's the path of least resistance. All you got to do is download the app, download a nice photo, make a little stitch videos, and you one stitch away from being notarized and validated. Now all your old content, everybody looking it up, and you the trend right now. You the trend for maybe 2-3 months before your twin who better than you come around and he the trend. Now you got to keep up with the stars. You got to start tap dancing on the stage to keep up with the act because you're gonna have a fall from grace. But people who've been on there, like these rappers and actors, that's a hell of a fall. You probably fall off the 2 steps. Them they falling off a 10-story building. It's a difference. Past the least resistance to stardom. TikTok is like a D-list Hollywood. That's all it is.
Damn. Well, fuck that. I'm gonna be a C plus list. I ain't no D list player. No, I'm just playing with you. No, that's facts. Gemini, where you at, man?
You need to send your eyes back to the 20s because they soft. But no, yeah, I don't disagree with nothing nobody says so far. We definitely be on some real complainative type shit, and you know, most people don't want the solutions, or if they do want the solution, they want to get their complaints and their drama and their victimhood and insult some people and be coddled and feel like the, they are the champion of um, the Hurt Olympics, and they got their gold medal in the Hurt Olympics. So yeah, I don't disagree with nothing nobody said so far. I am in complete compliance and with everything everybody said thus far.
It's so brilliant.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna switch it up a little bit, right? Like, I believe the majority of people want solutions, and I think that's the problem. That's why they're so coddled. That's why they complain. That's why there's so much drama because they're a bunch of fucking children. Look, nobody knows how to cook. Nobody knows how to take care of themselves. Everybody wants box dinners. They want things right now. McDonald's, fucking flash services right now. Everything is everything's microwavable, right? That's what I'm saying. Like everybody wants the solution done for them because they don't want to put in the effort to get better, to grow, to learn, to practice. You know, it's like everybody played the Sims game for about 4 hours and went, man, fuck this. I'm checking out and going in zombie mode. And that's what we have now. People zoned out, They don't know what they're doing, where they're going. They're just along for the fucking ride.
That's a good point. Kev, want to bring it home?
All right. All right. Majority of us don't want solutions. We rather see drama, complain, play victim, insults. Yeah, I actually was just talking about that a little bit earlier. Just like panders, right? Just had to do a little post about them earlier. You ever realize like they don't even do like a solution thing? Then that's why I compared them to the pygmy because like what the so-called pygmy because somehow the pygmies are just as dangerous, but no, the pygmies no is married. Pygmies give out information to be like them and all that other stuff though. But but Panthers, right? I noticed something about them. They love like speaking on drama about these so-called men and how horrible they is. They like to add on to the victim playing, which AKA coddling. They do all these things, right? And then when you ask for a solution or say how to avoid situations, like they know that it's gonna hold whoever accountable when it comes to solution. Usually, when you ask for solution, the accountability come behind it. So if you ever notice, like some of the lives, even the lives that be popping, or mainly like panders or the freaking um, the drama based ones, they they don't never have a solution. You ask them what you want, what we gonna do. Then if it is a solution, right? They say some super unaccomplished type mission you could ever do. They just say it because they know you can't do it. So, but they rather just say it though. Just to sound like they want act like they're wanted to be. Because like so many times I've been in some of these lives and they just be like, "Oh, what are this?" And then all they do is throw insults. Right? They never give you anything. They throw insults when you about to put them in a corner because they feel a certain way. What a play victim if you come back at them. And you know what I'm saying? It's just it's just drama. That is really that's their solution. It's just drama because you make money off of it. You get the views, you get all these things or whatever. And and like I say, play victim when they feel like things don't go that way. Well, would you say that way? Why you didn't call her by her right name? And all these other things. And did you hear what happened last night and all that stuff? So people today, even before this, I think before this app even came though, people just was more interested in drama more than anything. Like I said, when it comes to solutions mean you have to change something within yourself. We know that people in real life on this app and outside this app is they don't want nobody don't really want to change. I got people in my family don't even know nothing about the app, but they not trying to change. You know what I'm saying? Older than me, everything. Trying to say what I end up saying the people I'm talking about. I heard you was talking about me online. But no, I'm just saying like that yeah, I think for the most part, majority of the world rather have drama, play victim, least changing, rather than real solutions. Or the solutions gotta be something that makes them feel good and comfortable. You know what I'm saying? It's all about them being comfortable. So yeah, that's what I'm coming from with
Yep, yep. I can agree with that. So, Nay, why should we match miserable people's energy?
Me personally, me personally, I'm not matching no miserable person energy. Well, I mean, I kind of used to do that, but no, if you just miserable, then if you just miserable, then I don't even want you around me, or I don't even want to match your energy. You just gotta go. Cause at that point, it's not doing anything like for the both of you. Like they still gonna stay miserable. So like, yeah, like you matching their energy, that's not that's not doing anything. So like I'm not matching no miserable person energy. Y'all just don't want contact with them.
Okay. All right. That's an excellent answer. I don't know if it's just me, but when you say stuff that is like real matter of fact, and then the little voice, the kind voice, it's like I don't care. They just have to go. That shit is crazy. I'm just saying. Maybe it's me. Anyway, I but I agree. I don't think that you should match people's energy. I think that you should use whatever energy is to diffuse a negative energy. So I know it's a term, fight fire with fire and all of that stuff. And sometimes, sometimes we are human. Sometimes somebody do something to you, they got to catch these hands. I get it. But at the same time, I think that it is the ideal version is never to sink to that level. At least that's what I strive to do. Sometimes we fall short, when I got my question mark hat on. Sometimes people bring me, and sometimes that's what happens. If y'all know, y'all know. But for the most part, nah, I'm not gonna match your energy, especially if it's terrible, because then that just means that I gave you control over me. You were able to come and dictate what I'm gonna do, and to me, that is a sign of being soft. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a weakness to me. And you let someone else, complete stranger, dictate what the fuck you gonna do in your feelings. And so that to me is indicative, of stooping to somebody's level or matching their energy. They need to match my energy. So fuck that. I'm just gonna leave it at that one. What you got? What you got, Draco? Matter of fact, Draco, you next. But if you want, I know we got some new people on the panel. If you want to let them go first, or I'll just make them go last. It's up to you. I'll
No,
give you
I'll go
the.
after.
Okay.
They go
Okay.
first.
All right. So, okay, right on. Nero, welcome to the panel. What's happening? I don't know if
My
you.
brother.
Yeah, I
Thank
don't
you
know if
so
you heard the
much.
question. If you heard the question,
I was gonna
but
go
we're
off the
all.
first I was gonna go off the first prompt. The majority of us don't want solutions, and we rather see drama, complain, play victim, insult, and coddle each other. Whether agree
Okay.
or
Hey, do
disagree.
that one. Hey, look, do that one,
Oh,
and then do the next one.
okay.
Okay. All right.
Oh, the next one is why should we match miserable people energy, right?
Yeah, but you do both of them.
All right. So for the first one, I would say that the reality of everything is that a lot of people actually want the solutions, but they are not willing to put in the sacrifices. Because I don't want to say the work, right? Because when you say work, a lot of people say, oh, I can put in the work and all that stuff. But when you talk about sacrifices, the sacrifices that it takes to make a solution become reality is daunting to a lot of people. So the drama, the complaining, playing victim, and insults, those are just distractions. It's sort of like you want to lose weight, right? And you got to hit the gym every day for about an hour or 2 hours, right? And then, the sun shines too bright today. And you're like, oh my God, it's so hot. I can't even go outside. And the other day it rains too much. And there's all these excuses why you don't actually go to the gym and put in the work. So I think a lot of people actually know the solutions. They want those solutions, but they cannot stand the sacrifices that it takes to actualize those solutions. So that's where the whole distraction comes in. And when it comes to why should we match miserable people energy? This one is kind of like a difficult one because it depends on who the miserable person is and how close they are to you. because you can easily say, oh, well, we don't have to match your energy. We could just be dismissive of it. But when this person is, for instance, your wife, your husband, someone who you actually have to deal with, maybe a brother, someone you share a home with, at some point, you got to be able to maybe inflict a little pain as a cease and desist order, if I want to put it like that. You know, you got to let them know that you can be crazy too, because sometimes the people who we want to term miserable, they're actually being manipulative. They're actually being manipulative. It's just like the narcissist victim, who kind of acts like, oh, I'm a victim, but on cold, they're just narcissists who just use that as a way to manipulate other people. So you got to check if it's really real misery, or if this is a feigned misery that comes from jealousy, that comes from just being bitter or malicious, and those type of energy. I think sometimes you got to let them know that, look, I'm not the guy for this. I can match that stuff. So you got to differentiate the kind of miserable people we're talking about. Because if someone just lost their child and they're miserable, they're crying every day, you can be that. That's not a malicious, miserable energy. That can be seen as a positive misery, if there's any such thing. But if someone is just a hater, someone who just doesn't like you, just sees something about you that gives them an ache or something, and then they just coming at you all the time and trying to act like they're miserable, bro, you gotta let them know that they can have that hit. So I don't know. That's all. Thank you.
All right. The Nero came in swinging. What you got after that one, Draco? Wish you should have went first. No, I'm just playing.
Nah, it's good.
What
I
you
mean,
got,
he
brother?
said some good things, but I see it like this: when people come on the internet with their own to release their inhibitions, it's kind of like Lilith and Diablo 4. She came into church and told everybody you could be whatever you want, do whatever you want, and they release themselves because it's easy to release restraint knowing you're given the ability to with no discipline behind it, because the devil made you do it, because no one's holding you accountable. And then when you're the only adult in the room and you got to hold yourself together because you knew how long and how hard you grinded for what you got, but they are part of an army to where they're just a tool and an instrument at that point. So they don't mind going to jail. They don't mind going to a homeless shelter. They don't mind losing it all. But you work too fucking hard to get where you at, and you ain't a part of that. You believe in what you believe in, a higher power that's not what they believe in, because they're just a tool for the moment. So I feel like people come on here and they get wrapped up in the coins and all the other shit, and it's the dopamine effect of, it's no different than taking a sip of wine or rolling up a doobie. But once that effect wears off and you log off, you go back to your same reality. Your life sucks and you're a bad person. And you can't escape that. No matter how many lives you go in, no matter many people you troll, kick, boot, mute, whatever, you still trash at the end of the day. So coming up here feeling like you got a new life as being someone on the internet, I mean, it's not going to change what your reality is when you wake up every morning and your phone, you don't pay Wi-Fi bill, your phone is off. You got to wake up to that reality, or you got to face the reality outside your door, and you can't get on here. Or if this thing ain't on here, and by the end of the year, you're gonna have to face that reality and find a new drug or a new you know, thing to consume your anger or your undisciplined self, especially when you're an adult. You don't know how to control your emotions. You know, so I mean, bullying other people is not gonna help you from being bullied by life, so to speak. It's like the grasshoppers picking on the ants, but then the bird came and ate the grasshoppers type of thing. So, to each his own.
Nice. Let me ask you, bro. How old are you, man?
30.
30. Okay. You got some old soul because you just brought up Doobie. I know ain't nobody else caught that. Ooh, that's old school. I respect. Uh, Gemini. I know you might have caught it too. He brought that with he has a flashback. He's vintage. Yeah. What you got on this one, bro?
Um, I mean, we probably shouldn't. I'll say it like that. But like, kind of like what Nero was saying, like depending on your proximity to the negativity or the negative mindset, like if it's somebody that's, I'm passing by and they tripping in Walmart, like, hey, I may never see this person again in life. But if it's one of the parents on my kids' sports team, I got to see them every weekend and two, three times a week at practice. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold up, man. Like, this is getting a little frustrating. And I like, maybe it won't be instant. Maybe, you just let them know, like, hey, man, like, cool out with that shit. Like, you tripping. And, like, how many times can you say that before you fed up? And then, you know, But I will say initially, you probably, I would say no, you shouldn't even match the energy. But again, depending on proximity, it might just, come out some days. And I'm a lamb. Oh, but
Gotcha.
I'm also, I'm about to bow out. So hopefully everybody has a wonderful rest of their morning and day. And I'll catch y'all on the next one.
All right, man, for sure, man. Be safe out there, brother. All right, brilliant.
Yeah, see
You
you
keep on
there,
coming with these
fellow
hats.
Gemini brother. Yeah, man. Look, man. I, I really like how Nero said it myself. Look, I'm under the belief and the knowing that you should love your enemy, right? But I'm also at this point, and I've been at this point my whole life, really. I guess maybe it's where I lived, where I grew up. So like, if I come across somebody who's just always on the internet, like projecting and being, just being negative and trying to start shit and saying shit that they don't even know, like just, you should absolutely ignore that, right? But if I'm stuck on a city bus with somebody pressing me like that, no, homie, you get in these hands. That's just how. You can't let somebody in your space like that, especially if you're in a confined space. So I don't think it's wise. I don't think it wise or behooves anyone to match anybody else's energy. But sometimes it's what's necessary. So I like what he said.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would submit this to the panel real quick before Kev. Do you think though that is matching energy, or are you like up wanting that energy? You know what I'm saying? Like, because I agree with exactly what you're saying, but if I do that, I'm not gonna come at the same level. I'm coming above level so you can catch these hands and get this. You get what I mean? So, would y'all think that that's matching energy, or would you think that's, you know, I
Why
don't know what the word is,
isn't that what happens when two atoms collide, right? If we all come from atoms, sir, and two of
right?
us decide that we don't agree, worlds collide and shit blows up. So I mean, yeah, it is an upping, right? It is an ante up. I am taking your bet, and I'm anteing on you because I believe my hands are bigger than yours. But I think that's just the natural process of what happens.
Right,
I
right.
also I kind of think that sometimes you don't have to up the energy because sometimes what you're trying to do is to deter. You're not trying to escalate the issue, right? You're just trying to deter, like trying to make them to back down and let them know that, look, I know what you're doing. If this is where you're going, I'm ready to go there with you, but I'm not willing to go there. You're not going to escalate the issue, right? So you're just going to keep it like, sort of like, how you're walking on the streets and you see someone coming at you some type of way, and then maybe change your posture, and then they kind of move the other way, because that kind of thing. It's not necessarily that you're going to run into them, and just that, unless of course they run into you.
Well, I agree there too because I have went super masculine, super aggressive to deter something from being because dude, I don't want to bleed and I don't want nobody else to. You know what I'm saying? So I have used my stature, my broad shoulders, my height, my aggression, to deter fights. So yeah, I think you got a point there too.
Yeah, that makes a good point. I think that I've in the past. I mean, I used to be a scrapper, but then I got to a point where I realized that it wasn't worth it, and then I started using more energy to get out of fights. You know what I mean? Than it would have been just to go ahead and do that. So yeah, that is a good point. Kev, what you got on this one? You cheating?
Let's see.
Okay, no, I see you.
Hmm. I will say, I think with the miserable people, I think that miserable people get the internal misery that we have within ourselves that we thought we were healed from. Um, because like sometimes you just gotta look to the side and say, is this worth addressing? Or is I'm addressing it because of my ego, or am I doing it because I feel like it's gonna be progressing at some point? So yeah, I think yeah, it's not really no point of because people gonna say anything they want to. Nothing really could do about it. It's just like I said, get up out of there, move on, go somewhere else where somebody can respect you or something like that. But um, otherwise, I would say, yeah, usually be miserable, and so and everybody spreading that trauma that they got within themselves. So they wait for the argument, and wait for somebody to feel just as bad as them and all that other stuff. So yeah, that's I'm gonna rock with that. Oh yeah.
What the hell did you just do a Biden?
And I do when I said
You just
potato
Man,
chips,
it's so funny. It's so funny because 6 months ago, if you said
mm,
that shit,
corn
you'd get canceled on here. But now everybody's seen him on live television, stumbling. It's okay to
you
say.
know, yeah, it's crazy, right? But you know, it's election time, so they ready for you to try to down one or the other. Like it's I don't know. This is yeah, that was a whole nother thing. I was like, wow, this is what we doing. Okay, yeah,
Hey, but
so that
no, hold on a sec. Now stop for a sec, because has anybody seen the presidential debate in June? I thought it was like October, September.
you mean like so as far as the
It has never,
uh
ever, ever in the history of ever been
right
held this
been
early
so
in the
early?
year. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And that was the thing too. It was like they was trying to take a hold of you know the one who won't be named. I'm trying not to name them all, but they're trying to take advantage of his little work, his problems, try to get in real quick and try to take advantage of it, and then the candidate can't even take advantage of it. So it just backfired. That was a bad move. I should have. I don't know. Y'all should have blue chewed or something. Got him right before y'all did that. I don't know what y'all doing, but that's a whole nother live. Let's get to the next one. Matter of fact, it's four of us up in here. I'm gonna start with you, Brilliant. Go on, start with what do
yeah, I was just
you
about to add. Let me explain to
oh
Nate or everybody what I mean about the So it said, what do
on this
listen
new one?
to respond? So what I mean by that is, well, we know what listen to respond is, and then listen to get triggered, and what understand is. So I would say to listen to get triggered. Dang, I guess I tried to do it before. So I wanted them to get people to give it an example, but that's what it looked like. So I guess I kind of put it in a way as in, like some people would listen to respond. Okay, we got that one. To get triggered, that'd be like people that they wait for you to say a trigger word that's towards them, right? It could be towards them or just in general. I don't think it's no universal trigger word, but I guess whatever. They wait for you to say, "What do you mean by that?" You know what I'm saying? Hey, the what do you mean people? Them the ones that listen to get triggered type situation and stuff. And when you say it like that, do so that's how I look at that. They listen to get triggered, like they purposely like looking for drama or something to be mad at, so that's what I mean by that. And then understand, we know how that looks too. So I don't know if you got it though, so that's what I meant by that.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think but we go ahead on, Brilliant.
yeah, I guess. I mean, I think um, if we're going to talk about TikTok and like the context of these conversations, I think most people listen to get triggered. I don't think most people are on here to listen to understand a damn thing. I think most people on here are listening to get triggered, and the rest of us treat this like a radio show that's just fun to listen to when we're out doing our daily thing. Because most of the time, like none of these conversations matter to me. I just think that shit's more entertaining than Howard Stern. Like I really do. So I think most people are just here to get triggered, and the rest of us are just here listening.
That's a good point. Nero, what you think?
I kind of think a lot of people uh, are incapable of having unbiased views, right? Which kind of means that when they come into these conversations, they already have a side in their minds. They might pretend as though they're non-biased and being, fair and true, but with time, as the conversation goes along, they expose themselves for whichever side they support. And this can go both ways, including hosts who actually try to pretend as if they're, actually trying to discuss an issue. And then when you say something, you discover that the host actually has a side. So it's about the side thing. So when it's about sides, people are more focused about winning the argument as opposed to actually learning. So I think the reason why it turns into a circus is because people want to win the arguments. If they didn't focus on winning, it wouldn't be such a joke. So because everyone is focused on winning, you see the disingenuousness, the denials, the deflections, the triggering and the emotional brouhaha, because it's all focused on winning. So when you make up a point that makes sense, the host could be like, oh, but that doesn't matter, or all the guests could be like, oh, so it's kind of like that. So that's the way I think about it. I just think it's just about the food. There's nothing wrong with the conversations. There's nothing wrong with the lives. There's nothing wrong with the topics. It's just the focus on winning as opposed to just having a conversation. Thank you.
Hey, listen, I want to make a little clarification to anybody who is watching. Nero is not on my payroll. I did not tell him to say that right before my point because it was a perfect segue into what I was going to say. This is just a coincidence, just saying. But I was going to say it's really I think people are listening to get triggered. And what that means is like when we hear these certain hot topics, right? There's only a handful of topics that circulate mostly on this app, right? With a few variations, but they still seem to fall into the same type of categories. And I think that people sit at home and they work on comebacks, right? Like they're ready for when somebody says this to me, I'm gonna say this because I'm gonna have a got you moment. And they will sit there and work on these things, right? And it goes back to what he just said, so that they can win these arguments whenever they get into these positions. Because they'll get on these panels and ask questions and try to steer the conversation into going where they want to go so that they can use their comebacks. And I see this happen so many times, it's crazy. And they don't even realize that a lot of us can see them doing it, right? And most people just kind of fall into it and they just start arguing and blah, blah, blah. But if you've been on here for a while, or if you whole lives, you can see this, you can just see it unfolding. Oh, okay, you're trying to dictate, you're trying to change the conversation because you want me to call you certain things or whatever so that you can have your comeback and you can have your stats that you want to say. And then it's the same rehearsed narratives that you hear on these podcasts or whatever other live, and you're like, wow, y'all just parroting the same things. I think that's what that is. So I do believe that there is a big portion of people on here who, they get on here and trying to win the arguments. And so they at home, trying to direct it to their comfort zone. And their comfort zone is their pain or their trigger or whatever it is that they want to get out. And so they will try to manipulate that conversation so that they can respond, not to understand, not to do anything else, but to respond and get other people to be like, ooh, they got you. It's that aha moment that they're seeking. And that's what I was going to think about it. What you think about it, Nate?
Like I agree. I think like they listen to just like respond, like to get triggered. Like, cause I also know, like, because like you can say like a lot of stuff to a person and they only take one thing and run with it. Like, why are you just taking that one thing? Like I said all of this and you're just like, I don't know, you're so triggered. Like you're running with this one thing that you just picked out. I said all this other stuff, but you're so triggered. Like, so yes, like I don't even think that people really listen like that. Like, and they will literally take one thing and run with that forever. Like, and and understand what like understand look like so if they like understand and like actually listen to comprehend, then like they won't even be so triggered and run with like one thing. Like when you said like plenty of stuff that came out your mouth, but of course triggered people who need to go heal, they're gonna run with that one thing forever. Like, oh, you said this, like, but you didn't hear like everything else I said. So yeah.
Good point. Did we capture that? What you was looking for, Kev? I think we got it.
Pretty much. Well, I look like somebody missing. Somebody's missing up here.
What the hell, Warlock? Yeah,
Gemini went to bed.
Gemini and
Sass was here. She bailed.
Oh, no, I know she left a while ago. Right.
Yeah, she been out of here.
I don't know who was above me.
I guess it was Gemini.
I can't remember.
Yeah, but Gemini was the last one to go.
I feel like it was another woman over here.
And Draco was next to him.
Draco, yeah, that was
too. Yeah. Is that Warlock in there sneaking in the slums? Yeah, bring your ass up here.
He was just in. We were just in.
Yeah, like he is gonna be. Like we don't see that mug pop up. Like we ain't gonna say nothing. The hell?
Go
Who do you
ahead.
think this is?
Every time I look over and see Amir's picture, all I can think is like instead of like the zipper, I just see like the lip biting. Like I just.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, I glance over.
Oh,
I just that's what I see. It's kind of bothering me.
Right? Like, what's up? Every time you make a good point, you look to the left. It's like, oh, what the fuck?
Hey,
I like the way you said that. I like that. No Diddy.
Sexy
no
point
Diddy.
right there, boy.
I like the way that cowboy hat feeling. I like that.
Right.
That's nice. No Diddy.
No. Right.
With the air though? Really? That is horrible. Oh my god.
All right, he got
Welcome
us
to Cam's Live at 3:40 in the morning, where you might get the day.
You're never gonna see that picture the same.
Right. It's because he put that on. We were trying to ignore it. Man. Nah, I can't say no pointers without that.
Just want to let you know that sounded. Come on, Kev. Give it to us on the neck. Which one? Wait, that didn't sound right.
Right. That's how that picture wanted to be. I think I guess to add to it,
We can't even change it.
I ain't got one bar. I see. That's why I was kind of delayed. So I guess also. So let me say. So I wanted an example of each of them. So listening to respond, that would be like waiting and you rocking in your chair. Kind of what was happening earlier when I was saying when I answer something right, they don't. When I answer something, then they instantly just keep asking questions after questions after questions. So they just waiting to hear it, and if it don't sound like nothing that they mess with, then they just respond with another question, or they respond with whatever they already had in the back of their mind already, and stuff like that. So that's listen to respond, listen to get triggered. That was what we was mentioning earlier, where someone is sitting there looking for everything that they know triggers them and they waiting on. So it's like a manipulation thing. That what do you mean, people? I'm saying, people, as soon as you say anything, like I've been in a few rooms that be just sitting there, hey, you can't say that, and no, you must be a bigot. They come with anything. They call you all the type of names just to listen, all that stuff just to get you triggered, to get you triggered, and it's because they're listening to get triggered and stuff. So I think that's their goal. So it's like, they listen to get triggered to trigger you. And listening to understand, and I believe that is, somebody that's actually asked a question, they might not get it, then they may ask another question just to get clarification and be like, okay, I kind of get your standpoint, even if you don't agree with it, right? I get it though, but I'm not feeling it, or I don't agree with it. They actually have a conversation because they really want to know what you mean by what you say or where your standpoint is at, because that's what I was saying like earlier when I was talking to a girl. And I realize the ADHD people, they do the same, all of them do the same thing. I know about 3-4 people that do that stuff that got the, what they call it, they call it, what they say they have, neuro
Divergent.
divergent and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
And I can understand like all of them kind of the same way. They be so in a rush to ask questions, and I realized that, and they all kind of almost they talk the same way. So now I'm starting to kind of learn, they style and stuff. But even that, I still dealt with a lot of them that actually try to listen or understand and actually, reply like, because I understand it's like a hyper thing. They very hyper. They got to get whatever on their mind out quick. But it is a difference because I seen some of them that's not even like that. That if you, like I said, if you're not giving the answer that they like, they either play like they don't understand you. They play, what I'm saying, because they already got in the back of their mind or wrote you off. You know what I'm saying? If they don't like you, they're going to just act like they're concerned. They already wrote you off already, and they just want you to look either silly to them, to everybody else, or something like that, just to prove their point of how they felt about you already. They be like, nah, I don't understand. Like that's what I be saying when I go in some of these these rooms or whatever. Somehow I speak a whole nother language. Like I said, I don't deal with so many people on this thing, but it just teaches me all the characters, and even in real life, because it's just these people are really like this. You know what I'm saying? So, when some of them actually do understand you, but they just rather play it off and be like, nah, I don't understand it. You're contradicting yourself. You're doing this. I don't get you. I don't really get you. And I'm like, dude, I done explained it about 14 times. You just don't want to get me. That's the difference. So, yeah, I think I explained it the best way I could on that one, though. So, all right.
Yeah.
So,
And one thing I think like when I noticed when they're the neurodivergent, their questions are more technical. Like they stick to, wait, you said this, so that means if you said this, that means this happens. You know what I mean? Like they're on that. Where a lot of the other people, when they're talking about their feelings, You know what I mean? Like they'll start grilling you, and it's wait, I don't feel like you said this right. I don't like the way I don't like the way, and then that's when there's a difference too that I've noticed. I don't know if
I
you
got
noticed that
it.
same thing.
That is true though, cause like I'm gonna
Yeah,
say actually a few names. Then I say it though, cause they already know. They mentioned that they mentioned on here. So we got my boy Conscious. That's one of them. But he actually tried to understand. That's different though. Him, and then we have what's that girl name? Light. Her name Light. Something Light. I forgot her name. Well, y'all know when y'all see her and stuff. Her name is Light of the something. So I used to call her Light.
it's
Her,
not like
I know
princess,
this
is it?
dude named, huh?
It wasn't like princess or nothing like that, is it?
Nah, she got like a green. She got the same old picture though, like a green background picture, and it's like I think it's like a light too or something like that. So she like that too. Um, the dude, this dude named racial something. He the same way too. Like they all kind of like do that same thing where they just like rap it with the questions and more logical than feelings based. And if you don't get that, they try to pick apart everything. So it's like they are the same, but that's why I say. But I can tell the difference with old girl, because she do with so many people that's not neurodivergent and stuff. They ask stuff when they don't like I said earlier, when they don't like what was being said. They keep asking stuff that can make them feel better about, okay, because I used to do that stuff. A lot of us do that stuff when we already know we don't understand that person. We're gonna keep asking things to make us feel good about how somebody else sounds silly type situation. So that's just what that is.
Yeah, yeah, I can hear it.
What's up, Cam? What's up,
What up,
Cam? You got a good one
Weezy? How
tonight.
you feeling, brother?
Man, I'm good. You put the accountability in fine print. I always miss that, but by the time I get to the bottom of the subject, then it always goes back to that. But the last thing in the subject, it says, do we need to learn from other cultures? You know, and
You don't come in and get that. You gotta catch all the way up. We actually on that one. That's
oh
funny how you just went straight to
oh,
that.
I could catch it all.
That's some funny stuff
I just
though. We
want to
really
save
that's
time.
what all of us gotta do though, low key. But you gotta
No,
catch up first
let's
on that.
just be
And she
honest.
like
Yeah,
right, because he just came straight in, gonna go to the last one.
listen. I figured that y'all this is what y'all been talking about, but I could go all through that. The
Yeah,
majority
yeah,
of
yeah.
us
Just to
we
make it, I
don't.
guess to stretch it out, yeah.
But think about this though. Think about, we live in a capitalist society, right? And people, as long as there's problems going on, people make profit off these problems. A lot of people, as I'm real new to this live stuff, but what I've learned is some people like chaos. They don't like, they like chaos for the sake of chaos, not for the sake of, both sides seeing something, then coming to terms and then fixing the problem. They enjoy chaos. And to move down, you say, why should we match miserable people energy? We shouldn't. That's the point. That's the point. Energy is neither created nor destroyed. It just changes. It just changes whatever it's in. You know what I'm saying? What do you do? Listen to respond, get triggered, and understand. Look like, yeah, ego. Like I said, those of us that don't want that, and you know what you don't want, you know what don't feel right to you. You have to understand just because you feel that way, there's other people that want that and need that. See what I'm saying? And as far as do we need to learn from other cultures? Yeah, I think it's obvious. But here's the beautiful thing about it, and I always try to say this, is that we have to recognize also that we're living during a time right now like no other time, where we can actually, there's an internet, there's a world wide web that we can communicate with people all across the world, for the most part, without the interference of government, for the most part. So for the first time, we can actually compare notes, look at things, express the way we feel about things, and whatever, and not be censored. For the most part, not be censored. But what I'm saying is like, in the course of these discussions, it's gonna be some ugly stuff that come out, and you're gonna see people's egos, and you're gonna see people's feelings. You're gonna see all of this kind of stuff. But then you look at our culture, United States culture, and especially in the black community, our culture in terms of family has gone down. We have to admit that. You know what I'm saying? We not in a good position. We not getting along. We not, you know, but even the American culture as a whole, all the races, marriage is down, family is down. You see what I'm saying? And it don't seem like hardly nobody's happy. And then when I look at women of all races, we live in a country that women probably have more rights than anywhere else in the world and have more achievement than women of anywhere else in the world, and they appear to be unhappy. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, the beautiful thing is that we can have these discussions like this and not get canceled, not get, you know, we can actually talk without government in the middle of it. One more thing. You there, Cat?
Oh yeah. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Cat, one more thing. When I look at things, I try to look at things that I don't understand, but I try to look at like nature, and I try to like learn a lesson the way that nature works without man bothering it, right? And one of the things that I notice about nature is that without accountability in nature, you die. You die off. Like the deer that's a little too slow or makes a mistake or that's living reckless, it becomes food. You see what I'm saying? And then what happens is the weak die off and the strong. So me saying that as a comparison to us as human beings, if you look at the fact that marriage is at all-time lows, you look at families divided, right? And that's because I believe there's no accountability. Meaning that it used to be a thing called shotgun marriages, for example. You get my daughter pregnant, you better marry. You understand what I'm saying? Regardless of if y'all love each other or not, it used to be an accountability thing so strong that it kept, in my opinion, it kept from a character standpoint, it kept the culture together. In my opinion, you even look at our music and look at how the quality of our music has deteriorated. That's our culture. You see what I'm saying? Our behavior has deteriorated, and it's on display now more so than ever because of social media. Everybody acting a fool, no accountability. You see what I'm saying? And so when I look at other cultures, and it's crazy, man. When I look at other cultures, it appears that, like I said, even though we supposedly have more freedoms than everyone else, it seems like we're more unhappy. Am I tripping?
That's crazy. You said I say that all the time though. It's like the more, the more spoiled we are and all the other stuff, we the ones that got to go through the pills and we got to go through the therapy and all this other stuff. But it's like we one of the most free situations, but we got to go through all these things. Then you got people that's got their things in order, or people that's even forced too, but they're not going through therapy and about to unalive themselves and all this other stuff or whatever. But it's just like, yeah, I get you on that. I be saying that all the time though. That's just crazy.
Well, it make me
That
wonder.
spoiledness.
It make me wonder if there's a bigger plan, right? Like what I mean by that is that I noticed that they push people to be sick. When you start studying nature, right? And I learned all of this from I was with a naturopathic doctor. I was in a relationship with a naturopathic doctor, and I learned that she taught me that all your healing comes from the earth. If your body comes from the earth, 67, almost 70% of the earth is water. Almost 70% of your body is water. That's equivalent. All the minerals and stuff that's in your body is in the ground. And even the Bible teaches you, if you believe in it, or Scripture teaches you that God raised man from the dust of the ground and breathed into him the breath of life. And when you look at all the medicines, the best medicines and whatnot, it comes from the ground. So why would they push synthetic medicine? Because it makes money. Now, let me tell you why I brought that up. It's because that's part of what I believe. It's making people depressed and unhappy. I believe it could be the food. It's just a lot of things.
You're so right, man. You know one thing that your water purification systems in your cities and towns don't do? They don't purify the water for those chemicals that come out of your urine, right? So I mean that really is part of it. I'm telling you right now, I live in one of the most homeopathic. Everything here is Ayurveda. The whole that whole science of ancient medicine. I live in the hub of it. It absolutely has a lot to do with, like, look, Roundup kills dandelions. You know what dandelions do for you? Like, look them up. Like those little yellow flowers that's your Roundup.
Man, have some dandelion tea, man. That
I
is a
what
superfood.
I'm telling you right now, and I've learned the hard way. Look, man, I actually have to go Monday to do my second test to see if I'm in stage 2 kidney disease. Right? And I've been doing a lot of looking, and it's ridiculous. But you're right; those medications are definitely the cause. And I've been saying it a lot. Women, if women are so happy, right, and so right, then why are they so depressed and so medicated more than ever in history? And I say it a lot because it's a sad reality. And I think people should take heed to what you just said, sir, because it's very brilliant, if I might say so
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah, and before we get too deep
Yeah.
off into that, let's just finish this last one. And then if we get on that, I might, dang, if I got enough energy, I might throw another old topic up here. But yeah, we on
All
that
right.
last one. I don't know who.
So, yeah, you want to go Nero real quick, and then I'll go after you.
What topic am I speaking on?
The last one. They need to
Oh, do we
learn
need
from
to?
other cultures.
Like,
Yeah.
yes, especially for us, I'm thinking we need to learn the use of military force. We need to embrace the use of arms. We need to learn how to own arms legally, of course. We need to learn how to create arms because I think that there is something big that's coming, right? And when it does come, it would require us to at least be able to defend ourselves and our families. A lot of people I see in our community, they like to equate owning arms to being a criminal, which is far from the truth. So I think one of the things that we have to learn how to do is to properly own arms legally, properly store it, not use it on TikTok or let the kids play with it, nothing like that, responsibly. But it needs to go up. Every home needs to own arms. And the average black person needs to legally own arms because something is coming. Thank you.
Yeah. I would agree. I would agree. A couple of things I will say. Just a little fun fact. As the United States is currently ranked number 23 in the world for happiness in way of life. So, why are we so unhappy? Because being a superpower, we should not be ranked so low, right? There are a lot of things I think that attribute to it, but I think the biggest problem is overconsumption and capitalism. And I don't think capitalism in total is bad, but I just think that it has gotten to a point where we now have unrealistic expectations of what is required to be somebody, quote unquote. Okay, so when we have these things that we got to chase the Joneses, we always got to get more, we always got to get this. This is what's making us unhappy. Because if we actually look at what the fuck we actually have, we have more than enough, right? You have places like China with 5 times as many people as we have in the United States, but they still have a good system of natural healing, right? They still actually embrace, natural, what they would call, Eastern medicine. Okay, so I mean, if we look at everything, like my man said earlier, every medication that we have has a flower, a fruit, or some type of mineral that backs it. We take penicillin or whatever. That's actually orange. That's the orange peel, right? Is the fungus of the orange peel? Am I correct? However they process it, but that's where it comes from. So we know that we have all of these things that will heal us naturally. But the problem is, it's too many of us, and not enough of us who take it upon ourselves to have the shit in our backyard. So we're depending on the system, quote unquote, to give us these things. And it's physically impossible for them to supply the millions of people that we have here. So what we're doing is, in a sense, by not taking it upon ourselves to do these things, to not learn these things, to keep pushing it off, not take responsibility, we're putting it in the hands of a system who cannot. Even if we took away the red tape and we took away all of the the things that hold them back, right? All the bureaucracy, all that, whatever. If we took away big pharma and we did all of these things, there's no way one central government can supply the food that we need. It's just too many of us. But back in the day, everybody had a garden, at least in the backyard, so they didn't have to inject all of our vegetables to make more, because at least we had that, right? We had some type of form of some sustainability for ourselves. But now we don't want to do none of that. But then we expect the government to give us wholesome food, to give us, it's impossible to grow that much and sustain us, right? Not at the rate that we consume. We go have 5 coffees during the day. We go out here and, if you go and travel the world, you will see how people live. They don't sit around all day at Starbucks in France. It's quick. They get their thing, they socialize, they boom, 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 they're out of there, right? And I'm just using that as one example. Maybe some of them do, that's Americanized, but if you really go and look at how they live, they value their peace of mind. They actually go to work and they actually have holiday every day, which is the time that they rest during the day, right? There are certain things that other cultures do. And so learning other cultures, seeing how other, looking outside of yourself, you start to see it. And it's very important, because we have to realize, as the United States, we are toddlers, literally. You got civilizations, China, thousands of years. We've been what, 500 years, 400, whatever, not even that. So we are new, we are brand new. We don't know what the fuck we doing. Let's be honest. As a country, okay, we are a superpower because we got more firepower. That's really what it is. It's not like, oh, we're just the innovatives of the world. No, we took all innovative people from other countries and brought them over here for the space race and kept them over here to keep doing the technology. That wasn't us. But if we don't study, if we don't know our history, if we don't know other cultures, we won't know these things. And if you start realizing that most of the things that we are doing now is based on some other cultures from other parts of the world that we've now just hybrid, it's a hybrid into what we do. Well, now, if you know that you can go study that culture and actually get a better understanding of why they do certain things. And then we can bring that and apply it to our lives, and we realize, damn, you know what? I need a motherfucking herb garden. Damn, I need to get this. I need to, half of the stuff that I go to the store for every day, I can get that from my own, I can do that from a little, even if you live in an apartment, you could put like a little air garden right there out of your window. You know what I mean? We could do a lot more sustaining for ourselves than we really realize. And if you study other cultures, you will learn that. So I say, just for that reason alone, along with all the other rambling I did, is a good reason why we need to learn other cultures.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of why I started the way I did, man. That's why I said everybody wants a solution done for them. We're in this soft society now, and that's kind of what it is. And we're all guilty of it. Like, I mean, I I'm fucking lazy, right? I mean, I know how to grow stuff, but I'm fucking lazy. So I had to quit being lazy because I'm like, man, my health's at jeopardy now because I've been complacent and ignorant, right? So I went and got my shovel because I don't have a tiller, and I went and shoveled a patch in my yard, and I started planting shit. Because, like, what the fuck have I been doing? I've been being fucking lazy. I've been going to the grocery store and being lazy. I think all of us need to stop being lazy, study from other cultures, and really the plants are your friends. They really are. They seriously are. I think anything outside of that is foolish. Everything that you buy in the store has some sort of natural existence that they can't charge you for. They cannot, they can't legally charge you for under this moral code that we're in. So therefore they make a synthetic version, and or they make other stuff like, bleached flour and shit. So you shouldn't eat none of that. No bleached flour. Stop eating it. Just stop eating bleached flour. And once you start looking where bleached flour is, you're gonna quit going to the grocery store.
Right. And I mean, reading the labels to things, even if we know we got a bad habit, right? And a lot of it is we're kind of what, most people don't have a choice, right? Where they live, how they've been living. We're kind of stuck into a routine, and it's a long, steady journey to get out of that, right? It's not like you're just about to wake up in the morning, unless you got some serious health crisis that makes you, right? But most people, they don't have that real life or death, life or unalivement, excuse me, to kick them in their butt to make them change. So the change is going to have to be gradual, but you got to be diligent and you got to have discipline if that's what you really want to do. But I think that we're so comfortable, they don't see it coming. If you can sit up here and tell them that, this cannot sustain itself, eventually it's going to perish, right? Every single civilization, not one ray iota of a civilization has managed to survive yet. Everyone will fail eventually. We get to a pinnacle, we fail, there's a new one that comes back. So if we see the writing on the wall, and a lot of people believe that, well, I ain't gonna be around when it happens, so they don't care. And that's probably why we're in this situation. Because one, people don't believe that it's true, that it's not gonna happen to them until something really happens to them where in their health or something like that makes them change. Or it's like, that's the world's problem. It's not my problem. But if we realize that being humanitarian means that you need to look outside of yourself, doesn't mean that you need to jump into some movement and be all in the front lines and having, protests and all this other stuff. That's not being a humanitarian, or you got to donate your money. Being a humanitarian is just recognizing what the world is doing and understanding that you're a part of it. However small we think we are, our carbon footprint leads to something else. And we're not here just by ourselves. Energy just don't work that way. And if we start thinking that way, maybe it'll start coming a little bit quicker. But as it is now, people don't believe that it's even true. People believe that, it's just all about me. And I think that's that capitalism. That is that you have to be somebody, you got to have a Bugatti. You know what I mean? And I'm just using that as an example because that's what we hear online all the time. Or, you know what I mean? You got to have a fucking house, or you got to have 100K, and you got to have this, and you got to have that, and be a good person. You got to be like, that following that stuff I think is the biggest problem at this point, because we're living our lives according to what somebody else tells us our lives should be. And if that right there, that whole sentence, I couldn't even say it right because it sounds fucked up. I'm gonna land on that.
That was beautifully put, sir. You said something. I want to piggyback off of something that you said in regards to energy. Um, accountability is energy because you get a positive result or a negative result off of every action. You know what I'm saying? And we lean to wanting the positive result. And when we get the negative result, We don't look at ourselves as the why. What did we do? We had a choice there. And I think a lot of it is the way that we're taught. And you're right, back to the capitalism thing. Whenever you have capitalism at some point, and I believe in the concept, but this is a government that was supposed to be for us, the people, not the highest levels of government with all the power, making laws that doesn't benefit the people, but benefit maybe themselves or special interest groups. We have enough farmland to produce food. We have enough technology to do things to lead the world. You understand what I'm saying? But it's like what you said though, and this is really what I can appreciate is every empire, every nation throughout history reached the pinnacle and failed at some point, and there's a pattern that it fails when the moral decadence of the society begins to corrode, and it becomes all about greed and gluttony. And if you're looking at the United States in every facet, except a perceived military strength, but in every facet, the United States is not leading, truly leading. I understand we have the best, we're the best marketing media team. America once upon a time, yeah, we had the best of best, and we still really holding on to it. But there's a bit of an arrogance as we watch other nations making moves, and there's a bit of an arrogance as we watch millions of people come across our border. That we're not in no actual security danger. We take that for granted. We just think, the government, they just gonna handle that. No, no, no. What Cousin B said was every great nation fell, and one could argue that this is the greatest empire of all time. I can argue that. Definitely the most powerful military wise. So let's look. I mean, accountability. Look, nature will force you to take accountability. I tell my daughters, I said, young men, they get their accountability immediately. A woman's accountability, I tell my daughters, it comes slow. You keep, you keep not, no one continue to allow you to take accountability for your actions, then you learn very slow. And by the time you really, really get it, it's a lot of times it's too late. But men, they get accountable right away. And I'm not trying to compare the two, but the point is everything in nature by law has to take accountability to survive.
That's facts. That's facts. Kev, where you at? Anybody else got anything to add to that?
I wanted to say something to Nero though.
Yeah,
Nero
yeah. Go ahead.
mentioned getting you know uh, you know preparing for self-defense because he feels something's about to happen. And I believe Nero is right. I think there's a sense. You know what I'm saying? There is a spirit in the air of divide, major divide, even at the highest levels of government, where they're trying to put the leading, regardless of how you feel one side or the other. Let's look at how significant this is. Trying to put the leading candidate for president or previous president in jail. Not that there's when has that ever happened in American history? There's always been an unspoken uh, belief that the president can do certain things that's necessary for national security and not be arrested. There's always been an unspoken belief of that. Now that belief is being challenged. The deepest areas of the Constitution that most of us don't even know about, is being challenged. And Nero, that Second Amendment, the First Amendment is the freedom of speech. That's this TikTok stuff. That's like I said, the government doesn't control this for the most part, and can't censor this for the most part, especially TikTok. So that's First Amendment. Second Amendment was to the right to bear arms. That's the two most important things. Your right to to give your opinion to your government and your right to defend yourself from the government. Think about that. That's the first two most important amendments is to be able to criticize your government, say whatever you want, express yourself however you want to say it. And the second was, in case they try to stop you, you have the right to have, to bear arms to defend yourself or to challenge your government. That's what it was originally for. And that's being challenged now. This is why Nero says you might want to better arm yourself. I don't know how much that will help, but
My
it's better.
brother, I just want to say sorry. Oh, I just want to say that you can think about the racists, think whatever you like about racists, but when this whitey people start telling you that something is going on, when they break into the parliament building, when they do all those things, when they desecrate, they start to doubt the elections, you better believe them, bro. You better believe them. And you best believe that
Oh,
these
I believe them.
elites, yeah, you best believe that these elites, they have information that we have no access to.
Of course, of
We
course.
are at the bottom of the feeding
No,
line,
no,
right?
no, no,
We,
no, of
we get
course.
the information the last only when it's already out of your control and they can't hide it anymore. Then they come to the public and then they make it seem as if it just started yesterday. But that's something that's been going on for
Uh,
years.
I agree with you. I was speaking on the concept of those very same people that did these things. They believe that they, the people, are going against a government that has gone rogue. That's what they believe. And now I'm
Exactly.
not, yeah,
And what will gonna happen is that what's gonna happen is that a time is gonna come after a certain election that is gonna make them realize that they have literally no power anymore in the unity. They're gonna want to get out of the United States. They're gonna want to create a state of their own, or whatever you want to call it, or a unity of their own states. This is where this is heading. You can check all of history. It is gonna happen without fail. They're not gonna let the next Democrat president come in. They're
where are
not.
you from? Where are you from, Nero, if you don't mind me asking?
My parents are Nigerian, but I live in Houston.
Okay.
So
Were you were
they're
you were you
not.
bo- were you were you born in
Well,
the United
see,
States?
Yes. So
Okay, okay.
they're not gonna let this keep going on because the way the United States is going now, the Democrats are gonna dominate the elections. The immigrants are coming in; those are free votes. All this Chinese people and all these people coming from the southern borders,
Well,
these
Nero,
people are votes.
but what you have to understand is the very same foundational white Americans you're talking about, they're not leaving America. This is a revolutionary people. This is how this country was started. They're going to fight to
But
the
but
death
but
for it.
but these people they you think are just Americans. They're not just Americans. They have ties to Europe.
No, no,
They have
absolutely. Wait.
yes,
That's
they
the
have
point. Wait.
comrades.
This
right.
this started as a European colony, but the point is, they're
Exactly.
not. They're
They
not.
don't see
They're not.
America.
They're not leaving America.
They don't
They
see
don't. They,
America as their only choice. It
no,
is
no,
a
no, no, no. You
choice.
don't You don't understand. We had America in their mind. They had one revolution here that established America. They're gonna.
But
This is what Mr. Trump stands on. America. He's a nationalist. They're
he's a
not gonna. They're not gonna.
nationalist. He's a nationalist. That is true. But you need allies. That is how all empires work. You can
But
work
who?
without
Who?
allies.
Who is the ally to America?
The Europeans. You have to look out, my brother.
The ones that are getting kicked around, the ones that are causing the Ukraine to lose the war, and the ones that can't
No,
defeat
not the
Hamas.
Ukrainians. I'm not talking about the Ukrainians.
No, you're talking
I'm
about
talking about
NATO.
France. I'm talking
You're
about
talking
France.
about. Are you out of your mind? The Africans just kicked France out of Africa. Are you out of your
Bro,
mind? Do
bro,
you wait? Do you actually wait? Do
I'm
you
telling you,
actually
where
wait? Wait,
this
wait,
is.
wait. Do you actually believe? I can tell you're not from here. Okay. But do you? I know these
Bro,
people because I
Africa
have a
is not a country,
no.
bro. They
Excuse
kicked
me.
France out of
Excuse
one
me.
country or two countries in Africa,
Okay,
okay?
okay, but that's two
It's not the
countries. But
whole continent.
well,
They still have a hold of
France,
Congo.
Well, that's what they're fighting over right now. But France didn't. France got their behinds kicked here in the Western Hemisphere in Haiti. But the
Brother,
history of
that
the,
is
but the, wait, wait,
actually
but the
that
history of this country. If you think the American Caucasian man is going to run from the United States with all of these nuclear
they're
weapons,
not running. They're gonna split the country. They're not gonna run. They're gonna split the country legally. This is something that you
So
have to actually open
man,
your eyes to as an
you don't,
option.
so
you
here,
don't, you don't.
hey, real
Go
quick,
ahead.
I will say this: like if you are in Texas, right, I can see why he said that, right, because of the rhetoric that is in Texas. Okay, my folks is from Houston and Galveston and all that. Yeah, that and you have those good old boys talking about they gonna succeed. They're gonna do all of this. They can be, you know what I mean? Like they are on some, we're not gonna have this type of shit. They you know what I mean? Like they
You
are
have
in this
to, you
delusion.
have to look at
But
again. Like, I'm sorry,
but I'm
just real
saying
quick
is, so
on
I
that.
can see why. But I'm saying I can see why what Nero was saying when he said that. But then it goes back to let's look at the reality of it, right? They not Texan ain't doing shit. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it. I'm sorry to be blunt. They can talk all that they want to, but it ain't gonna happen. Not in our lifetime. Not nowhere that we're gonna see. If it is coming, it ain't no time soon. I promise you. But I will say
Can I
this,
ask a question? Can I
right?
ask a
But I will
question?
say this though. But hold on, because this is the thing that I think is very important. When you said be armed, I will agree with you, but it's not to go against the government. Because if the government wants you, you're done. There's nothing you can do. I promise you. We can sit up here and act like you can get armed and you can do it.
No,
If they snap their fingers, they can get up out of here if they
no.
wanted to, right?
Well,
But what we would be fighting against is, like you said, them good old boys. Them ones that's gonna militialize, they're gonna act like they're, you know what I mean? So
but
yeah,
who
we
are
do
they?
need to be
Who
armed,
who are the
huh?
who are the good old boys? What does their
They're in the
lineage? What does
government.
their
They're
lineage?
also in the
Well,
government,
Oh,
my brother.
I'm trying
Nero.
to talk in code. I'm trying to talk in code because I don't want to get us
Okay,
kicked off.
okay. No,
These people are in the government. Do you think they don't have people in the
Nero,
government who support these causes?
Nero.
My
It's the
brother, my
same.
brother.
Yeah, it's not
It's the
government. It's not
same
gonna be
people.
government though.
Well, what is government? See, the point is there is an element of that society here in the United States that goes all the way back to the Revolutionary War, the 13 colonies. This country has too many weapons, too much military power and prowess. What's really going on is it's a fight. It's a fight inside the government from a minority part of the government, which has been controlling everything, and they're actually fighting over control of the money because the money is the U.S. dollar's done. They're fighting over who's going to control printing the money. That's really what they're fighting. The left and the right, it goes down to that. But in terms of the patriotic American leaving America, Nera, you don't know this man. He's partly responsible for colonizing your people in Nigeria. He's not going to give up this to who? Give it up to who? There's only one. If there's really only one capable force on the planet to give it up to, and that's China, and that's not going to happen.
My brother, this is going to be a matter of values. Let me tell you how this is going to go. It is going to happen in terms of values. A certain group of people are going to say they do not agree with a certain kind of lifestyle, which we are not allowed to mention on TikTok, right? That would conspire with so many other things in terms of the choice of leadership and all that. It's gonna make people create another state within the United States. You can mark my words, this is inevitably gonna happen. Everyone who reads political science knows that this is the future of the US. Unless there's some miraculous reconciliation between the divide right now in the US. We're talking about the people who don't want to be around transgender people, who don't want to go to school, or who don't want their children to go to school in certain kind of schools. We're talking about people who are against immigrants. And these people have allies in Europe who they think are facing the same thing. We're going to forget about Africa for a second. We're talking about the future of this unity, this imperialism. They're going to fight amongst themselves. This has nothing to do with
They're
other
they're
races or anything. It's going to
they're
be
fighting.
about values.
Well, they're fighting.
Unless
They're fighting amongst themselves already. Number one, and number two. Remember, sir, this country was founded on white supremacy. I don't know what history you read, but this country was founded on that, and this country will fight to the death to maintain that, even in the face. They have become, this country's become better at disguising it. But I'm telling you what it's founded on. I'm telling you what colonialism is founded on.
I'm saying you're saying the same thing that I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you that
What
instead
what
of
what makes you what makes you think they care about morals and values?
I'm telling you what they're going to frame it as. That is going to be the pretext for it. It has, of course, I'm not going to come here and say these people are racist because of race. They're going to, no. I'm trying to tell you how it's going to play out in reality. Because when we keep talking about how it's white supremacy, nobody knows how it looks like when it actually happens. That's why it
Well,
flies over people's
well,
heads because everyone just sums it up and says it's white supremacy. I'm giving you a breakdown
Okay.
of how they're going
So
to
right.
present this divide. They're going to say,
So
sir,
because of the new transgender
sir.
thing and the new immigrants and whatnot, they want to have a state of their own. And there are people in government who actually will support this cause. It may not even
Okay,
come to the
so
point of
can
military,
I ask?
and there are people in the military who also support this stuff.
So let me ask you this. Okay, so just to clarify, because I think I know what you're saying. So you're saying that basically what they're going to do is to try to justify or to try to whiteify what they're doing. They're going to blame it on, oh, we just have cultural differences, or we have different views of whatever they say, right? When he was talking about the values, right? We know we just live in different values. It's not about race. It's not about this. So that's the moniker, or that's the rhetoric that they're going to use, is what he's saying. If I'm not,
Exactly.
if I'm
Thank
hearing
you.
correctly,
Thank you, bro.
but
Thank you.
but 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 in actuality, it is going to be what you and I think is going to be, Julian. And
It's actually a
but how
racist
they are
thing.
going
It's
to,
actually
but
racist,
how
but
they're
they
going
don't
to
want to
try to
say it's
present it
racist.
to where they can get followers, they're going to do it that way. Okay,
cousin
and I
B.
think that what Nero, but what we're saying is we're not going to fall for that, because we've been fighting this war, we've been dealing with this forever. See what I'm saying? So I think that's the part that we're trying to say, is that this country has been they've been doing
I,
that for 300
well,
years. You see
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah, cousin
So
B,
we,
cousin B,
yeah, go
cousin
ahead.
B. Let me piggyback on that. Right? You heard me say, look, we
And
talk
then
about the
after that, let me
Constitution.
get in.
Oh, no doubt. I see you. I see you there. I see you there. Uh, let's look at this. You just hear me talking about the Constitution, right? Right? The Constitution, freedom of speech, right to bear arms. It's like should go without saying that that did not apply to black people. We were slaves. So naturally, they were presenting something that was beautiful and moral and this, that, and the other, but that didn't apply to us. So it goes when we talk about white supremacy, Nero, on this side as a Black American, when we talk about those things, we already have an understanding that they always frame something like it's good and great and it's beautiful. So you don't. I just thought what was understood didn't need to be said. My point is, real quick, Imperial. I'm almost there. My point is, there's two sides of white supremacy that are at odds in our government. One side is the Democrat side, the other side is the Republican side, but they both were white supremacists. They just have a different way of dealing with us. No different than during the time of the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln didn't care a whole lot about freeing slaves. He was trying to preserve and save America from this very same thing we're talking about. Abraham Lincoln's mission was to preserve the Union and keep America together because the country had become divided over its black people, over its property. What do we do with these people? Even the Constitution referred to us as three-fifths of a man to this very day. So, Nero, we have an understanding of that. That goes without saying with us. We're just strategizing on what they're going to do. And I'll tell you what they're going to do. The nationalists are fighting for control of this country. They don't like what this country has turned into, and they're willing to fight and die to the death. And they're the ones that control the guns, not the Zionist liberals. They don't control the guns. They don't control the police, because that's what's going to come down to, the weapons. So I would advise black people to get out of the way. Get out of the way. And if you had to pick a side, I would roll with the nationalists. If you had to pick a side, if I was in the South during the time of the Civil War and I had to pick a side, I would take my chances with Abraham Lincoln because that's who's going to be the winner.
Exactly what I'm saying, my brother. Exactly what I'm
And
saying.
that's what I meant by the good old boys. Just so you know, to answer your question when you asked me before, that was my code word for the good old boys.
I got you. I just want to be clear. What's up, Imperial?
What it do? All right, so look at it like this. For those of you that are unaware, for the last couple years of my life, I've been running around doing a lot of crazy ass shit in a lot of people's eyes. I've been messing with 1% preppers. I've been messing with all kinds of different groups socially and actively. And what these gentlemen are saying is accurate. Okay? For those that are not in the know, what just happened with the Chevron whole case as a whole, they literally took the power out of the hands of the deep state and they put it back in the hands of, for lack of a better term, the Confederates.
Explain the deep state, please.
Okay, so the deep state is a small group of people that controls the vast majority of the wealth in the United States. Anything that's classified as black budget, anything that's classified as printing money. These people all are appointed by a group of people that are not in control in the United States. That's the first thing. The second thing is this. Y'all got hints all across the board in television and movies and music, all of what they're about to do. They're following a Confederate general by the name of Pike's master plan. And nobody pays attention to that. He was also a Mason. He was part of the Golden Dawn. Okay? This all has just been a game that they're playing. So for here in the United States, the Three-Fifths Compromise referred to all indigenous that were classified as Negro, Black, and Colored, and African American as 3/5, less than a human. We were never slaves. We were POWs. Because if you were a slave, you would be treated better. They would not destroy you because you're classified as valuable property. That's the first thing. The second thing is this. While we're sitting here having this conversation, I need y'all to understand. All the good old boys that I know, they'll ride with us before they ride with the government. And I mean that absolutely 100%. And that's a scary thought. That's a lot of
No,
people
I,
that
I,
you...
I actually agree with you. I think we got to, for the black people on the panel, because I noticed that my people get confused that you say that, like the good old boys is a better ally than the other side. Can
Well,
you explain that?
well, see, okay, so being a black man in America, most people look at me and they think I'm white. I'm not. Nowhere near. Most of my heritage is indigenous to the United States, not Native American, but indigenous, which is a whole different. Okay? Now, the good old boys that I'm talking about are the ones that are going that you find in the back hollers everywhere across America. Okay? They're the ones that'll cook, barbecue, hunt, fish, go do all kinds of stuff with you. And they're not particularly racist. They just don't want you messing with their daughter or their son. That's it. They're like, leave my people alone. We ain't got no problems. Everything else is kosher. Most people don't understand that because they can't see outside of their own circumstances. So once you get out of your little area of the United States and you go start traveling around and you start meeting people from other groups and you realize, oh, they really don't like the government either. They don't like being mistreated either. They understand the actual history of what we went through. Why do you think most of them don't agree with it? But you've got the far right, which is classified as the good old boys. They're not the good old boys. They're just the ones in control of the pew-pews. That's it. The other half is in control of the money. They're fighting, as aptly said, they're fighting over who's got control of the pew-pews and who's got control of the money. When one side had all of it, that's when it's a problem. That's why they're divided right now. That's why they're having problems. So
A big
it's a
reason. Let me add in. I like what you said about the pew pews and the money. Like if
yeah.
you look back at the American Civil War, right? The South had the money, but the North was industrialized and had, you know, the factories and the steel, so they were able to produce the weapons a lot faster, and they allowed a lot of black soldiers to fight as well. But the South had the money and or was controlling the money, because 60% of the United States exports was cotton. So the South was like, we got the money, we don't need y'all, we just gonna make our own country. And the North is like, no, you're not. And so they went to war. So the point is that today it's very similar. If you look at the military and you look at the banking, right? The dollar is losing its value. Inflation is out of control. So those who've controlled the money, they're losing the money. They're losing control over the money. BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and many other countries have formed an economic alliance to come up with their own currency to overcome the dollar being the world reserve currency. And America's not having that. This is what the fight is over now. And so those with the guns, which is the military, the police, et cetera, most of them, the overwhelming majority of them support Donald Trump. The rich, the elite, uh, uh, they're starting to turn against those who've been controlling the money. And if you look at these student protests at these major Ivy League schools, universities that cost a lot of money. So the wealthy, young, typically Caucasian intellectuals of the future is rising up against American foreign policy. There is an actual civil war going on in this country already. It's already starting. And they're fighting over who's going to sit in that seat. And one side has the guns and the other side has the money for the time being. So,
That's a
so
great point.
Now,
if you, one
now
last
let
thing
me.
though, if you're religious, if you believe in God, whether you're a Muslim, Christian, or Jew, if you believe in a judgment day, you have to look at the United States of America being a part of that because the United States of America is too big. It's the most powerful nation mankind has ever seen. So there's no way it could be omitted from Scripture. So just think
Now,
about that.
Right.
now
So
I want to
real,
add
real
into
quick, let
that.
me just say this. Hold on, real quick, Imperial. First of all, what's happening? What's happening, bro? I didn't get
You
my
know what
formal
it be.
introduction. What's happening? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I gotta say, yeah, you are correct with, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I get you on that, right? But the only pushback I have is I just don't want you with my daughter. Yeah, that's racist. It is. I'm sorry. It's a little bit up in there, brother. Can't deny that. But I will
Well,
say, I feel you because I know a few of them myself, and they will be what we're gonna call a little bigoted or a little biased, right? They don't consider themselves like, it's not like, but whatever. If it came down to it, they would forego that, which is what I think what I heard you say, which I would agree with.
correct.
But I don't want to go as far as to say they're not. No, yes, they are.
Now,
let's just keep it. Let's
now,
just keep it a buck.
now,
Cousin, let me
let
push
That's a
me
back.
little bit.
hold up. Let me
That's
break
about
it
three
down.
fourths. That's about
Right
three
now,
fourths, player.
let me break this down because I've had sit down meetings with a lot of these so-called white supremacists, and I've conversated with them in places that you would never believe. And their one single solitary goal is they're not worried about us really being with their daughters and their sons and aunts and whatever the fuck. What they're worried about is the book that came out called The Birth Dirt. They're worried about being eradicated. That's essentially all it is. That's the one
Ooh,
thing.
can I
That's
piggyback on that? Can I
let
piggyback on that?
let
Okay, go
yeah.
ahead. Go
Let
ahead.
me get this in. Now, the reason why I'm saying it the way I'm saying it is because These people know who we are. They know that when you say Utah, they know that that is Judah. That is Utah. That is in the actual scriptures of the Bible. And most people don't comprehend that. I like how Lovely said it in the comment section. Like, if y'all don't know what this country actually is and don't know who your people actually are, that Bible is very powerful. Every form of the Bible, doesn't matter if it's the Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, or the Kabbalah, all of that is our shit. And most people don't want to hear that. They're like, oh, it belongs to another. No, it doesn't. That's the problem with what's going on right now. We as a people are so divided, don't even know our true heritage. And I speak on this really a lot on TikTok and in real life. Like, I've gone to college professors throughout the United States and told them who I am, where I come from, what my people are, and they're like, you're 100% right. But you're one of the few people that actually knows the truth, and you're one of the few people that speak it and hasn't been got yet. That's the scary part. So when they started the ideology of racism here to build this foundation of what they call this country, they stripped away all the heritage of the indigenous people of America, North, Middle, and South. And it wasn't just a one-person colonization. It was 3 different groups of colonization. It was the Europeans that stole the original crowns of Europe. It was the Spanish that stole the original crowns of Spain. And it was the Chinese that stole the original crowns of Asia. That's a scary thing. When you go and look back at the true history of what I'm talking about, you'll realize it was a 3-pronged attack across the world. And they annihilated most of us and kept it secret. And most people aren't going to believe that because they're so indoctrinated by the school systems over here. I, fortunately, have been taught the truth. I, fortunately, have gone and seen parts of the United States that most people wouldn't believe exist. Like, I harp on the Grand Canyon constantly, and if y'all know what the Grand Canyon actually is, you're in the know. That's the scary part. So all of this stuff that's playing out right now is they're getting ready for the second coming, and I'm not talking about of Christ, I'm talking about of our people. Because there are people like Empress Rarebird that have gone forth and got the allodial titles that are in the estates and trust of every single man, woman, and child that is indigenous, that is classified as Negro, black, and colored. That's what they're fighting for. They're fighting for the titles. They're fighting for the land. They're fighting for the inheritance of our estates and trust. And if you don't know that, you're unaware and your ignorance is bliss. So I'm going to land with this. It might sound crazy, but know who you are. Because these DNA tests that they give out, if you go and look, there's indigenous and Native American. That's a scary thought. Why would they have 2 different tests for the same group of people? And I landed with that.
Cousin B, you there, Cousin B?
No, you want to respond, right? You want to
Yeah,
respond?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Reason with me for a bit. When you see let's say someone from the KKK, right? When you see them and they have this belief of, they don't want their daughters, you know, to marry outside of their race. One of the things I was talking about earlier was about nature, and one thing that we can see with everything that lives, even the virus, its first law is to stay alive, self-preservation. And so that virus will even mutate to stay alive. Every living thing, plant, whatever, stay alive. Human beings stay alive. And by them mixing with us from a genetic standpoint, it will kill them, even unalive them, genetically unalive them, even out of love. If we all were on an island together and we all got along and mixed and integrated, it would be no more of them. They inherently know this. So when you see Roe v. Wade being overturned, no, that is for the preservation of them. Because us, the original, the indigenous people, the original people of the planet, us. That's a mathematical, biological, scientific, actual fact. It's not a theory, a concept. It's a genetic fact that the all people come from us. So when you look at us, anything that we procreate with will be considered black. And if you flip it on the flip side, if I were Caucasian, anything that I decided to procreate with would be whatever it is I procreated with, which would means if I don't procreate with my own, I can't survive, and vice versa. That is a absolute law of the law of self-preservation. And I'm only putting it in a scientific aspect so we can rise above the emotions and understand. Does that make sense? Because
Hold on, my bad. I had some technical difficulties. I'm still here. No, I get you. I get what you're saying. But
and perhaps that is
the
racist,
the
but so
but
what?
what I'm saying is the reasoning. Like I can understand the reasoning, right? But it doesn't change what it is. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're
Well,
making a decision solely based on race, that's just by definition
no,
that's what it is. So I'm
but
just
but
saying
what? But what if
when
that's
huh?
natural for you to react? What if it's natural for you to react that way?
I mean, I could say that it's natural for me to react that way, right? But like your daughter is still gonna be your daughter if you had a son or you had a son. Your offspring is still gonna be your offspring. Your
Absolutely,
family is still not your family isn't unalive because now they have a little bit darker skin. So my point is
absolutely.
this whole concept. Oh, I need to preserve myself. You are preserving yourself if you had kids. So the fact that you just want them to look a certain way, it
No,
becomes
no, no, no,
now.
no.
But you see what I'm saying? Like
I
I mean,
mean, I
you
mean his
might evolve,
biological. No, I mean
huh?
his biological subconscious impulse. His biological subconscious impulse, self-preservation. Does that make sense?
No. I'm saying that is true if we're gonna say, okay, if I go and go with somebody else, I'm gonna turn into them. I mean, in so many words, right? I'm trying to speak in
No,
code because
no, I'm
if we
going to
if we
die. No,
say,
I'm going to unalive. I'm going to unalive myself. There will be no
but
more of me
why not?
because
You
that
see what I'm
goes
saying?
against but that goes against the very law of every living thing is to reproduce and stay alive.
But he's gonna pass away regardless. So his ancestors
Well,
and
well, that
everybody that
make
comes along
listen.
behind him is still gonna be alive,
You're,
right?
you're right. No, 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 no. You're absolutely right, but that does not stop him from trying to stay alive. You're right
But
about that. He's going
again,
to die a natural death, I believe.
right? But I'm saying is that comes from an ignorant perspective, right? Because
That comes from his
if we had
biological.
the
That comes
knowledge,
from.
but I'm
What I'm
saying your
saying is he
biological
has a
says, hey, I need
nature.
to stay alive. And then once you find
Yeah,
out that, guess what? You're always going to be alive regardless. Then if you persist on saying, well, it's just my biological thing telling me that, no, now it becomes conditioned, right? Now it
I'm not.
becomes
I'm not
a
even saying.
belief.
I'm not
Right.
even. I'm not even saying that he understands why he feels that way. I'm
I
saying
mean,
that I understand why he feels that way. I don't. You know. You know.
right.
We don't understand that when we look at a woman, most of us don't understand why we like wide hips or why we like large breasts. We don't understand why, but there's biological reasons as to why. Is my point.
Okay, so I could give a
So if that,
biological on
okay,
the
so
wide
when we say
hips,
that if we look at anybody, we
childbearing.
don't care because we know that we're dominant biologically, is that what you're?
Say that again.
So we don't have that same hang up. So is that because biologically we just innately know that
We
we're
don't.
dominant,
Yeah, we
so
don't
we
have.
don't care?
Yes, exactly. We don't have. Listen, we don't have the fear of genetic annihilation. Think about that. We don't have. We cannot be genetically annihilated. We're the dominant from a genetic standpoint. All people come from us.
Okay. And like I said,
Does that make sense? And listen,
no, I
this is why
understand.
there's such an attacking on us to control us because we are the biggest threat from a genetic standpoint. If you really
Right.
look at the way the government and everything is shaped, there has to be control over us. Even in our community, they want to give the woman a control over us.
No, no, like I totally, I get you. But like, if I tell you, hey, bro, I'm sorry, I robbed your house, and your dog was at me, and so I had to unalive your dog, and I was only robbing your house because I'm starving and it was self-preservation. I don't. You still, I still unalived your dog, and still robbed your house. So you will still give me this work. So what I'm saying is, I get it. Like I totally understand what you're saying. And I agree.
But I'm
But that still
understanding.
doesn't change the end result.
No,
You know
no.
what I mean?
No, but
Does that?
I'm understanding your point.
Yeah.
You're right. I agree with you there, but I'm understanding your person practicing self-preservation versus a person just trying to be greedy. There's a difference in the motivation in the. You see, it's not that look. You're still an enemy. You're still an enemy, but me understanding your motives gives me a better way of dealing and understanding you. Does that make sense?
Right. Right. And that's the reason why I was saying, like, I agree with the like at the end of the day, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? And I believe that they believe the same thing when we were talking about going against the government, the whole shit, right? I served one of my best friends was one of these. Like he was the same way, right? And I had a very lot. That was my battle buddy. You know what I mean? And we was in post together and the whole thing. And he told me like he was in places. I was like the second black person he ever seen in person, right? Like he lived in a shelter, and we had a long talk. And he was saying the same type of things, and a lot of it, I understood. But I think at the end of the day, even he was like, well, I think it's just a lot of this stuff is ingrained because it's habit. So like a lot of these people are not doing this just because they actually feel this way, right? They're saying it because it's cool. Like that's what their culture, that's them fitting in type of thing. So if it really came down to it, they don't really have that like that malice in them. You know what I'm saying?
No,
But
no.
I'm
I
saying,
think
but I'm
I
saying the
think
ones that actually do, like the ones that are, the ones that'll go out and put the burning cross in your yard, like those particular ones. Yeah, yeah, no, that
those
was
are
the
the
good
ones
old boys I was talking
those are the
about.
ones we kill. Those are the ones
Yeah,
we kill. I mean,
but that was
unalive. Those
right,
are the ones.
and those
See,
are the
look,
ones I
look.
was talking about.
I don't
Yeah,
want you to
yeah,
misunderstand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, there's a time where generals, who are adversaries out of mutual respect sit down and they negotiate. See what I'm saying? And if two sides don't get along, respect my boundaries, I respect yours. This was a big thing in the '60s because there was one side that wanted segregation, the other side that wanted integration, and the side the KKK side, that side wanted segregation, and there were certain members of the black community that wanted segregation as well, and they
right,
actually met.
right,
And I've heard like the stories in prison and penitentiaries where the blacks and the whites, they have an understanding, they have a mutual respect. You're not going to get along with everyone, but as long as there's respect, and that's the thing I think matters when you're dealing with groups of men, mutual respect. Otherwise, we got to go to you know, it always comes down to war with men. If there's not mutual respect and one is trying to control and oppose the other, eventually there's going to be discourse and it's going to turn into violence.
right. Yeah, and I honestly, I think we're talking the same thing. It might be a little bit of semantics, but I got
Yeah,
you.
no, we're
Yeah,
talking the
yeah,
same thing. I was
yeah,
only
and
speaking because Imperial was bringing up,
You're all
that
on the same line, and that's what
yeah,
matters.
that it's about communicating. It's about communicating even with your enemies sometimes. And in order to communicate with them, understand his thinking and his motives. You know what I'm saying? I don't care that you don't want me with your daughter. But you better not come near mine neither.
That part. Now, here's
Yeah.
the absolute crazy part about what I'm saying. For everybody that's not in understanding of why we're saying what we're saying, I grew up in some of the most craziest areas of the United States. Like Shadyside, Ohio is a sundown town, and that's in the north. Okay? Most of the Ohio Valley are sundown. Like, people don't understand that that still exists in the north. That's the Midwest, but it's still the north. It's above the Mason-Dixon line. So I've had these conversations where I was the only black child in a school being bullied and harassed, and I put boot to ass. Okay? The point that I'm making is they're just as scared of the unknown as we are. The only difference is our unknown is, are we going to be able to free ourselves? Their unknown is, are they going to exist? I ain't making excuses for them, because truth be told, that's their biggest fear. That's been their biggest fear since Joseph, one of the three sons of Noah. So y'all gotta understand, this isn't new. This is old shit. It's just been packaged and redealed in a new way. It's crazy that most people don't get that, though. I mean, there was a show called The American Gods. Anybody ever watched it? Anybody know what the betrayal of Anansi, what he said to them? Racism got a repackage and a rebrand like the alt-right. How scary is that? They put it in your face. So what are you going to do about it? You either going to accept the terms and conditions of what's going on, or you're going to get rid of the terms and conditions and change the status quo. Right now, we're in a position that we need to change the status quo. Because if not, what's coming from the people that I talk to, the contacts that I have, what's coming is civil war. Then, in the midst of that, World War III. And nobody's ready for any of that, truth be told. So, what are we as a people gonna do about that? In general. I'm not talking about black, I'm not talking about white, I'm talking about people that are on this continent. What are we going to do to stop what they're trying to do? Are we gonna stand together, or are we gonna watch it all burn down around us as we go with it? And dude, in the comment section, the most scariest thing is a herd of animals that are running in one direction because they got spooked. That's the vast majority of our people in this country. Nobody's not clueless. They put it in your face every day. Yeah, we can definitely overthrow the government, but that's not the point. You can't overthrow a collective of people unless you are a collective of people that are able to stop them. I said this once before. A couple years ago, I watched as the United States Army was moving in and out of major cities and moving artillery. All forms of artillery. Drones, etc. So, like, they're prepared for the long haul. We got firecrackers and bottle rockets. They got stuff that y'all ain't never seen before. Are you prepared to fight that fight? Because if you're not, all you're talking about is conjecture, hearsay, and rumor. Put boot to ground. Establish yourself as somebody that is known for protecting your house, your community, and your nation. No matter what your indifference is to somebody else. And the last thing I'm going to say is, for y'all that don't know, most of the people that are coming across the southern border, they're indigenous to the United States, Mexico, and South America. All that is one landmass. So guess what? They have just as much right to be here as we do. Because they're part of the landmass. You got these little imaginary lines that tell you who you are. Stop looking at the imaginary lines and look at the people that look just like you. In some way, shape, and form. It might save your life. That's why I keep telling people you can't argue semantically about an indifference. Yes, I might sound like I'm in favor of certain things. I'm not. So, at the end of the day, cousin, would it be better for us to stand together and take out these wealthy families that are here in the United States and hold them and try them and convict them? Or would it be better to just let them keep running? Because all of them they've all committed treason.
Yeah. I think we got to keep putting the pressure on them because we don't have the power yet to do any either one. But we can put that pressure on them to make the people around them feel uncomfortable, and then they will do the work for us. I think that's the best course of action. I could be wrong though.
Oh no, you ain't wrong. But I'm gonna say this to the person in the comment section. The continent is the country. If that don't make sense to you, then you've never traveled outside of the United States. Because everybody that goes around Europe, they can literally go there by trains, planes, and automobiles. Guess what? Our country and landmass is bigger than most other places. And that's crazy that I have to say that. It's all one landmass. You're looking at the imaginary lines that the controlling system created to make you think otherwise. So, for all the antics in the comment section, ask yourself this question. Are you prepared when the lights go out? When the food stops? Are you prepared to defend yourself by any means necessary? Yes or no? I am. I know the people that I surround myself with are. That's what you need to worry about. Be prepared for the worst and hope for the best. And it might be different for each country, but you're missing what I'm saying. At one point in time, you didn't have to have a passport to go from France to Italy. At one point in time, you didn't have to have a passport to go from the United States to Canada, from the United States to Mexico, from Canada to Mexico, or any other place in the world. That's what I'm getting at. So, again, are you ready? And I'm not a doomsday prepper, I'm just a realist, to be honest.
My brother, I think that if for anything, what we have learned from COVID-19 has taught us that we are literal pawns in the hands of these people. So all those people saying that, oh, I'm gonna stand, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. When it was COVID, it was so easy. All they had to do was to bribe us with some cash, and people kept their mouth shut. The strongest OGs locked in the house, can't even go past his porch because he's being paid to stay indoors. So, what makes you think they're not going to pay people to just come over to the other side for a moment, even if it's for the sake of deception, and they might fool them and later not continue the payment? But when it comes to that time, a lot of antics are gonna be applied to the cause, you know. So I really think that it is really possible, and it's actually very easy. What they just are fighting over is who controls the arms. And for now, maybe it's in a safe place, you know, in a familiar place with the Democrats and stuff. What will happen when the power goes over to the other side?
It's very simple. Domination. Now, Brilliant, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, not you, Nero. I'm talking about
Okay.
Brilliant Star. But yeah, no, it'll be complete dominance unless we do something about it.
Yeah, because I think there's a big uprising right now in Europe, where the whitey people who live in Europe, they're actually very pissed off about the open border policy in Europe, where they have immigrants from Iraq, from Afghanistan, from Sudan, from parts of Africa and other war-torn areas, and these immigrants are just coming into their countries, to Greece, to France, to Italy, you know, to Britain, and they see these people as trying to usurp their position. And the same rhetoric that you hear in America about the southern border is the same rhetoric you're going to hear in Europe against the Muslim immigrants there. And not to mention that there's been a few terrorist attacks in Europe that were credited to these immigrants and stuff like that. The anti immigration rhetoric in Europe is at an all time high. And it is the same in America. So the whitey people in America and the whitey people in Europe, they have that in common. We're not even going to mention racism and how they don't want other races around them. So they have a lot in common. So if for any reason the whitey people in America who want to do the white supremacist stuff, they want support from people in Europe, they're going to get it really easy. So I think it's a very realistic goal if they really want to take over the US, or they want to split the US and create a country of their own. You know, that's just what I think about it. Cousin B, you there?
Yeah. Well, like, yeah, I'm down. I'm in a bad area, so I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I almost didn't make it, but hey, this has been a great conversation, man. I appreciate you guys. I don't know if Kevin went night night. I'm gonna try to come back,
I think
but
he went.
other than
Right?
that, I don't think he got another mod. Yeah, he might be out of there, so y'all
Yeah,
might have to ride it
I think he
out.
went. Yeah, I think he went to bed or something.
But hey, man. Hey, but I appreciate y'all, brothers, man. I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all a follow, man, and I'm gonna holler at y'all next time.